Trump's DOJ is investigating Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Yeah, over comments he made in front of the Senate Banking Committee in June. He may have lied under oath. No one's above the law. Your lack of ability to see the bigger picture here is actually absurd. Trump has been going after Powell for months, calling him names, threatening to fire him, even though he can't without cause, slandering his character, trying to fire fellow Fed member Lisa Cook, and now a criminal investigation? Can we maybe look at the merits of the investigation? This is all over what was supposed to be a $1.9 billion renovation of the Fed headquarters in Washington, D.C., which broke ground in 2022, but has since ballooned to $2.5 billion. The primary reason for that increase is construction inflation. Do you see the irony? Trump is mad at Powell for not lowering interest rates because Powell is still concerned about inflation. Yet in this case, Trump cares about inflation? Well, there's other factors too. A good builder knows how to come in under budget, but what's important here is in June, Powell was under oath answering questions about these renovations, and he may have lied. For one, he said there were no luxury upgrades, no VIP elevators or dining rooms, no new water features or new marble, no roof terrace gardens. These renovations, though, are filled with luxury. I mean, he was addressing specific claims from the Trump administration. The VIP elevators are not VIP. They're simply being lifted 18 inches for people with disabilities. The VIP dining rooms are existing conference rooms that are being preserved and renovated for mealtime meetings. The rooftop garden terrace is a ground level lawn built on the roof of an underground parking lot below, which are common on government buildings. I mean, I can go on and on. I think his comments here were misleading at best. Looks pretty luxury to me. Meanwhile, his second false claim was saying the Fed building has never undergone a serious renovation, despite in 1999 undergoing one that included a replacement of the roof and building system. I think we're arguing semantics now. He meant a major structural renovation has never been done. The whole reason for this renovation is the building was built in the 1930s, therefore lacking fire code compliance and had hazardous material exposure, among many other issues. Look, when the taxpayers are paying for a luxury new building, it's important those overseeing are honest. Except Powell has invited congressional oversight and inspector generals, plus his building is being funded by the Fed's balance sheet, mainly interest on treasuries and fees from the banks. Oh, come on, if that money didn't go towards renovation, it would go to the U.S. Treasury for the people, so effectively it's funded by us. So what you're failing to see is the independence of the Fed is paramount for the functioning of our economy, but also legally obligated. Trump is using every tool in the shed to undermine that independence. Oh, please, Powell's term ends in May, and Trump is about to appoint his replacement. Powell will finish his term, but this is about the rule of law. It's about anything but that. This is telling the future chair, you better comply or the weaponized Justice Department, which is also supposed to be independent, will twist anything you say to put you in jail. Oh, please, this is merely an investigation. They threaten indictments. This is obviously politically motivated. Nah. Yeah.
All right, we'll see where that goes. Because yes, the Trump and Powell beef has escalated. Of course, I never liked the Fed in the first place. And shout out, the Iranian officials say that there's about 2K killed. But what we're gonna do today, and oh yeah, forgot to tell you guys, we are live. Yeah, yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. But yeah, we're about to go ahead and recap what Trump said yesterday, add some updates to it. Then we're going to get into the media analysis. So, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, because we got a lot to get into today.
What a nice grouping this is. This is really nice. Look at this. It's going to be very rough in about 10 minutes, so we'll have to go a little bit quickly. They just said very, very rough.
They're on Iran. Have they crossed your red line yet to trigger a response?
They're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it.
And shout out to my man Monty for starting us off. He says, off with the Fed. And I agree with you, my brother. I agree with you. And let's be real, the Fed been playing us for a while now. I mean, they haven't worked in the interest of the American people probably since the start of the Fed, and they feed you every type of lie to make you feel like it's necessary, but to be honest, it's not, and it's extremely shady. But don't worry, we'll get into that. Don't worry, Monty, I'll let you in after the first segment.
And we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination.
Which options have?
And an update on Iran, because me and Monty was reacting to it last morning. So the Iranian foreign minister said that they have seemingly, I guess, quelled the so-called rebellion or the protest after they are still invoking a media shutdown, that with the help of China and Russia, of course. And also they're reporting that about 2,000 Iranians were killed during this protest. And I mean, these are just the current numbers that was released today. And the foreign minister also decided to come out and do another interview as well, because I guess Iran is running their media campaign to tell their side of the story. And from what the Iranian minister was saying, or foreign minister was saying, is that, they have Mossad connections, U.S. connections that they'll be exposing. Well, we'll see.
You've been briefed on. Are you meeting with senior officials?
I'm going to tell you the
Are you meeting with
Am I going to really? Are you asking me to say what will they do? Where will we attack? When? And at what angle will we attack from?
Are you
Who are you with?
I'm with the U.S. White House TV pool. I'm wondering, are you being briefed on options? I'm with CNN, sir.
Why did you just say I'm with CNN? She says I'm with the White House pool, and I say what? You're with CNN. You're with fake news. Because CNN is fake news. Go ahead, give me a question.
Can I ask how you're balancing and how you're deciding your response, the balance between helping protesters versus hindering them? Because I imagine that's a delicate balance to strike.
I mean, some of the protesters were killed through the stampeding. I mean, there's so many of them, and some were shot. We get a full report. I'm getting an hourly report, and we're going to make a determination.
So yeah, not only was there, of course, the Renee Good shooting in Minnesota, but there was also a shooting in Portland of, what was it? I mean, actually, it was 2 gang members. Yes, it was 2 gang members. And I think the Portland police chief actually came out and actually started shedding tears for these 2 gang members that was shot, by ICE. And I believe they were also trying to evade as well. And I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm not sure what's wrong with the left, but what's wrong with you guys in ignoring law enforcement, their authority that they have? Like, it's kind of wild right now how everybody's ignoring the whole law enforcement. If they tell you to do something, you kind of got to do it. And if you run off, that can create problems for you. Like, I don't know where the disconnection is from that.
Shah and some military leaders are encouraging you to take action in Iran. Is that a serious option? And
people have been shot, and we're looking at it. Yeah, please.
Are you going to go to Venezuela, or is Secretary Rubio going to go to Venezuela anytime soon?
Sure. We're doing well. Venezuela is really working out well. We're working along really well with the leadership, and we'll see how it all works out.
Are you starting the meeting with Dulcie to go?
At some point I'll meet. Yeah, she's been very good. Look. She asked us, could we take 50 million barrels of oil? And I said, yes, we can. It's $4.2 billion. And it's on its way right now to the United States.
And it does seem like, well, not only, I'm not sure what DIC or DLC Rodriguez is honestly doing, because now, of course, she's working with us in the background, but then also I guess she's trying to build some type of coalition between Colombia, like Venezuela, and Brazil. And now the Colombian president actually came out and was talking about this, like, they're having conversations, thinking about working further together. They don't like what Trump is doing and all this good stuff. So it does seem like these guys are, looking to buck back. And we're going to see what that goes for them, or we'll see if, they're even allowed to.
When will you meet with Machado this week?
Looking for something to grab here, because it's going to get rough, and I don't seem to be in a very, I think you did this to me. You put me in a position where there's absolutely nothing to grab. So I'm looking for something to grab, and it's not going to be Caroline.
Have any oil companies made commitments to you, sir? Have any oil companies made commitments to the United States after your meeting on Friday, sir?
Yeah.
Which have Exxon?
No, I don't want to say. No, I didn't like Exxon's response. We have so many that want to. I'd probably be inclined to keep Exxon out. I didn't like their response. They're playing too cute.
What backstops or guarantees have you told the oil companies that you're willing to provide?
Guarantees that they're going to be safe, that there's going to be no problem, and there won't be.
I mean, yeah, he gave them guarantees that they're going to be safe. The Venezuelan government said that they're going to give them guarantees that they'll be safe, so they want to go over there and get these guys started without putting American boots on the ground. So it's either going to be out on private security, I don't know, militia groups and all that. Not militia groups, but you guys know what I mean. The guns that you can pay for, like ex-military and all those guys. The word is escaping my mind, but is it mercenaries? I believe so. We'll just say private security, pretty much. They're going to get some of that, and also Venezuelan army, and these guys are going to so-called protect the oil rigs and these oil tycoons while they, go ahead and figure out how they're going to start up the refinery. Not really start up the refinery, but improve the refineries, because they're already going. but they could be doing better. Their technology, I believe, is like what, a decade or so back. So we're going to go ahead and make some improvements to it, start producing more oil, which should actually work out for Venezuela. And of course, we're going to cut some off the top ourselves.
It's not going to be a problem. They had problems in the past because they didn't have Trump as a president.
And we do have at least like what, 8 oil companies ready to go in there and start, breaking ground.
They had stupid people.
What kind of deal are you looking for from Cuba? What kind of deal are you looking for from Cuba?
You're going to find out pretty soon. We're talking to Cuba, and you'll find out pretty soon. And one of the things I want taken care of, and one of the groups I want taken care of, are the people that came from Cuba that were forced out or left under duress, and they're great citizens of the United States right now. You have a lot of people forced out of Cuba unfairly, so we're going to take care of, most importantly right now, we're going to take care of the people that came from Cuba that are American citizens or in our country.
Do you plan to seize any oil tankers?
Thank you, bro. He said private military contractors. Yes, this is most likely we're going to be protecting these oil rigs, because we can't put military boots on the ground, but sure we can get some private contractors. Yeah, we can do that. But yes, so this is what Trump's plan is with Venezuela, and well, let's also see what he's about to get into. Because the plan with Venezuela, of course, is to dominate on their oil, improve the oil rigs, get them to produce more oil, which they have access of about 1 trillion barrels. So that's about 200 years of oil that we can get out of Venezuela.
That are headed to Cuba.
Well, we have a lot of oil people really interested. You saw that the other day. That was just a small group because the room in the White House, we need the ballroom, actually. We could have filled up the ballroom practically. We have so many people that want to go in for oil. So you saw some great companies.
Are you going to send Starlink to Iran, sir, to help the people in the ground with the internet blackout for more than 72 hours?
We're going to be talking about that. We may get the internet going, if that's possible.
Are you talking to Musk
We
about
may
it?
speak to Elon.
Oh, God, let's make sure you double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And now, as far as Elon, setting out Starlink, so yes, he did. He's attempting, and maybe a little bit is getting through, but it's getting jammed by not only Iran and their GPS booths, but also Russia and China is also helping Iran run this media blackout.
Because as you know, he's very good at that kind of thing. He's got a very good company. So we may speak to Elon Musk. And in fact, I'm going to call him as soon as I'm finished with you.
Iran said that they would consider military and commercial bases as legitimate targets if you struck. Are you concerned about?
If they do that, we'll consider things targets they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So I mean.
Yeah, an Iranian parliament member came out and said that, oh, you will see the devastation if you will strike Iran. We will strike your military assets in the region. I mean, yes. And, me and Monty was kind of going back and forth on, bro, isn't it kind of a bad idea that they're just left out there? If we attack them, they're just going to start attacking our military assets. Monty was going like, well, no, we can defend them all. But, let's be real, though. It's still not something we'd want to set off. And I would just say, let the Iranians cook. If they let them overthrow their leadership or their authoritarian regime on their own. Because if we get involved over a protest, trust me, that's just not a good look. And it actually might turn the Iranian people against us. But hey, you never know.
If they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
I think Iran takes your threats seriously.
I think so. Don't you think so, CNN? Don't you think so? Wouldn't you say that they probably do at this point? After going through it for years with me, being hit, Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the Iran nuclear threat wiped out, don't you think, and then you just had Venezuela, don't you think, she says, CNN, do you think they take your threat seriously? Wouldn't you say they do after all of the things we've done? What a stupid question.
Are you coordinating with allies on the response to Iran?
Mr. President, when will you meet with Maria Corina Machado this week?
I don't know. I hear Tuesday or Wednesday. I look forward to that.
Have you named your board of?
Yeah, Maria Machado. Now, I'm not sure if she's going to be installed as president, maybe. It does look like DIC Rodriguez was sworn in by the Supreme Court of Venezuela, so we'll see how they get that off. Now, they did release some of her her political allies out of prison, so I'm pretty sure Trump administration has something to do with that. But as far as installing Maria Cachado, I'm not sure if that's really going to work out because, well, Trump was at first said, oh, she doesn't really have the support. He said he was going to run it. Now everybody's on his ass going like, you threw her under the bus after she said she would give you the Nobel Prize. And I'm just like, bro, shut y'all dumb asses. Okay. If she don't got that support, then it would be useless putting her in there. But if she do, which she just might, because according to the election she does, then we will go ahead and install her. But we're not going to install somebody in there that we don't know to have the support. And then we're going to install her next to the Maduro regime. I mean, that might not be too smart.
Peace for Gaza yet? Where do those plans stand?
Peace is being formed, but essentially it's the most important leaders of the most important nations. All nations, but the most important, you take the most important leaders and nations. That's who the border peace is going to be. Everybody wants to be on it.
One group taking your threat seriously is one area taking your threat. The New York Post.
New York Post treats me semi-fairly. So go ahead.
One group taking your threats very seriously is Greenland. Are you still thinking of military action there, or is anything they can?
Where? Military.
Greenland. Is there anything they can offer you for a deal?
If we don't take Greenland, Russia or China will.
Yeah, and the problem with that is Greenland has a very valuable rare earth mineral called molybdenum. Now, this molybdenum rare earth mineral, actually, I believe it's used to make a high temperature resistant metal that we need for our jets. That's the reason why they're able to go Mach 5 and, withstand such high heats is because of this molybdenum. And we don't want China to get their hands on it because then they'd be dominating in it. We don't want Russia to get their hands on it because, we don't really want Russia to get anything good in life. So it'd be best if we have it because Denmark, man, they don't know what to do with it. We do. Not Denmark, okay?
And I'm not letting that happen. If we don't...
And, Trump is having the position of, well, we could take it or we could buy it. So we'll see what Denmark chooses.
Take Greenland. Russia or China will take Greenland, and I am not going to let that happen.
Is there any deal they can offer you? Either like
yeah, sure, I'd love to make a deal with them. It's easier. But one way or the other, we're going to have Greenland.
Are you okay if that compromises NATO? If NATO effectively ceases to exist?
I'm doing a great job. I'm the one that saved NATO. I'm the one that got them to pay 5% of GDP. Wait a minute. It was 2%, and they didn't pay. Now they're paying 5%. I'm the one that saved NATO. You wouldn't have NATO if I weren't president.
Would you pull the U.S. out of NATO? Would you consider doing that?
Well, maybe NATO would be upset if I did it. Maybe NATO would save a lot of money.
It sure would save a lot of money. And, because all that military force we're exerting for NATO. What's wrong with just removing the troops, but letting them, fill our pockets with their military purchases? There's nothing wrong with that. That's pretty America first. But, even though our foreign allies are going to lose their shit because we're honestly going to take the battery out of NATO's back to try to get into war with Russia, which we honestly need to do if that's the direction NATO's heading in.
I like NATO. I just wonder whether or not if we needed NATO, would they be there for us? I'm not sure they would. We spent a lot of money on NATO, and I'm not sure they would.
But what would you say
Now, what's happened is, as you know, Sleepy Joe Biden gave $350 billion to Ukraine and got nothing for it. I got rare earth back. I got, I think, value back far greater than that. And that's what he should have done.
That's true. Biden sent $350 billion in, of course, cash and weapons. And what did he get? Nothing. Honestly, Ukraine lost land, lost lives, and it's looking like they're about to lose the war. And we just took a $350 billion gamble that we're losing on. And we're trying to get a return on through this rare earth mineral deal, but we can't really utilize it unless the war stops.
Now, if you look at what's going on with respect to NATO, we have a very good relationship. 5% GDP, and they pay us. We send them military equipment, and they pay us back the full cost of the equipment. The war is, we make money with the war, but I don't even want to talk about that. I want to save the lives. They're Russian and Ukrainian lives. I want to save the lives. That's the only reason I'm doing it. This is Biden's war. Should have never happened. Would have never happened if I were president. This is Biden's war. It's not Trump's war. All I can do is stop it. And I think we're making progress toward stopping it, which would be number 9.25. You know what the quarter is, right? Right? Thailand and Cambodia went at it again, but I got to stop very quickly. I consider that 1/4 of a war.
When was the last time you made a tangible offer to Greenland yet? Have you made an actual offer to Denmark?
I haven't done that, but Greenland should make the deal because Greenland does not want to see Russia or China take over. They don't go there. It's very far away from Greenland. And Greenland, basically, their defense is 2 dog sleds. Do you know that? You know what their defense is? 2 dog sleds. In the meantime, you have Russian destroyers and submarines and China destroyers and submarines all over the place. We're not going to let that happen.
In the meantime, are you
And if it affects NATO, then it affects NATO. But, you know, they need us much more than we need them. I will tell you that right now.
Are you going to
UK
Greenland
and
on a military
Germany.
That's
basis?
a war that should have never happened with Ukraine.
The UK and Germany are discussing plans for a joint NATO mission to protect Arctic security in Greenland. Does that change your calculus at all?
No, look.
I mean, look, when it comes to Greenland, it's a lot of things. Of course, the rare earth minerals is mainly about the molybdenum, that rare earth mineral we need to make our, what was it, high temperature resistant metals for our jets. Like, yes, we do need that. Then, of course, for Arctic, some type of Arctic control, because Russia's #1 when it comes to Arctic control, because they're right there. Then China, then us. And I mean, it's kind of crazy how China has more Arctic control than we do. It's like, it don't even really make sense why we would even allow that. So Greenland would be a good, would be a good opportunity for us, to be quite honest with you. But let's not forget, though, it is about the rare earths and Arctic control.
Look, we're talking about acquiring, not leasing, not having it short term. We're talking about acquiring.
Does that require
And if we don't do it,
Acquiring.
Russia or China will. And that's not going to happen when I'm president.
I mean, shoot, yeah. And here's a nice little clip to somewhat explain it.
Trump has openly said that the next target is Greenland. Greenland belongs to Denmark, an EU country, and Donald Trump has been eyeing it since 2019. Back then, people laughed. After Venezuela, no one is laughing anymore. In 2025, Trump appointed a special envoy and said clearly, "I will get Greenland one way or another." He argued that Russian and Chinese ships are everywhere, and Greenland is critical for U.S. security. Even force is an option. So why does Trump want Greenland? First, rare earth minerals, worth over $1.1 trillion, key to breaking China's monopoly. Second, Arctic trade routes, opening as ice melts, shortening Europe-Asia shipping, and boosting naval movement. Third, Thule Air Base, a vital U.S. base tracking Russian missiles and Chinese submarines. After Venezuela, Europe fears one thing: global double standards are now exposed. When Russia attacks, sanctions. When the U.S. acts, silence. Europe depends on America for security, so this isn't just Denmark's problem. Europe is trapped.
Yeah, we did just kind of expose a double standard in the world right there.
Are you going to increase the amount of military bases on Greenland in the meantime?
We have bases on Greenland. Yeah.
Are you going to make more?
I put a lot of soldiers there right now if I want, but you need more than that. You need ownership. You really need title, as they say in the Rose Papers.
You're on Minneapolis. Your administration has advocated for absolute immunity for the ICE officer who shot Renee Good. How do you define absolute immunity? What does that mean?
Everyone's seen it. And a woman who's very violent. She's a very radical person. Very sad what happened. Her friend was very radical. Go or drive.
Well, here's the problem: is that one, they're trying to either do absolute immunity or have the FBI look over this case. And the state, the state is actually fighting for this case. Yes, they're fighting for the Jonathan Roth shooting of Renee Good. And I mean, let's be honest, if Minneapolis get it, yeah, let's be real, he's going to jail for sure. They're gonna Derek Chauvin his ass. But if they leave it up to the FBI, well, I'm be real with you, more than likely they're gonna hear out his case for self-defense and he's gonna get off because he does have a strong case for self-defense. Just like Derek Chauvin had a strong case for that, George Floyd overdose instead of, died with his knee on his neck or of suffocation with the knee on his neck. Sorry.
How would you define that?
Well, I'm going to let the people define it. But immunity, you know what immunity means as well as I do.
So that officer should be back on the
people
force.
can't be treating law enforcement that way, whether it's ICE or Border Patrol or our police and men and women. You can't do that. We have, the law enforcement in our country is doing really well, despite the fact that Sleepy Joe Biden allowed people to pour through an open border. Crime stats just came out. We have the best crime stats on record, despite all the criminals he allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. We have to respect our law enforcement. At a very minimum, that woman was very, very disrespectful to law enforcement. And you heard the same noises. You saw the same crunch that I saw. You can't do that with law enforcement, whether it's police or ICE or Border Patrol or anybody else.
I mean, yeah, there's that one thing that the Dems are ignoring. They're really focusing on the shooting and the rationalization of it. And here's the thing. I wish she wasn't shot either, but what you guys are ignoring is the fact that she was told to get out the car 4 times by federal agents, law enforcement. You can't just sit there and ignore them, especially when they're basically putting their hand inside of your car. You driving off, yeah, that's a felony right there. So I'm not sure why the Dems are just refusing to acknowledge that and just try to go straight to murder when as soon as she took off, yeah. And when she pulled back, she kind of put that officer in front of the car. Now he jumped in front of it. She put him in front of it. At that point, his perception was all that mattered, is that he didn't know for sure. We don't know for sure if her goal was to run him over. Actually, my belief is that it wasn't. But in the moment, within his split second, he couldn't determine that, and he took action. Now, was his action a bit drastic? I mean, to me, if I was put in that position with his history, no, not really. It's not too drastic since he's been dragged before. And I mean, look at this lady right here. After being told 4 times to get out the car, still pulling off. I mean, hey, she's committing one felony. Who says she ain't trying to commit another? But God rest her soul, because I truly believe that she didn't have any, intentions of trying to kill that man. But once she moved out of there and she listened to her girlfriend, she put her life in danger, and that was the result.
Mr. President, well, just to clarify on the absolute immunity, do you believe ICE officers should have absolute immunity?
Generally speaking, I mean, these people have been harassed. They're threatened every day. They had bans out playing so they couldn't sleep at the hotel. I see what they're doing to them. They're threatening them constantly. And all they're doing is doing what I got elected on. We had millions of people that came into our country that are horrible people that shouldn't be in our country. They're murderers, they're drug dealers, they're people from mental institutions, they're the criminally insane, they're people from prisons. They were allowed to come into our country because Biden was a stupid person, and the people surrounding him, very smart, very vicious, but they have no common sense, and they're radicalized people. They're radical left people, not radical right. They're radical left people. And all they're doing is what I campaigned on. I won in a landslide. We won all 7 swing states. We won the pop.
Oh, guys, make sure you double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate support, by the way. But let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And man, here's the sad reality of it. Like, the way the left is spinning this shooting is actually absolutely atrocious. They're not even allowing the argument for a self-defense claim, because there's a really good argument for it. But like I said, they're not trying to hear anything else. They're more focused on they're more focused on what he said after he shot her more than the actual facts of what went down at the scene. Like, that's the problem. They're more involved in the emotional aspect of it than the actual facts or what actually happened. And, the law. They've actually ignored all law, went full emotion.
We won the districts. We won everything. We won the counties. We won the counties by 79%, I believe. I campaigned on the Great Border, and now we have a Great Border. But Biden let 25 million people come into this country, and many of those people are criminals, including 11,888 murderers, and we want them out. And I won on that. Now people don't talk about it because the border is so secure. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore. The border was one of the reasons I won the election. I've done such a good job on it that nobody wants to talk about it anymore. The border is totally secure. And now the crime stats just came out, and they're the best numbers since they were taken, and that's like 50 years ago. We have the best crime numbers, despite the fact that a lot of criminals were allowed into our country.
Do you think that
We have to respect our law enforcement.
Sir, do you believe that deadly force was necessary after watching all the footage a few days have passed? What's your assessment there?
It was highly disrespectful of law enforcement. The woman and her friend were highly disrespectful.
Man, I just say, look, I wish it wasn't used, but it was necessary. It was absolutely necessary. Like, she moved her as soon as she moved her car backwards after the cops told her 4 times to get out. After the cop literally putting his hand inside the car, she's moving the car backwards, putting Jonathan Ross in the line of sight, like to where now he's in front of the car. Because what the Dems like to misinform you with is that, oh, he stepped in front of the car. No, he didn't. When she moved backwards, she put him in front of the car and drove forward. Now, her objective, in my belief, was not to run him over, but was to try to skirt away. The problem is he was already too close and he got nicked. And let's be real, in his point of view, it's most likely looking like she's about to come right at him. I mean, she just ignored, think about it. She just ignored law enforcement for commands. There's officers reaching inside her car and she's still driving off. I mean, I'm thinking she living the wild and the reckless life at this point. She don't give a damn. So I got to care about my life. And the action was taken. I mean, as much as I hate that it happened, it was, I guess, I'm gonna be real with you, it was necessary.
Of law enforcement. You saw that. They were harassing them, were following for days and for hours. And I think, frankly, they're professional agitators.
But just disrespect.
And I'd like to find out, and we are going to find out who's paying for it.
But just disrespect.
With their brand new signs and all the different things. But these are professional agitators, and law enforcement should not be in a position where they have to put up with this stuff. What that woman and what her friend and what their other friends were doing to law enforcement, not just ICE, law enforcement is outrageous.
Do ICE officials anymore? Can you tell us about your trip to Detroit on Tuesday?
I'm going to be making a trip to Detroit to talk about our unbelievable amount of factories that are opening up all over the country, many of which are car factories and car plants. We have manufacturing plants opening up at levels that nobody's ever seen before because of tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have them opening, although they were very happy with the November 5th election. But we have, from Canada they're coming, from Mexico they're coming, from Germany, from Japan, from all over Europe, and from Japan, other places, and from China. They're opening up car factories, car manufacturing plants at levels that we've never seen before. So I'm going to Detroit.
And I mean, yeah, these are the facts. I mean, we got everything from pharmaceuticals, cars. Of course, steel is going to start being propagated again. I mean, what was that? What was it? Cars, steel, pharmaceuticals. Oh, aerospace as well. And of course, all the orders of new jets that all this Middle Eastern countries put in. Yeah, we got to make those as well. So, yeah. This is one of the main reasons also why we need Greenland, because we need all the rare earth minerals. We need all the silver from Venezuela, man, some gold. So one, get these data centers going, make sure we can supply or supply all the materials needed for all the orders that's been received. And then, of course, bring in all this new manufacturing. I mean, guys, this trade war is really a mineral war. It's really a rare earth mineral war that we're fighting with China. And if we can find our own dominance in minerals, we'll be good. But right now, China got dominance in minerals and, rare earth refinery. So if we can go ahead and take that away from them, then we'll be in good standing. But if not, and we let China or Russia get Greenland, I mean, they're pretty much going to control our output and what we can honestly do for ourselves. And we don't want that.
They're going to be opening up plants in Detroit or redoing plants, but they're really ripping down old plants and building new. We're the hottest country.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. He says, The don't believe you in lying eye, the don't believe your lying eyes BS didn't work with Biden. It's not going to work now either. So stop trying, Dems. Y'all literally the definition of insanity. Literally. I mean, here's the thing. The Dems are literally looking at one video when there's like 8 angles out there. 8 angles, bro. They got so many different views, even the officer's cell phone footage. And they're still not backing down on, oh my God, it's murder. No, I'm sorry, but it's not. And I'm gonna be real with you, she put her own life in danger by ignoring law enforcement, trying to drive off while officers were trying to extract her out the car. It's funny how y'all ignore that part.
Right now, anywhere in the world. I mean, think of it. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, the House passed a 3-year extension of the ACA. It's in the Senate. If it passes the Senate.
And to be quite honest with you guys, like Dems, really think about this. What do you think would have happened if she just, I don't know, parked the car, got out, just, yelled her a little complaint, like, oh, F-ICE, while getting arrested and detained? Don't you think she'd have been alive today? Sure, she might have gotten a ticket with a court date. Sure. With a fine, of course. I mean, okay, but she'd be alive to go see her kids again. So let's be real here. I believe the radicalization of ICE that you guys promoted is what got her killed. And y'all need to accept that and turn down the temperature.
I might, yeah.
I mean, shoot, she could have just got out the car and she'd be alive today. She could have just, parked the car, took the keys out, been like, all right, would have been alive. Stepped out. They probably got a little bit aggressive with her because she stepped out without their command, but she would have been alive.
Information about the suspicious object that was found at Palm Beach International Airport before takeoff?
I know nothing about it.
Okay, and back on Iran, the Ayatollah said that he thinks that the protesters are trying to, quote, please you. Do you see it that way? What's your message to the Iranian people
I
right
don't
now?
know that they're trying to please me. They named a boulevard after me, but that's pretty pleasing. But I don't think they're trying to please. I think they just want peace. They want to have freedom. The protesters are after freedom. Iran has not allowed freedom for a long time. And the protesters, I don't think they're trying to appease me. They're trying to get somebody to help them. They're under siege. And now it looks like they're being shot, which is a very bad thing.
Now, to give you the other side, because like I said, the Iranian minister came out, and you could believe this or not, but this is what he's saying. He's saying that these protests were not organic. They were ISIS and Mossad agitators that they will come out to prove, I guess, at some later date. And we're going to go ahead and see, because he's saying it wasn't organic. People of Iran ain't trying to overthrow the Ayatollah. You guys are blowing it out of proportion. This is all Zionist media. It's always the Jew. Okay, I'm playing. But yes, that's pretty much what they're saying.
Are you staying in contact with Iranian opposition leaders as this is unfolding?
Yeah.
What's the message to them?
Yeah. You're going to find out pretty soon.
Does that help with them?
Yeah, go ahead. With the beautiful red hair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We're coming up with the premiere of Melania. Have you seen the movie yet? What are your thoughts on
I've
it?
seen pieces of it. It's incredible, I tell you. I think it's going to do, she did a book, and the book was a big #1 bestseller, and this is a movie, and it seems to be captivating a lot of people's attention. It's very good. Because here we go again. Yeah, it's going to be doing the premiere at the Trump Kennedy Center. It'll be very exciting. It's a very hard ticket, I can tell you. Everybody, Wayne Gretzky and his wife Janet, beautiful wife, great wife. They said last night, gee, I want to go to everybody wants tickets to the premiere. I think it's going to be great.
Is there any timing on the mortgage bond purchases you announced last week?
On the what? Mortgage?
Mortgage bond purchases by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac?
No, they're already doing it. They've started. Yeah, they started the process. And it's having a great impact. Interest rates are falling very rapidly. Not only for that reason, for other reasons too, but interest rates are falling very rapidly.
Do you have any sense that Iran wants
With no
Yeah, but not rapidly enough, according to Trump, and the way he's escalating things with Powell. And he's not really escalating things with Powell because, he's not cutting interest rates faster than, Trump acts, but he's really upset with Powell over, I guess, the overpriced remodeling of the Fed building. that he said was what going to be like, I don't know what, 1.8 billion, and ended up being 2 point something billion.
No help from the Fed.
I ain't gonna lie, a bit petty, but I'm gonna be real with you. I just hate the Fed. I mean, look, bro, if your anger against Powell gets you to go against the Fed and realize how much is bullshit and how it don't go for the, or how it don't protect the, or I'm sorry, but how it don't work in the benefit of the American people, please be as mad at him as you want to, as long as you direct it towards the Fed too, Trump. That's all we ask. That's really going after the deep state, trust me. And then all the global central banks wanted to protect it. I was like, bro, if that wasn't the biggest cry from the globalists I've ever seen, like, come on, that should tell you something. When the globalist central banks all start complaining about Trump going after the Fed, that should tell you something.
Because we have a total stiff at the Fed.
Do you have any, can I ask you, the announcement on the cap on credit card interest rates
Yeah.
coming out on Friday? What happens if the credit card companies don't comply by the January date?
Well, then they're in violation of the law.
Did you have thresholds?
Very
for it?
severe things. No, I want a cap on credit card interest rates because some of them are 28, almost 30%.
Mhm.
And that people don't know they're paying 30%. The people out there, they're working, and they have no idea that they're paying 30%. No way. We're putting a 1-year cap at 10%.
A lot of people says, oh, well, that's going to stop the amount of people that's going to get credit. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's actually a good thing. And we do need to stop the amount of people that's able to pick up credit. I mean, bro, if they got to put 30% on your credit card, maybe you just don't need that credit card. Maybe it's in your best interest. Maybe you just got to work on your credit until you're able to be approved with 10%, just to, try to bring down this credit crisis that we're in. I mean, let's be real. We got a whole lot of consumer credit going around. So yes, maybe limiting it down to 10% not only protects, the new guys getting in, but also, I say it doesn't now promote this risky lending that we're doing. Well, I'm not risky, predatory lending that we're doing at 30%. Remember, the Bible's against usury, but man, those them boys. But all right, though, in all seriousness.
And that's it. They know it. They've really abused the public. The credit card companies have totally abused it. I'm not going to let it happen.
Is that something willingness from Iran to engage diplomatically with you, or perhaps negotiate on their nuclear program?
With Iran?
Yeah, do you think they want to engage diplomatically with you?
They do. They called
you? Is it
yesterday.
Is it still an option?
Iran called to negotiate.
Yesterday.
The leaders of Iran called. They want to negotiate. I think they're tired of being beat up by the United States.
Can you share any details on that call?
Iran wants to negotiate, yes.
Negotiate what?
We may meet with them. I mean, a meeting is being set up, but we may have to act because of what's happening before the meeting.
Right.
But a meeting is being set up. Iran called. They want to negotiate. Thank you very much, everybody.
What are you going to do?
Be careful. A lot of bumps.
What's your plan for East Potomac? Are you going to renovate the golf course?
Yeah, we're going to make it a beautiful world-class U.S. Open caliber course, and ideally we're going to have major tournaments there and everything else. It's going to bring a lot of business into Washington. By the way, the crime stats just came out on Washington, D.C. There is virtually no crime. It's gone from tremendous crime, murder, and everything else. There's virtually no.
And all right, now we're gonna go ahead and get into JD Vance. When his last sayings were on on Fox News. We're gonna get into that. I never got to finish this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and bring in our contributor and host Monty right after this one here. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it.
Primetime went to the nation's capital today, where we got the chance to interview Vice President JD Vance. We asked him about the seizure and what's next in Venezuela. Also, are we going into Greenland? JD answers. And he also has something to say about his good friend Tim Walz and the Somalis. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Vice President.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Taking out a dictator in Venezuela, how does that help the average American?
Well, a few things, Jesse. First of all, what it means is we're going to be able to control the incredible natural resources of Venezuela, which is good for America in a few ways. Number one, it allows us to put leverage on our enemies. Number two, it makes sure that if Americans need high quality, low cost power, we're always going to have access to it. And then the third thing is it does demonstrate American military excellence, which makes people afraid to cross us in the future. Some of the best ways that you maintain the peace is to make it clear that you carry a very strong sword if you ever need to use it. So I think it's good for us in a lot of different ways. We also have to remember, Jesse, this is in our neighborhood. This is not Iraq. This is not 7,000 miles away. This is in our neighborhood. If we cannot follow the basic principle, which has been a cornerstone of American foreign policy for 200 years, that we control our neighborhood, a lot of bad people are going to take advantage of it. What the President of the United States said.
Yeah, and that's the I'm gonna be honest, that's one of the main reasons why we had to get involved in Venezuela and what they were doing, because they were getting involved heavily with China, Russia, and Iran. I mean, when we went in there, they had Iranian drones flying around, they had Chinese radars and missiles, and they had a Russian missile defense system. Like, so yes, China and Russia had very heavy influence in Venezuela that we wanted out. And I think we got it.
That is in our neighborhood. The United States calls the shots. That's the way it's always been. That's the way it is again under the president's leadership.
We just seized a Russian oil tanker. Russian submarines were trying to slip it past the Navy. This thing's heating up.
You know, I think people overstate that. First of all, it was a fake Russian oil tanker. They basically tried to pretend to be a Russian oil tanker in an effort to avoid the sanctions regime. But people always ask, how do you control Venezuela? And we're actually seeing it play out in real time. The way that we control Venezuela is we control the purse strings, we control the energy resources, and we tell the regime, you're allowed to sell the oil so long as you serve America's national interest. You're not allowed to sell it if you can't serve America's national interest. And that's how we exert incredible pressure on that country without wasting a single American life, without endangering a single American citizen.
And here's the problem with what he's saying. Now, if you're in, South America, Latin America, you're kind of looking at JD Vance like, bro, are you serious? So you're pretty much telling us that we can no longer work in our own interest. We just work in America's interest. And I mean, yes, actually, that's exactly what he's saying. Yeah, I know. It sounds effed up, but I mean, surprise, surprise. I mean, y'all now third-rate countries, aka you're at the mercy of the superpower that decides to take you guys on. I mean, that's pretty much what we're saying is like, look, you could be in power, but you won't be if you're not working in American interest. And I know it does sound effed up if you're in Latin America or South America. Like, so damn, you're pretty much saying that if we work with Russia or China heavily, we kind of would get risk being overthrown. Yeah, and we'll go ahead and also say you're trafficking drugs, so go ahead and throw a cherry on top of it.
That is called.
Oh, and shout out to my man Monty. He says, if you troll or insult the chat, I will ban you. Then you can pay to say your nonsense with the super chat. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And shout out to my man Monty. Appreciate the support, my brother. And shout out to all the supporters, guys. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud, engage with it, investigate it, especially the disagreements. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support.
Called critical, high-quality diplomacy. We've done it time and again, but we just did it in Venezuela.
The Democrats say Trump is greedy. He's all about oil and empire.
He's greedy to serve the American interest, and that's what you want in an American president. You cannot have people taking advantage of the United States in our own hemisphere. The President of the United States said he's done with that. I think it's interesting. The Democrats call the president greedy, but in what sense has any of this enriched him or enriched the administration? It's enriched the American people, which is what you want out of an American president. Somebody who's thinking to themselves, how do I serve the American people's best interest? How do I go and accomplish good things for the American people? That's a good thing to have in an American president. You want somebody who's greedy for the American people. The Democrats are greedy for themselves.
Well, Jasmine Crockett said you guys kidnapped Maduro.
We engaged in a law enforcement action. We had a legitimate indictment for Maduro for narco.
Yeah, we extracted him out of Venezuela for narco terrorism. Kidnap is such a strong word. I mean, he is a narco terrorist. He was caught up in transporting drugs. We released a family member of one of his friends over a deal that he'd have a fair election because they were transporting drugs. And we still got, the Biden administration got slighted on that. So excuse us for taking different actions. Our bad. I'm sorry, but it doesn't really make sense that Trump, try to do the same deal. Like, all right, well, I won't come after you just holding another election that you're gonna steal. I mean, come on now.
terrorism, for weapons smuggling and weapons trafficking. And we went in with the best military in the world. We got our guy. He's going to stand trial. By the way, he's given the full due process rights that are entitled to anybody who's in the United States.
Which is
I
true.
think he's going to go away. He's going to be found guilty. That's not a kidnapping. That's a law enforcement operation. And Jasmine Crockett, of all people, she has the least amount of room to talk on this stuff. She doesn't know what she's talking about. As the president said, you couldn't have a worse spokesperson, a person with less knowledge about world affairs. It's telling that she's the person speaking for the Democrats on this issue.
You guys have designated the cartels as terrorist organizations.
Because they are, yeah.
How do you win the war on drugs if Americans love cocaine?
That's the one big pushback I've gotten is when I criticize the Venezuelans for trafficking cocaine. You had a lot of people say, we don't like fentanyl, but some people do like cocaine. Unfortunately, cocaine is a very bad drug. And importantly, Jesse, it is a major profit center for the Venezuelan cartel.
Like, it is kind of wild how people are like sitting back going like, oh my God, cocaine. Like, what? Like, I'm sorry, but do we really care about what those people think? Like, I'm sorry, but we don't really care what cokeheads think. I'm sorry, guys. If you're a cokehead, I'm sorry for offending you, but we do not care about your habit. Okay, so you can sit there and talk about coke all day, but we don't care. Like, honestly, to be so honest with you,
we do not care.
So if they sell a little bit of fentanyl, but a lot of cocaine, and they use that cocaine to spread and further their cartel operations, that means a lot more poison is going to be coming into the United States. So for all the people that love cocaine, I am sorry, the President of the United States does not love cocaine. We encourage you to go rehab, and we're going to keep on pursuing America's interest.
Greenland, how far are you guys willing to go?
Well, the president is going to make the ultimate determination here, but there's been a lot of belly aching from Europe, and Europe has failed to contend with the fundamental argument the president and the entire administration has made. Greenland is critical, not just to our national security, but to the world's national security. People don't realize this. The entire missile defense infrastructure is partially dependent on Greenland. If, God forbid, the Russians or the Chinese, not saying they're going to, but if, God forbid, in the future, somebody launched a nuclear missile into our continent, they launched a nuclear missile at Europe, Greenland is a critical part of that missile defense. So you ask yourself, have the Europeans, have the Danes done a proper job of securing Greenland and making sure it can continue to serve as an anchor for world security and missile defense? And the answer is obviously they haven't. They've underinvested in their security. They haven't done a good job of securing that area, that landmass. And what I hear them say is they always make an argument about the past. They'll say, well, we fought together in World War II, or we fought together in the war on terrorism. And we're grateful for that. We love having these allies. But just because you did something smart 25 years ago doesn't mean you can't do something dumb now. And the President of the United States is saying very clearly, you are not doing a good job with respect to Greenland. We're going to make sure we defend America's interests. And I think the president's willing to go as far as he has to make sure he does that.
They're saying it's too cold for American soldiers to handle. You've been there.
Who was saying that? Jasmine Crockett?
The Danes. Probably Crockett too.
I think America.
That's funny as hell. It's too cold in Greenland. I'm like, is it? Is it? No, I don't think so. Trust me. I mean, we got pretty cold states here. Don't worry. We'll be just fine. The military guys, they'll be just fine. As long as our interests are carried out, like JD Vance and Trump are saying, we'll be just fine. But shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, we need US made fentanyl free coke. Bro, but why? Damn it, Castro. Why?
You what?
Like, dog. I'm weak.
Have done very well in some very cold places. I will say I wouldn't want to serve there, but
hey, hold on. Cocaine is not the main drug of the black people. That is marijuana. Cocaine is honestly, I ain't gonna lie, it's between white people and Hispanics. So you can take your pick.
Luckily, the vice president's residence is here in Washington, D.C.
Okay. The Democrats have a little bit of a Somali problem. They've let it
America
go.
has a bit of a Somali problem.
Especially the Democrats in Minnesota. Why'd they just let it happen right under their nose?
Well, a couple of things, Jesse. First of all,
they don't care.
If you look at the amount of fraud in the welfare system, according to the statistics I've seen, 85% of Somalians who are in the United States, legal and illegal, are collecting some form of welfare benefits. So that's
Yeah, I'm be real with you. Like the reason why Dems like were fighting so much, like for against the cuts to Medicaid, the food stamps, and all this good stuff, because they're trying to protect fraud. I mean, look, bro, if there's less money to operate out of, the fraud is more detectable. If there's more money to operate out of, the fraud is harder to detect. It's just the way, sadly, it's the way it works. I mean, that's why there was such high COVID fraud, of course, the barriers as well, during the pandemic. So yeah, I'm sorry for just calling out people who are doing fraud, and I'm sorry that they happen to be Somali, and it just is what it is. And yes, there are white people doing it out there too. I mean, trust me, a lot of them are actually exposing themselves. But let's be honest though, when we're talking about the feed the children fraud scheme, yeah, mainly Somalians. We talk about Nick Shirley going out there and exposing some of these daycares, and then what? CBS, CNN go up there and do the most laziest investigation in history, but the Dems want to call that, oh, that's debunked. No, obviously y'all was not paying attention. I'm sorry, but showing 12 kids in a very small daycare that's supposed to have like 40 of them and getting about $1 million like a year, I mean, y'all really buying that? Okay then. Okay. Sure.
Not to disparage the other 15%, but when you're at 85% of a population that is collecting welfare, that suggests that we have really done something wrong with regards to vetting. And that's the fundamental issue. Even if there's no fraud, 85% collecting welfare is way too many damn people collecting welfare, getting rich off the American taxpayer while a lot of Americans struggle. That's unacceptable. What's going on in Minneapolis, I think, is actually representative of a broader fraud scheme that we're going to see all over the country. We're going to see it in California. We're going to see it in other places too, where people get rich from the American taxpayer. The Somalian fraud, for example, daycare fraud. You've got Americans, we've got programs set up to make it easier for Americans to get their kids in daycare so they can have proper childcare. You take that money and you siphon it off to Somalian fraudsters. That's a double theft. Number one, that means a lot of American families can't afford their childcare. Number two, that means a lot of American taxpayers are being fleeced. It's totally unacceptable. I believe, Jesse, we're going to have some very big announcements on this stuff in the next couple of days. I don't want to get ahead of the president on anything, but we believe that there is a nationwide fraud ring that's rooted in rooted in illegal aliens and others taking advantage of the American welfare system. We're going to get to the root of it, and anybody who's involved is going to get prosecuted.
Well, if there's a massive fraud ring, there's a cover-up going on. In Minnesota, they were just caught forging documents, trying to cover their tracks.
Yep. It's like, bro, here's the thing. I mean, of course, there's the food assistant fraud that's going on, Medicaid fraud that's going on. And like I said, this kind of makes the Dems look really guilty after crying about Medicaid fraud. And then when the Republicans say, yeah, because, well, not Medicaid fraud, but Medicaid cuts, after crying about the Medicaid cuts, then when they get exposed for Medicaid fraud, or their states have, well, I'm gonna be real with you, heavy amounts of fraud going on when it comes to Medicaid. Now they want to sit there and kind of like expose, because like, okay, now it makes sense why you were crying about Medicaid cuts, because with a smaller pool of money, it's more likely that you'll be exposed. Honestly, it's that, and also, well, let's be real, there wasn't really too much investigation going on in Minnesota, and that's just their case. I mean, when we get to California, man, I mean, get ready for the shit show there. Like, bro, if you think Minnesota was bad, oh man, wait till we get to California. It's really gonna piss you off.
Should Tim Walz resign?
Well, I think Tim Walz.
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, might as well make our own money. Farmer does it. I mean, oh man, that'd be wild as hell though. I'll start growing our own coke, in the cocoa fields.
Should resign, but look, I've beaten up
Poppy
on Tim
fields, right? I think that's what's called.
Walz enough. I don't want to do it anymore in your program. I almost feel bad for the guy, except for the fact that he should have seen this. And whether there was something criminal, whether he was aware of the fraud, which would be criminal, or whether he simply looked the other way, it's a massive, massive failure of government. Look, you have to ask yourself, if you're in Minneapolis and you have a person who came to the United States impoverished 2 months ago, and all of a sudden they're driving a Mercedes or a Lamborghini, it is your job as a public official to ask, how did that person get so rich so quickly when they're also collecting a welfare check? The fact that that's failed so often in Minnesota, but frankly, it failed in California and other states as well, means that we have political I would say political corruption, welfare corruption at a very massive scale. The Trump administration, by the way, we've already sent hundreds and hundreds of additional people, of resources that are starting to investigate this stuff, get to the bottom of it. Stephen Miller sent people who are literally going door to door at some of these fraudulent daycare centers and trying to understand just how deep the rabbit hole goes. But this is going to—
Yeah, I mean, actually, some of his guys are actually out here in Columbus. They're going door to door to some of these Somali daycare or health centers, and finding basically like what rooms, like office spaces that's reported to have like 40, 60 kids. And that's not, but if you ask a Democrat, that's not fraudulent. And if you take them in there and they see 2 kids, that's good enough for them.
Be a long-term effort from the Trump administration to root out corruption and actually look after Americans for a change and their hard-earned money.
You're sending investigators to California.
We are sending investigators to a lot of places to try to get to the root of this welfare fraud. I think what it revealed, Jesse, is something I frankly wasn't aware of until a few weeks ago, which is it's not just that people are getting welfare who shouldn't get welfare. That is true, right? These programs exist to take care of Americans who are down on their luck, not to enrich fraudsters. But it's bigger than that. It's that people take this money and create whole businesses around siphoning money from the American taxpayer. So again, you've got poor people who can't get what they need. You've also got American taxpayers who are getting fleeced. It is the ultimate lose-lose proposition. And I think Minneapolis just really revealed how ridiculous it was. I mean, Jesse, this is the most low IQ fraud scheme imaginable. Like, it's almost shocking that you would have people running a daycare with the quality Leering Center. If you're running a daycare—
I mean, bro, it's a little too obvious, and that's why like Tim Walz had to drop out. It's like, bro, this is so blatant. I mean, hold on now. You're telling me we're giving this daycare about $1 million a year. We've been doing it for 3 years, and we never investigated if they actually had 40 or 60 kids. We just been giving it to them. Like, what's the inspection record? I don't know. Like, never. So we just been giving them millions of taxpayer dollars that they just been raking it in. And we never checked if they have 40 kids or not. Like that's crazy.
You can't spell the word learning, or you can't spell the word kids. That suggests that maybe you should not be in early childhood education. And the fact that it was so obvious and so blatant does suggest a level of political corruption. We're going to get to the bottom of it.
Well, Tim Walz should be worried because you can't misspell learning and take someone's money.
He should be worried for many reasons.
He called you.
Hey guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation and more engagement by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. All right, let's go.
Weird. Remember that?
I know. Because I don't like Somali fraudsters. I guess that makes me weird. Guilty as charged.
Gavin Newsom, he says, you guys want to come look at California? Bring it on.
Yeah, well, we will. We appreciate that invitation, Gavin, and we are going to accept that invitation because, look, California, more than almost any other state, has been so glaring and obvious about the fact that they're giving welfare benefits to illegal aliens. Like, that's not— you go to the California Medicaid website and they will advertise that they are spending American tax dollars to give Medicaid to illegal aliens. You think there's not fraud there? You think there aren't people who are creating fraudulent doctors' offices, fraudulent payment schemes? There are. They're getting rich off of the generosity of the American taxpayer. The political corruption that enables it has got to stop, and that's what we're focused on.
Your administration had a big year, got a lot done. Now you're in your second year. What would be the one thing economically you want to achieve now?
Yeah, so the big thing we did achieve is we cut the trade deficit by over 60% in the president's first year in office. That's amazing. What that means is more jobs coming to the United States, more investment coming to the United States of America. I want to build on that. You know, we talk about this $18 trillion of new investment that's coming into the United States. I want to build as many factories as possible, give as many Americans high-paying jobs as possible, and make as much of our own stuff. And I think while we do that, we've got to tackle the housing issue for a lot of young Americans. They feel like they're priced out of the housing market. The president's about to make some really big announcements on that stuff in the next couple of weeks. And what we're going to do is we want to preserve the wealth that a lot of people have accrued in their homes while also making it possible for young people to afford their first home. make it affordable for young families to raise young families. And I think we can do that. I think that we've actually got some good policies that are going to thread that needle very well, be very good for young Americans and young American families. That's what I'm most focused on economically over the next year, because I think if you really give people a sense of ownership in this country, a sense that they can build something, build a nest egg, build a family, that is the trick to reinvigorating the American dream. That's what the president's most focused on, and we're going to do it.
Are young Americans getting married? Are they settling down, having babies?
Barely.
Not like they used to, and that's a big problem, Jesse. I mean, think about it. What really makes life worthwhile? It's not your job. It's not what school you went to. It's falling in love. It's building a family. It's having kids. Those are the things that I think really.
I mean, you know, the numbers say, what was it? Guys in their 30s, around my age, about 30% of us is married. When what was it, about 20, 30 years ago, it was about, 30% married today, 70% unmarried. But back in the day, it was like 70% married and 30% unmarried. Like, it used to be uncommon for like guys around my age, mid-20s, to be unmarried. Now, I mean, hey, man, it's just common. It's all too common to the point where we just got used to it.
Bring meaning to most people's lives, certainly to mine. I imagine yours too, unless you're a crazy person, but I think you're a Republican. but that is happening less. And part of the reason it's happening less is what happened to housing under Joe Biden. It literally doubled in 4 years. Young Americans are telling us they can't afford to buy a home. They can't afford to start a family. They can't afford daycare because Somali fraudsters are ripping off the money that we're trying to put into the system to help people afford childcare. We've got to do a better job of giving young Americans a shot at the American dream. I think that we've made so much progress over the past year, but look, we're digging out of a massive hole that Joe Biden left us. There's so much more work to do, and we're excited to get.
Yeah, and that's the effed up part, because childcare is very expensive. I mean, if you have kids, you know childcare is expensive, especially if both of the parents work. And the fact that these people could have been getting that assistance instead of, these fraudsters who are hiking up their numbers of kids there just so they can get more government funding. Yeah, that takes away from the people who actually need it. And childcare has been a main concern of a lot of parents, expecting parents now, all that. And the fact that they're finding out about this, I think they're probably they're the main group who's upset about this, like top group. And I can respect that. And you should
if you
too.
get the immigrants out of the country that came here illegally, that's going to bring prices down. Are we getting these illegals out fast enough?
We always want to get them out faster. A lot of the ICE agents that we have hired in the past 6 months, they're not even done with training. So all of the big investments that we've made in border security, what we've done is actually gotten 2.5 million illegal aliens out without any of the really big marquee things that we've been working on. That was just simple willpower and the President of the United States coming in and saying, this is done. I think we're going to see those deportation numbers ramp up as we get more and more people online, working for ICE, going door to door and making sure that if you're an illegal alien, you've got to get out of this country. And if you want to come back, apply through the proper channel.
If things don't work out for me at Fox, could I work for ICE?
I'm weak.
You never know. You could work for ICE, but look, you're a very compelling communications guy. You can be a speechwriter, assistant speechwriter in the vice president's office if you ever find yourself unemployed.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox.
I mean, ICE is actually paying pretty well. They're paying around 70, 6 figures, 70,000, 6 figures, depending on your experience, of course, depending. But all right, man, let's go ahead and actually get into it, because they're doubling down. Sources, 1,000 more. Yes. What was it? I think it was Central Border Patrol agents. Yeah. Expected to be deployed to Minneapolis. So yes, they're sending 1,000 more ICE officers, basically DHS officers or HSI officers. Don't really matter. They're bringing more ICE officers to Minnesota. Like what? You thought they were going to back off? No, they're going to double down.
2,000.
But let's go ahead and get my man Monty on.
Well,
Monty, how you doing?
Oh, I'm good. I'm just fucking clearing out the garbage out of the chat for you.
I feel it. But all right, man, let's go ahead and get right into this, because like I said, they are doubling down on it.
I mean, what do you expect? Come on. They're narcissists. They can't admit when they're wrong.
Yeah, true, but it is
the only
hilarious.
option is to double down. So at least they're keeping it consistent.
Yeah, that is true, but it's just wild. Just say, yeah, ICE is gonna leave. I'm like, you think they're gonna leave? No, they're just gonna bring more people there to back them up.
Has learned that about one.
To honestly, to avoid more situations like what happened with Renee Good. They might have honestly chalked it up to, oh damn, we had more men out there. Maybe that wouldn't have happened. Well,
yeah,
let's bring more men in. 1,000 more.
Just in, CNN has learned that about 1,000 additional Customs and Border Protection agents are set to deploy to Minneapolis. That is according to 2 federal law enforcement sources. An ICE agent there shot and killed Renee Good just last week. Let's get to CNN's Whitney Wild for the very latest on all this. In this additional deployment, Whitney, what are you learning?
Well, this is a massive increase, John, because this was already the largest immigration action to date with 2,000 agents spread throughout the Twin Cities. Now we know that it's going to be a 50% increase, 3,000 agents spread throughout that area. This is according to 2 sources. According to CNN's Priscilla Alvarez, Customs and Border Protection Commander Gregory Bovino had already been on the ground. He is going to be part of this operation. He is a well-known figure. He led operations in Chicago, New Orleans, and Charlotte. One of the sources telling Priscilla that he is going to be conducting targeted operations, which include door knocks. And in those situations, the documents that are provided to those targets will include administrative warrants, which are signed by an immigration officer but do not carry the same legal weight as a judicial warrant, or they will be copies of final orders of removal. John, as you mentioned, this all comes on the heels of an ICE officer shooting and killing Renee Nicole Good. Leaders in Minneapolis and leaders at the White House have 2 completely different ideas about what happened. The White House continuing to defend that officer, saying that he feared for his life, that she attempted or did run him over, saying that this was an act of domestic terrorism. Kristi Noem doubled down on those comments in an interview with Jake Tapper on Sunday. Minneapolis leaders say that could not be further from the truth. She posed no risk to that officer, that this was a completely unjustified shooting, and they are calling for more local involvement in a federal investigation, which at this point is being led exclusively by the FBI and the.
Told you they were going to be mad about that. Like I said, they wanted to be led by them so they can try to go ahead and crucify this nigga. I'm sorry, excuse my language. Crucify this.
Ooh, no, say it how you mean it. That's
oh shit. But they were trying to crucify. They wanted to crucify this guy so they could just stick him down on murder and not even hear out the self-defense. They were going to get a jury of not his peers, but Minnesota peers who are going to literally put this man on the cross, and it's going to be murder. And they were going to Derek Chauvin. He was going to go down for 35 years. And that's what, and the Dems would have cheered for that. But this is why the FBI is taking it over, is because they know what Minnesota wants to do. They know what the Minnesota courts is trying to do, and they don't want to let them do it. And this is why they're trying to play tug of war for the shooting.
It's not even tug of war. It's like a fucking pesky little toddler has run up and entered into the conversation where they're grown folks are talking.
Yeah, but so shout out to Tove. So I misunderstood. I was looking at the day programs and night programs under operation definitions under the requirements, went and reread. My bad. All right, you're good, Tove. You're good.
U.S. Attorney's Office in Minneapolis. New over the weekend, John, Democratic lawmakers attempted to enter an ICE facility. They were inside briefly before being escorted out. On Thursday of last week, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem had changed the policy about allowing unannounced visits by lawmakers, at saying that they need at least a week's notice. And John, the reason for that, she said, was that it's too difficult to move around the staffing that is required for an unannounced visit. Basically saying when you have these lawmakers who just show up, that means that they have to take agents off of other important tasks and instead escort them inside these buildings. So now saying no more unannounced visits. Instead, they want at least a week's notice, John.
All right, so just some of the new developments there. Whitney, we know you're keeping your eye on it. Thank you very, very much. Kate?
Let's talk about these new developments with someone who knows everything.
Did you
about
see
it.
Ilhan Omar went up
now,
to ICE
former
agents and like started berating them?
Really? I mean, she did do an interview with MS Now or MS, well, it used to be MSNBC that I wanted to get into. But really, though, I know she lied about her son getting pulled over by ICE officers or something like that.
Yeah, she went up to one of the protests and was with the protesters and fucking just started berating the ICE agents. And like after she left, that area became a riot.
I mean, hey man, they gotta protect their Somali queen, I guess.
Director of ICE, John Sandberg. It's great to see you again, John. So first on the hundreds of more officers that are now being sent into Minnesota to back up ICE agents while they continue operations. What do you think that will do to the situation?
Okay, I think it has a real risk of inflaming the situation. We really need to de-escalate things in Minneapolis right now. The state and locals have indicated they do not want this extensive presence, right, of immigration enforcement agents in the city. This doesn't mean, so I think what I'd like to see is we reduce the visibility of the deployment here. This doesn't mean we have to say we're abandoning immigration enforcement. I think some people have tried to characterize it as either you have these mass deployments where you have no immigration enforcement at all. We know that's not true. ICE has arrested millions of people since its inception without these images that we're seeing now. But by doubling down and redeploying, we're sending the opposite message that we do not care what the state and locals think. It's going to trigger more, and it's also just going to inflame the passions of these protesters. And Kate, what also concerns.
Go ahead.
So because people are acting like children, we're supposed to treat them like children?
I mean, yeah, pretty much just like, oh, I mean, what, they cry hard enough? We should
just let it go and be deadbeat parents. That explains why they're crying so hard right now, because they were all raised by deadbeat parents that didn't show them that when you act a fool, you get consequences, and when you act a fool even harder, you get the fucking belt.
I mean, it is a bit wild how you're trying to sit there and say, well, as long as
if they just left.
I mean, no, bro. Like, we still got to get these guys deported. And let's be real, if they get their way, and that's what everybody's gonna do around the city, they're just gonna start impeding on them. They're gonna get somebody shot, and they're gonna be like, all right, well, I guess we got to do one human life to go ahead and get ICE up out of there. And if you don't think Dems are crazy enough to do so, I mean, look where we're at now.
It doesn't. I mean,
start sacrificing themselves just to get ICE out of their city. I mean, come on now. Look how deranged they are about this.
I mean, I think they should take an even more hardline approach. Honestly, just fucking run a Humvee with a 240 on top of it. That's what I would do. But that's why I'm not the president.
Is where we're getting these agents from. These are Border Patrol agents primarily. That they're just not trained or experienced in doing operations in these urban environments. They're trained for the border itself. So the nature and the experience level of these officers themselves, that concerns me as well.
It's really an interesting, important point. What do you think of the change in policy John was just talking about with Whitney Wild, that the Homeland Security Secretary just put in place? No more unannounced visits. They cannot accommodate unannounced visits by lawmakers to ICE facilities. They now need a week's notice, saying that they just can't accommodate it. Does that make sense to you?
Kate, listen, it's disruptive when a member of Congress drops in on a facility. I appreciate and understand that. But I think what this goes back to a larger point. Which
it is, though. Let's be quite honest. It is disruptive.
And they intend it to be. They know that. They're not ignorant.
And I mean, let's be real. Like, they can't bring their phone in there, right? Because if they could, they'd make a fucking horror documentary out of it.
It'd be like that. I mean, it's not. There's nothing to make a horror documentary out of. It's just fucking people in detainment cells.
Monty, I can see it right now. The detainment cell
in the
child behind the bars.
Angels.
Bro, literally, they're gonna play the same music that they play behind the starving African children. Then we're really fucked.
And for $1 a day, you can help stop ICE.
Like, literally, bro. That's what we're heading towards at this point.
Any unused vehicle can be used as a barricade. Please donate it now.
We're gonna have Toyota dealers, Hyundai dealerships sending in their cars for donations. Like, okay, we're taking the joke too far. All right, let's go.
Administration, especially at DHS and within ICE, has really eliminated a lot of that accountability and oversight of the agency. They've diminished the funding of the, and basically effectively neutralized the internal detention ombudsman at ICE. They've eliminated or completely, cut back on the Civil Rights and Civil Liberties Office. And there's obviously been...
They don't have civil rights. Fuck them.
On the inspectors general.
Hold on, Ed.
When you're at an agency like this, all of those means of oversight really do help ensure that you're trying to do excuse me, try to do things the right way. And so while unannounced congressional visits, and that is something that Congress themselves put into appropriations bills demanding that right, while they are frustrating, while they can be inconvenient, the point is that they are unannounced, that congressmen can drop in at any time and see exactly what is going on inside a detention facility and make determinations about whether or not, ICE is doing its absolute best to provide for the care and custody of the detainees. So I appreciate and understand the department's position. That said, I do think these kind of things are just helpful in keeping everybody, held accountable.
Yeah, and especially when you've got the local, the state investigative agencies saying they've been boxed out in the investigation into what happened with the fatal shooting of Renee Good. The FBI saying they didn't really kind of trust that this joint investigation could be conducted. There's a lot of distrust and a lot of question of what can be trusted. To that point, I wanted to ask you, the Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, was on CNN yesterday with Jake Tapper, and during the conversation, she said that the officer's life in that encounter was threatened and warranted a lethal response. But then
well, I'm be real with you. It's about the officer's perception of his life being threatened.
Yep.
Not the actuality of it. Because I'll be real with you. In the actuality, I mean, honestly, I don't think that Renee Good's intention was to run him over. But when she moved her car and put that man in front of it, I mean, what? I'm be honest with you. After then, she done ignored law enforcement. There's law enforcement basically in her car and she's still driving off. Man, I'm thinking she's just saying F it, man. She's about to just get it off. Like she's about to run me over. If I was in that position, I'd have thought the same.
Here's how you look at that situation. In that position, if the officer had taken no action at all, would he be alive right now or not? Or would he be seriously wounded or not? And if the answer is, if he had taken no action and he would have gotten hurt, lethal force is authorized.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, though, what I've been hearing too, though, is like, bro, even then, it's just like his perception, and that's really going to be so important when it does get investigated. And this is why it's going to be chalked up to self-defense, is because if she'd have never moved her car, and somehow she got shot, okay, then you got shot.
If she just moved her car backwards and put it in park, and didn't move forward, she wouldn't have gotten shot. If like there's a multitude of things she could have done, present being fucking obey the officer's commands that are lawful, and she would still be here. So she had every opportunity not to die. She chose death, and this is suicide by ICE.
Like, I'm weak. Somebody says, "Damn." He said, "Like to be honest, S.E.T, you would have smoked her." No,
yes.
Honestly, me personally,
S.E.T,
in that very moment, man, I ain't gonna lie. I'd have tried to shock her ass through the window. I wouldn't have shot her. I'd probably shocked her ass through the window though. I ain't gonna lie. Wait, like maybe being shocked, but she'd be alive.
What do you mean shocked her ass? Like tased her?
Yeah. Like, bro, cause think about it. If I'd have got hit and I'd have got thrown by that car, boom, I'm hitting her with the taser because I'm on the open side of the window.
I mean, that's a hard shot to make, my man.
It really is. It's either that or I just take the L and I just take the hip injury. But I'm gonna be real with you though. Like, hey, I've never been dragged by a car and had 30 stitches.
I mean, think about that though. If you're up on the hood of the car and you have been drugged by a car, and now you have your gun out, your gun is pointed at her, and now you're on the hood of her car, you shooting? Or are you gonna let her take you for a ride?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to shoot her. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna have to shoot. The problem is and here's the thing, it was done in such a split time, so he didn't really have too much time to aim. I could tell he just shot it, boom, and it just happened to hit her in the face. And I don't even think bro even like meant to hit her in the face, because aren't they supposed to shoot at mass?
No, you can shoot at the medulla oblongata, the T-box between the eyes and the nose. That's deadly force.
All right. I thought there's only allowed to shoot body area.
They get trained to shoot body, but if all that's showing is the head, that's what you shoot at.
Yeah, but like I said though, like
he got the double crosshairs when he got that hit.
I cannot blame the man for shooting her, because in that perception, I'm be real with you, anything was possible. Like, and let's be real, I don't think bro had full view of the wheels like everybody else on camera did, or how everybody who's viewing the video did. So when she backed up and put him in front of the car, he's thinking that, oh, she's about to go forward. So if that was
I'm looking at a grill
and she's about to come at me, I mean, bro, as soon as
that's why he pulled his gun
lie,
out.
I probably would have shot. That's
what everybody that's saying, oh, why did he pull his
would've-
gun out so quickly? That's why, because he was looking at dead center at a car.
Yeah, that's ignoring police officers, and not even got an officer, rated dragon officer, whose arm is still in it. Is like, I'm gonna be real with you, even in my mind, I'm going like, damn, this is hold on. Actually, like I said, I don't know if I can't say for sure. I'm not 100% on if I'd have shot her, but I'd have probably been mad at my partner too. Like, bro, I mean, you could have tased her before she walked off. Like, I don't know.
I mean, do they even have tasers? I don't think they have tasers. I just think
they
they
don't
have sidearms.
I mean, damn, that's tough. I mean, to go straight for
They're
the
federal.
gun.
They're federal agents. They're not local police. Local police.
Good
they're not
point.
supposed to be dealing with that kind of a thing. They're dealing with violent fugitives. They don't have fucking. They're not doing policing actions. They are police officers, but they're not policing the streets.
True.
They're like federal marshals. Federal marshals only have guns. Fucking NCIS only carries guns. Fucking.
All right, so it was just like, honestly, it was just people who honestly, like, if we just want to be real, they're not really trained to deal in that situation. Then, if to be like, or well, yeah, they're not really, not trained to be in that situation. They're mainly most be apprehending illegals who aren't even supposed to be here. I mean, they can lock up, obstructionists, but that's like they don't really expect these guys to try to run off with them in the car.
Because historically that hasn't been what's happening. Historically, people fucking minded their own business and fucking like complied with law enforcement or pointed out the fucking criminal. Like, yeah, he's over here. Not blow little fucking rape whistles whenever they see an ICE officer and try to block their car. That's why they don't have all of these things that they probably need in this situation, because that's not how it's fucking been done historically, because people have not been radicalized against the agency doing it. People want to talk and be like, oh, ICE is just being ever so present. Yeah, when you fucking follow them around from place to place, I guess you're going to see a lot of ICE.
Yeah, and here's the thing though, yes, I mean, Renee Good was part of an ICE Watcher group that goes around and stalk these guys. Now, here's the thing: if I was the DHS or Christy Noma, I'd send in more too. I'd be like, look, I guess we're gonna have to run diversions. They can follow these guys around while y'all do y'all job, since we can't get cooperation from nobody.
Imagine if you had a group of people that were fucking following around U.S. Marshals every time they wanted to arrest a fugitive. And blowing whistles and saying, oh, the marshals are here. The marshals are here. Run! Run! I know you raped 4 children, but run!
I'm crying. I'm sorry about that.
I'm trying to harvest my most liberal blue-haired Karen I can.
Trying to channel his inner liberal. All right, though, let's get back to it.
Essentially, it's apples to oranges when comparing 11.
Oh man, hold on, man. Shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says, flip it. If the woman was in front of the officer, I mean, I doubt the officer would have ran her over. I mean, they don't run them over. Bro, I go out. Officer probably got out there and pushed her over, and the Dems would have still cried.
They did. We watched a video literally last night of them pushing someone out of the way, and the Dems tried about that.
Yep. Oh, the violence. But then if you run them over, they're bloodthirsty. So it's like, no matter what we do, we just like what? Like,
you're just supposed to die. Set.
Yeah. I guess you're just supposed to die then. It's like,
no, like we're joking. That's what they think. They say they think that their mission is illegitimate, that they shouldn't be there, that it's unconstitutional, all the fucking things. I bet you there's going to be fucking liberals that are typing in the chat right now. They are unconstitutional. The Constitution says this. It doesn't matter what you fucking think. You're not a constitutional lawyer. You're nobody. You're a keyboard warrior. So your opinion doesn't matter. Maybe you should go fucking study a little bit. But they think they should die. They think that they should just get run over. They shouldn't be there in the first place. So the person that's standing in front of the car where they're fucking like chasing after him with cameras, hoping that the ICE officer runs them over. Yeah, That's what they're trying to do. And you're going to see a lot more of it now. Now that the narrative is you can't run over police officers or you can't run over people. Now they're just going to go all stand in front of the cars, doing exactly what they said the officer isn't allowed to do. Oh, you're not allowed to stand in front of cars, even though she put him in front of the car. You're not allowed to stand in front of cars, but they're going to go stand in front of cars because that's the point that they think they're making. Is that, see what happens when you stand in front of cars? You can't do that. And it's just going to go round and round, and we're going to have fucking circular arguments, and goalposts are going to get moved because the real intention, some of them has said it clearly, is to kill those Gestapo pigs. That's their intention. Like we're not coming at this at the same level. You know, you and I are coming at it as like this makes sense, and they're coming at it as they're fucking evil. We got to kill them.
I'm weak as hell. Hey, it's hilarious when you got Hispanic guys or Hispanic liberals in the chat getting mad at us. Go like it is unlawful. I bet you do think it is,
bro. I told you. Look, what did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Like, if I gotta remind you
unlawful.
guys, look, man, I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna finish playing this video and then remind you what type of time we're on. But let's finish this video though.
Alleged violence against an officer in Minnesota to the convicted violence against officers that happened during January 6th. Here's just a piece of the back and forth with Jake.
Every single one of these investigations comes in the full context of the situation on the ground. And that's one thing that President Trump has been so focused on, is making sure that when we're out there, we don't pick and choose which situations are and which laws are enforced and which ones aren't.
I just showed you video of people attacking law enforcement officers. Undisputed proof, undisputed evidence. And I just said President Trump pardoned all of them. And you said that President Trump is enforcing all the laws equally. It's just not true. There's a different standard for law enforcement officials being attacked if they're being attacked by Trump supporters.
What?
John, what do you?
I mean, I'm sorry, but yeah, if honestly, if y'all actually gave these January 6ers due process, and you did, honestly, a lot of these guys, they didn't actually assault police officers. There were guys who were bumped into police officers. There were guys who got bumped into police officers who got hit with assault charges. Not saying that there weren't. Not saying that all of them, all 1,500 of them were innocent. But
show me a video.
A good amount of them did never hit an officer.
Show me a video of a January 6th protester trying to run over a Capitol police officer with their car.
Boy.
Oof. Man, show me a video of a January 6th protester throwing rocks at Capitol police cars. Show me a video of January 6th protesters lighting buildings on fire. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Capitol's still there.
And here's the thing a lot of Dems don't know. There was like 4 protesters, January 6ers, that died on that day. So it's like,
yeah,
we're acting like what? It was just the Capitol policemen that none died on that day.
Where? Show me a video of a January 6th protester beating a police officer. Because I haven't seen that yet.
No, I haven't seen it either. And the thing is, hey, trust me, I was looking. I was actually looking for this stuff when everybody was tripping about January 6th. I'm like, yeah, you're right. They've broken property, but I did not see where they're just literally beating up on the Capitol Police.
Show me the threat to anybody's life that Ashley Babbitt posed.
They can't explain that.
Unarmed, without a vehicle, just walking around, climbing through a broken window. Show me that, because she got fucking murked in the neck. So show me anything that this guy thinks
and the guy who shot her, that guy was never brought up on any charges or anything.
No, so never even investigated.
So let's be real though. Trump is actually being pretty fair, because we didn't investigate the guy over Ashley Babbitt. Then I mean, maybe y'all should shut the F up about Renee Good. Then I mean, sucks to hear.
Meanwhile, they are investigating that guy. He is under investigation
by the FBI
for the shooting. By the FBI, by OPM.
All right,
but let's ignore all of that.
Kate, I think we're having a growing credibility gap at ICE and DHS, right? We're sitting here, it just begins even with who we're arresting. The administration repeatedly says we're arresting only the worst of the worst. The data suggests strongly differently.
Just because the worst of the worst happen to be fucking black, brown, and fucking...
That this was a proper shooting, everything was followed. Despite every evidence, the data suggests strongly differently. Here we have, before the facts are in, we've made rushed conclusions
Right.
that this was a proper shooting, everything was followed, despite every available protocol saying you wait for an investigation to be completed. So how do you then have any credibility in the outcome of that investigation whenever whatever results are done, when the secretary herself has repeatedly concluded that without a doubt this is it was a valid, justifiable shooting? I guess my point, Kate, is that this is the kind of thing that impairs the ability of ICE to do its job. And this isn't just a partisan thing. And that's part of what concerns me is we've really made ICE more of a political football. Immigration enforcement is always political, but it's about which side are you on? And the problem is ICE is there to defend the entire United States of America. There's a way of doing this without making it so partisan that allows for more effective law enforcement protecting all of us.
Yeah, it's
Now, bro, let's watch the insanity of this right here. This gets crazy.
Oh, this little fucking cherry-picked fucking used tampon-looking motherfucker.
Man. But all right, let's get this.
He starts crying like a little bitch because gangsters are dead.
Is now charging the Venezuelan man shot by Border Patrol in Portland, Oregon. The DOJ alleges the suspect rammed a Customs and Border Protection vehicle multiple times during the targeted arrest. This is the damage done to that vehicle. You can see it there on your screen to the left. A second suspect is also in federal custody. She is being charged with illegal entry by an alien and will make her first court appearance tomorrow. Meantime, Portland's own police chief broke down in tears when revealing the suspect's gang affiliation. Watch.
They do have some nexus to involvement with TDA. We can confirm that. I hesitated to even share this information initially because I'm very aware of the historic injustice of victim blaming. I want to speak for just a moment specifically to my Latino community.
Please don't come kill me because I exposed this.
It saddens me that we even have to qualify these remarks.
Bro, wait, what? Have to qualify? He's pretty much saying that, oh, they died. It shouldn't matter that they were gang members or they had gang ties. All it should matter is that they died and we should feel bad. It's like, bro, shut your dumb ass up. Please, bro. Like, bro.
Stop it. Get some help.
Looks like you used MaxiPad.
Bro.
Jason, do you think in an x-ray we would find a vertebrae in that individual?
Damn. Bro.
We need some.
Damn. I mean, damn. She wasn't even talking to me and that hurt my feelings.
That hurt my feelings. Fuck.
Like, shit. Like, bro, she came left field with that one.
These remarks.
Jason, do you think in an x-ray we would find a vertebrae in that individual?
We need some strength there. Donald Trump, ICE, they're showing strength. But Tren de Aragua is one of the worst of the worst. Their affiliation means a lot in terms of their intent, their commitments. And if you look at the history of that gang, what they stand for, there should be no apologies of taking down every single person who is affiliated with that organization. If they've committed a crime, if they're here illegally, guess what? It's still illegal to be in this country illegally. And so ICE has got to actually go out and do their job. And we have a bigger moral obligation, I think, as a people, to people who come here and do things legally and lawfully, rather than the gangs that are trying to rule our streets. And we forget about the 98% of Americans who just want to be able to walk their dog at night. And instead, we've got a police chief who's going to break down in tears because it might send the wrong message. Instead of, no, I'm going to make sure you're safe in this country.
Because it sends a specific message, Harris.
I'm done. Shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says that dude's wife beats him. Obviously. Like, he wasn't like, man, I hope in a way. I'm like, no, he wasn't really crying for the illegals, bro. His wife just put hands on him, and that's how he was expressing it, in front of the people, bro. It's not that he just loves the Tren de Agua guys more, or he's really crying that he has to sit there and be honest with the American people. Like, I'm sorry, I gotta be honest with you, Hispanic community, but they had gang ties. And I'm so sorry I have to say this. It's like, bro, you serious?
God,
I would hope you be proud.
Pussies.
Bro.
Those laws.
Bro, can we get the sheriff Grady Judge?
and I think uselessly for anyone to protect them other than the federal government here.
And it sends a specific message to the criminals. Do whatever the heck you want.
Yeah.
Because this police chief would rather cry for the criminals than cry for the victims. And with that kind of message out there, you want to know who's in danger. It is a combination of the potential victims, U.S. citizens, from the worst of the worst who've come across our border. A tidal wave of people, by the way. I mean, estimates well north of 11 million people coming across the border illegally. And it is illegal to cross our border if you're not here for asylum and those other reasons. Before you get here, you haven't done any of that, many of them not vetted at all. So, yeah, I mean, the big message is it's a free-for-all, and that guy's going to cry for you if you don't commit enough crime.
Lisa, Harris used the word victim in the accurate sense here, which was those.
I mean, bro, if you want to come up here and get grilled, you can. I mean, you can. Or you can send it in super chat and stop being broke. But, you know, until we hit the goal, my friend, you're just going to have to sit there and be broke and cry in the chat.
When you give $500 a month to the creator, then you can come on whenever you want to.
I know. And you can sit there and cry about, oh, we're just going to be there unchallenged. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'm going to be here unchallenged. You know why?
I got to listen to this. Then
you know why?
Go down and watch the Asian lady count, I don't know, play with
crystals
or whatever. Okay?
Watch the weird guy with glasses bounce ping pong balls off of his pans in his stairway. That's a real live stream.
Yeah, that seems like that's where your intelligence level is at right there. So go.
Law-abiding American citizens who have been held at the mercy and the sort of whim of these horrific gang members. But we heard the police chief there use it in the context of those criminals, alleged criminals that were the source of the targeted search. Now, the thing is that the federal government employees here are governed by federal use of force guidelines and statutes. And those two people in the car will be governed by the criminal code, but they're not governed by Portland politics. So no matter what he wants to sob about, the reality is that they were breaking the law and that agent was justified in use of force.
But they're gang members. Like what?
I mean,
what?
Bro, ties Tren de Agua, and they're literally complaining about the facts. Bro,
you
just said the Renee Good shooting. They're mad about the facts, and the facts don't go along with their narrative. So they
because they thought they
emotional play on you to make you sit there and what?
They should be allowed to ram into police cars for no reason. They should be allowed to do that, Set. That's just freedom of speech, man.
Apparently, you should be allowed to run off on law enforcement once they instruct you to get out the car. That should be okay. That's okay now.
Fucking dumb asses.
Like, oh, I'm sorry. I almost want to let one of y'all up here so you could explain, like,
you know what?
Honestly, how'd you get to this level?
How did you get, like, please put this. I
almost want to do it. I almost want to do it, bro.
Please. I will. God damn it. I will pay the difference.
Like, bro, we'll literally sit back and I'll give you 5 minutes to explain yourself. And if you can't do it, I'm telling you, you're just proving us right. It's not that we're going unchallenged. Is that you guys are proving us right by just playing into emotions.
Police chief in Portland, Oregon, does subscribe to this leftist viewpoint where somehow the criminals are the victims and the victims are criminals so much that he's going to cry over it. I mean, he's putting the soft on crime, literally, with the tears here. And then you contrast this to the strong words that we got from the Chicago police superintendent back in January, who said, don't do this to ICE officers. If you ram ICE officers with your car,
and we got about 76 left until we open up the call-in line. So, and you can go ahead and send any question, comment, jokes, or disagreements. You can also send in a gift if you want to. Appreciate the support, guys. And let's not forget to double tap that screen.
Constitutes deadly force. Exactly. And they're justified to use deadly force in this instance. But to Harris's point, this free-for-all we're seeing with criminals, that's what has led to a 1,300% increase in assaults against ICE agents, 3,200% increase in vehicle attacks against them, and an 8,000 increase in death threats as well. And the last thing I will say is that the police chief said that he almost didn't even tell us about the Tren de Aragua connection.
Wow.
Why? So
yeah, so bro, here's the wildest part. Here's the thing though, it's like the left, they ignore all the facts of, so there's been an uptick in attack against ICE, like doxing them, I mean death threats against them. And none of that, bro, and literally that, like, they'll just sit back and say, he's
So
not
what?
supposed to be in front of the vehicle. It's like, are you retarded? So
No,
you
they're
telling
just
me that
stupid.
you're like, hold on. Y'all can run a sob story all day and we're supposed to hear you out. But we can't sit there and explain the history, explain the statistics, then how it led up to this. And you're not willing to listen to that. But you guys can run a sob story all day. Okay.
And that's
Great.
why see, they want to manipulate the facts, and that's why the state of Minnesota doesn't get to run this investigation, because this guy can't even be honest with the public. That is his job, is to be transparent with. That's why they're running a press conference, is to give the public the news that they were gang members doing gang shit and got shot. Like, what the fuck? They wanted the narrative to be that these poor little Mexicans got shot for no reason. They were just going to Memos to get some fucking churro, and that's how it happened.
Crazy. And then the good dude want to sit out there and start crying, be like, oh, I'm sad to announce that they had ties to Trinidad Agua. I'm so sorry. I feel racist just saying it. It's like, bro.
Of transparency.
All
So
right.
he was going to hide who these
Yep.
individuals are. And if you're part of the Latino community, are you not offended at the police chief saying that? I guarantee you, they're
That's
saying, "Well, we
racism.
want nothing to do with Trente Aragua."
He's assuming that all Mexicans are Trinidad Aragua.
Right.
Yeah, Lisa stole one of my favorite points about this when you're watching it. No,
we want them all.
Is that when he brings in the Hispanic community and starts to weed, does the Hispanic community not want to see the cartels stay where they are beyond the southern border to live safely in America? They have the same rights and dreams as Americans as every other American. So I just thought that was a very strange thing to get as emotional, certainly as he did. Meanwhile, if you
Alright.
take a look at the
Well, I'm about to piss some people off in the chat, but I mean, look, man, we are going after the criminals, but we're also going after all undocumented immigrants. You know, even if all you did was just coming here undocumented, which is still a crime, by the way. But even if you just did that, we're coming after you. And if you're committing crimes, we're definitely coming after you. And this little clip explains exactly the energy.
That shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you're gonna take these jobs? I'll send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 National Guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing the shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go? Tell you something you don't know. Chicago fucked up cause the government slow. Murder rate never was low. Everybody killing cause everybody is broke. And why is everybody broke? Because the immigrants taking the jobs you won't. Send them back over the wall, take notes. I send them back on a plane, a boat. I don't want them in the country no more. I don't want no one looking for work at the store. Why the fuck is they making the city look bad? Why the fuck is they rhyme around waving that flag? I got so sick of this shit and I'm mad. I called Joe Biden that night and I bragged. They deep in the street, then you know it's DT. Free Larry Hoover, I'm really GD. And I hop in the back of a black truck. Camouflage bulletproof vest and you cannot attack us. Stupid little boy better back up. I get the snapping and turn the whole city to black out. Ain't no more New Mexico, I rename. They don't know we about to use Chicago for training. I put 300 guys in the streets in this place. We making America great, it's amazing. Think shit sweet till I send out the guys. I done said it before and it ain't the last time. You think you gonna take these jobs? I'll send you back over that wall and make you climb. Come through trim, deporting your father, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your mama. Just sent 300 National Guards to the rack. Donald Trump went, this is Sparta. We catching their ass outside and sending their ass back home. And I got shot with that fire. How I survived? Man, that shit unknown. Government won't even answer the phone. He said that I'm doing the shit that he won't. Why are they talking about switches on guns like we not the ones that gave it a go?
It's like, bro, literally, we catching your ass outside and we sending your ass back home. But all right, go ahead, Monty.
I was just saying, as long as, like, if you understand English, when someone says the worst first, that is not the only part of the plan. That is the first part of the plan. So it doesn't preclude him from getting rid of any fucking illegal immigrant just because he said words and you want to twist the words. Just because you twist and you convince yourself of a delusion doesn't mean the rest of the world has to.
Yep, and that's the fact of the matter. Now, shout out to my man, Mr. Monkey. He says, call myself Mr. Monkey, proceed to come across the most room temp level takes from people against the officer. I'm going to need to call myself Mr. Human to keep up the charade. I'm weak. But all right, though. Hey, glad to have you here, my man.
Go ahead and stay a while. You're just our people.
All right, now let's go ahead and get into one of our favorite, Congresswoman, Ilhan Omar.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome to the weekend prime time. We begin tonight with the nationwide backlash against the Trump administration's increasingly aggressive crackdown on both
It's not nationwide. We love it.
And American citizens. Today, Americans took to the streets in Minneapolis and right here in New York City to protest ICE's deadly killing of Renee Good in Minneapolis, as well as the Border Patrol shooting of a man and a woman in Portland, Oregon. Though through it all, Trump administration is not budging in its defense of ICE and its operations, not only defending the officers' actions, but also its unproven claims that Good was, quote, a domestic terrorist. Just listen to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem this morning.
All right. Go ahead, Monty.
Yeah, I needed you to pause it when he said it, because he said that, like, literally the introduction proved my point. They don't understand English. The run it back to the very beginning. He literally said the killing which resulted in death.
Trump administration's increasingly aggressive crackdown on both immigrants and American citizens. Today, Americans took to the streets in Minneapolis and right here in New York City to protest ICE's deadly killing of Renee Good in Minneapolis, as well as the Border Patrol shooting of a man and a woman in Portland.
Their deadly killing? That's those are two words that mean the same thing, and you used one to describe the other.
Yeah, but you got to put emphasis on it. The deadly killing sounds way worse than just, honestly, he's supposed to be saying the shooting, but you got to sensationalize it. You got to really make it sting.
But they don't understand how words work. That was my whole point.
I'm weak. Oh man, trust me. I think it's more about honestly really selling it.
The deadly shooting, killing, death, deadly, death. Just keep saying it over and over again. Maybe see if we can't rile some more people up.
I mean, it's a good strategy. But all right, though. Let's get back into it.
Trump administration is not budging in its defense of ICE and its operations, not only defending the officers' actions, but also its unproven claims that Good was, quote, a domestic terrorist. Just listen to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem this morning.
Why did you not wait for an investigation before making your comments?
Oh, well, everything that I've said has been proven to be factual and the truth.
How can you assert with certainty that she was trying to hurt the officer as opposed to she was trying to flee the scene?
If you look at what the definition of domestic terrorism is, it completely fits the situation on the ground.
Meanwhile, Politico has learned that the day after the shooting, Noem quietly signed a new policy barring congressional visits to ICE facilities without a week's advance notice. That policy prevented Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and two other lawmakers from gaining access to a Minneapolis ICE facility yesterday. That's in spite of a recent federal court ruling directing officials to follow the law and allow lawmakers to conduct oversight visits to ICE facilities at any time. Joining us now is Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Congresswoman, thank you so much for coming back on the show.
I don't know, man. I don't think it was a good idea to play with this whole domestic terrorism thing. I would literally say this, look, she made it, look, I'm gonna be real with you. You ignore law enforcement, you make those type of rash mistakes, that's what happens. I'm not gonna say her intention was to kill for her ideology, but I don't know. I think this is opening a can of worms that we shouldn't probably be getting into.
So was it too rash to call the 9/11 attacks terrorism on national television?
That's different, Monty.
Was it too rash? Okay, all right. Was it too rash to call the Boston bombing terrorism on national television?
That's
was
different,
it too,
Monty.
Was it too
they
rash?
had manifesto. Okay, well, at least that guy had a manifesto.
You didn't know that.
These
We didn't know
guys
that.
all were obvious.
We didn't know that until 3 days later.
Yeah, and that's how we knew it was domestic terrorism, because he expressed his intent. We don't know her intent, so we can't call it domestic terrorism.
Was it terrorism to blow up a truck in front of Trump Tower? Was it terrorism
that might have been mental health. I mean, if we
but they still called it terrorism because it looks like terrorism. If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, and talks like a duck, you can call it a duck.
Some people are saying mental health, but like I said, that's debatable.
Right. Yeah, and it turned out to be mental health, but yet it was still called terrorism because he used a bomb. And was it called domestic terrorism when that guy ran over all those people in Louisiana on New Year's last year?
Yes. Now that was domestic terrorism. Now that's a good example right there. That's a good example.
But we jumped. We didn't know what his intentions were. We saw
After we
someone do
found
something.
out, I mean, look, bro, we get the manifesto Renee Good talk about I can't wait to run over these ICE officers. Then you got me. But until then, honestly, it looking like her true intent was to just skirt off with the police in there and try to get away from them, not try to kill an officer. Or so calling her domestic terrorist, I think is just jumping the gun.
Again, when you put all of the facts of the case together, when there's a political ideology and violence comes from that, that is what you call terrorism.
Yeah, but we
And
don't
it
know if her
doesn't.
intention was to.
We'll never know what her intention was. She's dead. So
then we can't
that's
call domestic terrorism until we get the manifesto, or I don't know, some
we can
online
absolutely
postings,
call
some
it that.
DMs. We can't.
She decided she was going to act with violence,
Intention.
even if she didn't intend. Even if she didn't intend to hit the
Then that's
ICE
not domestic
officer.
terrorism. Then
running somebody over is not violence.
Bro, if she's not if she did it on accident, if we're saying that and she was, and her intent wasn't to kill them because of her political ideology, then no.
Okay.
We can't call that
So
domestic
her intent was definitely to flee law enforcement. That's violent.
I mean, come on now, bro. I mean, I think we're stretching it a bit.
No, but that's the definition. Violence in the name of political ideology is terrorism.
Oh, bro, come on. So going on a car chase because of your political ideology is terrorism?
Is terrorism? Yes, that's like slapping pushing somebody onto a subway and saying fucking N-word is a hate crime.
Well, we get that, but I don't know about that one though. I don't know. But shout out to Tove. She went ahead and gifted one membership. Appreciate the support, Tove. Appreciate that. And actually, let me go ahead and get send Tove the call-in link. I'm gonna go ahead and DM it to you, sis. I got you. But all right, let's go ahead and get back to it.
Let's start with what happened yesterday. Tell us exactly what happened when you tried to enter this ICE facility, and perhaps more importantly, why you think you were denied entry.
Thank you so much, Eamon, for having me.
That's a good point, Seth. Check your super chats.
To go visit.
Let's see here. What was it? Stochastic terrorism.
Yes, that's a more accurate fucking definition.
Okay, well. Let's see here. Strides out public figures, use mass media to demonize groups. Okay, well, I mean, damn, honestly, that's kind of what the CNN and MSN Now is doing.
Yes, and they're guilty of stochastic terrorism, as is the woman who engaged with it.
So yeah, if you don't know what stochastic terrorism is, describes how public figures uses mass media to demonize groups or individuals, creating an environment where random, often violent acts are implemented by the followers and become statistically probable. Oh damn.
Yeah.
All right then.
So anybody engaged in stochastic terrorism, i.e. she's there because all of those fucking people said all of those things about ICE. That's why she felt emboldened and like it was her duty to go do that. She committed an act of violence. That is terrorism.
No.
Yes.
Well, you cannot say that, bro.
Yes, I'm going to. I'm going to keep saying
I mean, how about this? You can say it, but I disagree. I disagree on
that's fair.
Visit the detention processing center. We were initially met, escorted in. We were given a start of a tour, and then abruptly stopped and told that because of the big beautiful bill, we could no longer continue our tour of the facility, which again didn't make any sense.
I mean, is that really what they told you? Because of the big beautiful bill, you couldn't continue your tour? Man, y'all need to start getting this on camera because it just sounds so stupid. Like,
can we run it back and hear how many times she said before she said something? And you want to talk about how she's a smart woman?
I mean, hey, shit,
detention processing center.
One.
We were initially met,
two,
escorted in. We were
three,
given
four,
a start of a tour,
five,
and then abruptly stopped and told
six,
that because
seven,
because
eight,
of the big beautiful bill,
nine,
we could no longer continue
10,
our tour of the
11?
facility, which again didn't make any sense. Congresswoman Angie Craig
Ah.
and Kelly Morrison and myself brought a copy of that court case that you just referenced. We brought a copy of the bill that
Dorothy?
Trump himself signed into law in his first administration. And we made our case on why it was very important for us to be allowed to fulfill our oversight duties as members of Congress. But again, the
15?
ICE agents kept reiterating.
I mean, here's the thing. She could have honestly just like, look, you could have put in a 3-day notice and they'd have got you together. I mean, you doing this public spectacle, I mean, it kind of makes you look like a crybaby. Let's be real. You could be like, all right, cool. You didn't let me in today. All right, I'll put a 3-day notice. I'll be back. And I mean, it shows that you're serious. You're not just trying to what? I don't know, catch them up unexpected. And it kind of caught on to your game. Remember? There was basically like a whole little riot outside of the ICE facility because you guys are trying to gain access. They didn't forget that. Remember the lady that basically got slammed or that was in these ICE officers' face outside of there trying to gain access? Yeah, we didn't forget that, by the way.
She said 15 times that I could keep track of.
Man, she
in
gonna
one
keep saying it. What can I say? It's her second language.
is her second language?
Well, Somalian, English, and
That it was because of the big beautiful bill that we could no longer continue with our tour, and that was it. That they weren't going to give us any
16?
further explanation. We told them that they were breaking the law,
17?
and they said they understood.
right,
that was also their understanding that they were breaking the law for not allowing us to do our oversight, but there was nothing else that they could do, and it was clear that they might have gotten a call from Washington, probably Noam herself.
Congresswoman, in the brief time that you were there in the facility with your fellow congressional members from Minnesota, what did you see and observe about how the detainees were being treated?
We weren't really able to see the treatment of the detainees. We were able to get a glimpse of what the facility looked like. We were able to see a holding area with about maybe 20 people. Almost all of them were men of either Hispanic or Latino background. They pointed to a place that looked like a shower area. I opened the door. It didn't have a shower head. They pointed to an area where people were supposed to change. It said changing station. It didn't have a lock. I asked about hygiene. They told us they hold people for about 12 hours, so there wasn't a hygiene process, which was very alarming. I know that Representative Kelly Morrison, who is a physician herself, asked about any healthcare that might be provided. Again, we were told, the longest they hold people for was 12 hours, so they weren't sure whether that was available. And we were also informed that there were 2 flights that were taking off with detainees to other detention centers throughout the United States as well.
So, Congresswoman, I understand you weren't able to get into the detention center and actually conduct your full oversight responsibilities there. But I'm curious, you have spent time out on the streets. You've seen the protests, of course, that have fanned out across the entire city. And I want to get a sense from you of the mood, the concerns that you're hearing from your constituents, but also the kind of advice, I guess, you're giving them in this moment as people are out there filming, trying to track ICE officers, warn their neighbors, and support them in different ways that they can in the wake of someone being shot and killed. Are you worried that more of your constituents' lives will be at risk? Are you worried at all as they pull out their cell phones, as they interact with these officers, that might just frankly not be safe?
We had about 100,000 folks protesting yesterday out in the street. It started at a park and ended where Reese Renee Good was shot and killed, we are seeing just the outpouring of love for neighbor in Minneapolis and across Minnesota and across the country. People understand that these times are very dangerous. They're dark, they're chaotic, they're very confusing. They know that our democracy, our Constitution is being challenged. What they do know is that they have to be out there. They have to be documenting. They have to be looking for accountability. And we're I was just in Minneapolis, and what we saw was cars being abandoned in gas stations because ICE just snatched people. We saw in downtown Minneapolis a car that was just rolling, still, missing a driver because ICE took that driver without turning the car off. And so people understand that it is their neighbors that are being disappeared, and we know that.
Who's been disappeared? Why do y'all stay lying about, oh, their neighbors are being disappeared? My neighbor is like, no. If your neighbor got so-called disappeared, that means they were an illegal. That's it. That's all. They're not just kidnapping citizens and you never seen them again, or else you'd be able to name them. I mean, think about it. If she was for real about this, she would have a list of names going like, these are the people that disappeared and we haven't heard from them since. So, I mean, you don't care enough to write out the names? So obviously there must be something up here. Like they're not disappearing people if you don't got names to bring up to sell us this horror story. But the Dems will believe it and tell us, oh, they're disappearing people. Where are they disappearing them to? And why don't you got a list of names to where we can verify it? Of course. All right.
ICE is not cooperating with us. DHS is not cooperating and trying to get information. We still don't have a list of the people that they have detained, how long they have detained them, why they have detained them. So it is becoming even more and more important for the public to be out there, to be documenting, because we are seeing people being disappeared in our streets.
Congresswoman, we just received a statement from DHS about cases like yours where you were barred from visiting an ICE facility. They said, in part, a previous court order stated that funding appropriated to DHS by Congress cannot be used to prevent members of Congress from entering facilities. However, the court also ruled that funding derived from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act is exempt from this limitation. They further go on to say that this is to ensure adequate protection for members of Congress, congressional staff, detainees, and ICE employees alike. Unannounced visits require pulling ICE officers from their normal duties. And they go on. Do you think you would have been unsafe if you had continued your tour of this facility, as this statement seems to suggest?
Whoa. It's not about her being unsafe. It's about them being able to do their job. And they don't got enough people on hand to give her a tour and do their job. That's all they're saying.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
Also, set.
Yeah.
Just for the record, Trump just tweeted out the Iranian people help that's on its way. So we in the stream we might be getting some breaking news.
All right.
So what kind of gets me about the Russia and China trying to jam Starlink is they just given Elon an initiative to make a better Starlink.
All right,
Sorry.
all right, that's great. I'm about to say, all right, that's fine. All right, let's try to stay on topic though. And then
I know. I'm sorry.
We'll get over to Iran. Don't worry, they're definitely up. They're definitely up next. Well, actually, the Fed's up next. We'll get into Starlink, Elon, and him trying to help out the Iranian people.
I'll ship my Starlink over to Iran.
Adequately protected if they had not been given, because they had not been given sufficient time to prepare for your visit.
Absolutely not. That is the most BS statement I have ever heard from DHS. And there are a lot of BS statements from DHS I've heard over the tenure of the Trump administration. When we were let into the building, it was no different than when I visited back in January to have a meeting with DHS officials. There was no need to have anyone guarding us. There was no need to have anyone with weapons with us. It was a casual visit inside the building, and we could have been allowed to fully complete our oversight duties. Like I said, it was very fascinating to us that in the middle of that visit, that they did get that phone call, that we were immediately told that we had to go upstairs, and that the explanation on why our tour was abruptly ending would come after we went upstairs. So if it had to do with any sort of security problems, we would have been rushed with some armed guards or any of those kind of things that you normally see. But no, we quietly.
You guys are childish. I mean, bro, the security problem isn't protecting you. The security problem is they don't have enough people to man all their posts. And if they're over here leaving a security block, I mean, low key, not doing security and giving you a tour, that's the security risk they're talking about. I mean, it's kind of like narcissistic how you made it about protecting you and it's about making sure these illegals don't go nowhere. But okay, it's all about Omar though. It's all about her.
Walked, and we were asked if we wanted coffee. So this had nothing to do with safety or worry for ICE agents or for ourselves.
Congresswoman, I want to play what Border Czar Tom Homan said this morning.
Nah, y'all, that bitch. Shout out to Jay. He says 17 times she got to go back to the Leering Center. Yeah, low key though, you would think she'd be able to speak better than this. I don't know, being a congresswoman and having to speak in front of other people and all that good stuff. You wouldn't expect to hear so much uhs and ums and all that crazy stuff. And I'll be real with you, the uhs and the ums is not the best look, especially if you're a congresswoman and you're a professional. And I'll be real with you, you're basically damn near supposed to be a professional speaker. I mean, how did you get elected with all the ums in the world? Like, how did that happen? Nobody looked at her and said, I don't know, can we get I mean, she's Somali, right? I mean, all right, so she fits the racial category, but can we get a better speaker though? No, that's all we get, the Somali lady. All right, man, run it. Because boy, I mean, y'all couldn't have found a Somali lady with better speaking abilities. All right.
About violence.
Oh, and shout out to my man Monty for the baller alert, by the way.
And
you got to read it. You got to read it.
His blame, the blame he's putting on
The
Democrats.
whole
respond to that.
Well, hold on. I'm like halfway through with the uhs, but that is wild as hell how many uhs you can put into one interview. And I'm just like, all right, so y'all really telling me this is y'all girl? This y'all girl here, bro. So y'all just went, I'm gonna be real with you. What was it? What was it? It was she's Somali, she's a woman, married to a white guy. What was this the perfect like mashup for you liberals that you just ignored the uhs, the ums, and the lack of interest in America and more interest in Somalia?
Bro, there's more uhs in her interview than I could put in that super chat.
Like, shout out.
We got to stop the hateful rhetoric. Saying this officer's a murderer is dangerous. It's just ridiculous. It's just going to infuriate people more, which means there's going to be more incidents like this because the hateful rhetoric is not only continuing, now it's tripled down and doubled down.
Congresswoman, I'll give you the opportunity right now. Do you condemn all violence on ICE agents?
I mean, I would say this man has to look into the mirror. He has to look into the administration that he serves. These are people who are calling this mother of three a domestic terrorist. They are saying people are out there, committing terror.
Can I summarize her statements?
Good.
No, we should not condemn violence against ICE. They're bad people.
According to Illy
Run the
Omar.
question back. Run the question back, just so all of our fucking libtards in the chat can hear it again, because they can't understand.
To look into the mirror, he has to look into
No,
the
run it back to the
administration that he
question.
serves.
All right, Monty, you went back.
Ridiculous. It's just going to infuriate people more, which means there's going to be more incidents like this because the hateful rhetoric is not only continuing, now it's tripled down and doubled down.
Congresswoman, I'll give you the opportunity right now. Do you condemn all violence on ICE agents?
I mean, I would say this man has to look into the mirror. He has to look into the administration that he serves. These are people who are calling this mother of three a domestic terror.
Bro, I mean, sis, you had the opportunity. Just say that I condemn violence against ICE. That's all you had.
She doesn't.
Say.
She doesn't.
Well,
That's
Monty,
why she's.
I had faith, Monty. I had faith that she was smart enough to just be like, you know what? Let me not look like an idiot. Let me not make myself look like I'm promoting violence against ICE by completely dodging this question. Damn. I'm sorry, but you could damn near play this black on a dem and be like, I'm be real with you. Y'all are not even willing to condemn violence against ICE. Like Illy Omar is the best example. She tried to sit there and try to pull at emotional strings and be like, well, I think that he needs to take a good look in the mirror. Bitch, we ain't talking about the man in the mirror. We're talking about, do you condemn ICE? That's all.
Now it is about Illy Omar. Remember when you were talking and it wasn't about you and your security? Now it is about you. And we asked you a question and that's how you responded. No. ICE is bad.
I had to been like, I ain't gonna lie, stop the interview, guys. I gotta leave. Ain't no way. I just asked her a question. Now she's trying to hit me with a Michael Jackson song. Oh, you need to look at the man in the mirror. Like, woman, actual question. Just condemn violence. That's all I'm asking you.
If you were actually interviewing me and I'm holding office and I hit you with that shit, what are you gonna do?
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I'd probably have to berate you for a little bit. Just be like, are you serious, bro? Like, are you like I'd have to give you another chance. Like, look, Mr. Monty, like, do you condemn ICE? I think this would be a very, beneficial thing for you to say. And you hit me with the no, that person needs to double look in the mirror again. I'm like, all right, no, all right, then. So you just want violence against ICE? No, just say what you really mean. Just say what you really mean instead of trying to make a philosophical point. Just tell us what you really mean. You want violence against ICE since you're not willing to condemn it. That's all we want, man. Just some honesty. But all right, let's go ahead and get back to it. And hold on.
They are saying people are out there, committing terror, and it is unconscionable the way in which they are describing the American public against law enforcement.
And she keeps going. She keeps going, my man.
Shout out to Daniel Castro. He's on Rumble. He said $1. He said same thing as Monty. All the uhs in the effing world because the uhs. I mean, y'all just gonna grill her on this one. I get it. The uhs is annoying.
To protect and serve them, and I mean, I'm at a loss of words to hear him.
We know.
But yes or no?
Thank you.
You do condemn violence on any ICE agents?
Come on.
Of course, we all condemn any violence, whether it's on ICE agents or the public.
Okay,
bro.
I'll give it to her.
I'm not giving it to her. Against ICE agents or the public, we're not talking about the public.
You talk about ICE agents, but you want to include the public, I guess. Whatever, half-ass, but I'll take it. I was about to say, like, look, bro, like I said, I give her one more chance. It's like we got one more chance. Because, like I said, if she didn't answer that correctly, bro, she'd have been cooked. Like, they'd have forever held this over the Democratic Party. Say, like, bro, they gave her 2 chances to say, hey, yes, I condemn violence against ICE, and she didn't say it. Yeah, they'd have been cooked on the point. So, good media cover, Illy Omar. Good media cover.
That was her lawyer in her ear saying, you have to condemn that.
Yeah. Like word for word, you must condemn this, okay? So say it with me now. So hey, shout out.
Congresswoman, what do you think is fundamentally leading to violence, leading to what we saw happen to Renee
Now let's
Good?
justify the violence
Because
after we said it's a
it's
bad
been
thing.
interesting from afar to see the dynamics there on the ground. There's several parts of sort of the federal immigration apparatus. There are ICE officers, of course, who are there, but Border Patrol is also on the ground in Minneapolis. I think the closest border for Minneapolis would be about a 7-hour drive away to Canada, I think. So not typically
270
where Border
miles.
Patrol officers would usually be. And we had John Sandweg, who led ICE for a period of time under the Obama administration yesterday. And he argued that part of the reason why we're seeing these intense, violent clashes and unrest is because Border Patrol is moving into parts.
Oh, and shout out to Harvey Charmbliss for sending a New Year's Eve 2026 for 260 joules. Appreciate the support. Just seen it.
Parts of the country and bringing with it militarized gear and processes that are very different from what immigration enforcement used to look like in the interior. And I guess as you would assess what's happening there on the ground, what do you think are the factors that brought us to this point?
I mean, federal law enforcement is being sent as an occupying force into Minneapolis. There is no
Wow.
way-
Whoa. An occupying force is a crazy to say right there. But I mean,
bro,
like, damn, that's where y'all taking this? Because shout out to Jed. He says, I'm them poor captions. Yo, that was I don't even want to put the captions on, but that would have been embarrassing. Loki, I'll be like, bro, to read it out would have been crazy.
Bro, could you imagine being deaf and reading the closed captions?
You know, you would literally have to think in yourself, like, there ain't no way she's talking like this. But nah, so that's what she's going with.
They're an occupying force. I condemn the violence, but I'm going to continue to demonize them and spark violence.
Bro, what are they? The IDF? Like, sis, chill. Like, yo, like it's not like that.
You know
like,
what's fucking crazy? I'm glad you brought up the IDF because they fucking so the protests that are going on in Minneapolis, they start out as like a Renee Good protest, and then by the end of it, like when the sun sets, it's F fuck the IDF. I'm like, what?
Like, whoa, like how'd y'all go from like, bro? But well, how'd y'all go from like Renee Good to pro-Palestine? Like, how did they even connect? But
bro, they're all connected, man. They bought all the flags. They bought all the flags. They have to use them.
True, I get that. All right, and shout out to my man. He says, what was it? Gorbling? All right, so shout out to my man Gore. I'm gonna call you Gore. Shout out. He says Ilhan Omar is a broken record in an off-center record player on a busted roller coaster built on an used up salt mine filled with water. God damn. Well,
God damn, bro. She's already dead.
I mean, he's like, bro, she just cooked. It's like, bro, there's just nothing good about it. You can't save her. I mean, bro, like imagine making this a political candidate. It would be exactly what this man described. Like imagine her as 2028 presidential candidate.
I'd love her to run. Please. No. I want the Democratic Party to nominate her.
Either that or Jasmine Crockett. You know, that'd be an easy win. Easy win.
Yeah. Keep putting these idiots up there.
Yep. And then if we lose, whew, we're cooked, Monty. We're all going to jail, Monty. Okay, me, you, everybody.
I'll suicide by ICE.
I'm weak.
I mean, federal law enforcement is being sent as an occupying force into Minneapolis. There is no other way to explain having 2,000 and soon over 3,000 ICE and Border Patrol agents into our city. As you've alluded, there has been many a times in many administrations where they have carried out, immigration immigration necessary raids where they have looked for people who have had deportation orders or removal orders, as they're called. They know where they are. Oftentimes, they know if they don't have an address for them, they know where their relatives are. If there is a certain business where they have observed,
And the
they go
same thing
in
is
and
going on
they
right now, Set. Like,
What's up?
can we not fact check her on this? Yeah, everything she's talking about right now is what ICE has been doing right now. They're skip tracing all these people and they're fucking picking them up.
Catching the ass outside and sending the ass back home. I mean, as simple as that.
Like listen to what she says in between all the uhs. Can we edit the uhs out and like just string the voice together?
I'm be real with
Because
you. MSN now should have did that for her. I'm be honest. They did it dirty.
like like she's describing how ICE operates right now.
Man, they got a problem with that, man. They got a problem.
Are they just mad that their fucking uniforms look cool? Is that what it is? I think that's what it is. The uniforms look scary.
All right. Let's see back.
That raid, there is no reason to be roaming the streets, stopping people, stopping cars, trying to go door by door in a neighborhood as they were doing on that fateful Wednesday when they did kill someone. There is no strategy. There is no way to explain what this surge is supposed to accomplish. To this day, I don't know any criminal that they have uncovered that they would not have been able to find with
A pedophile.
the normal path that they normally would pursue any of those criminals that were ready to be deported out of this country. This is to create fear, is to terrorize our communities. It is to tell us that we are powerless, and it is dangerous because the American people are used to knowing their constitutional rights. The American people know that ICE agents and border control agents have no jurisdiction over them in our urban cities. They know that they're only supposed to interact with them if they're crossing a border or if they are doing something that relates to immigration and customs.
Yeah, like obstructing an immigration enforcement or an immigration investigation. Yes, obstruction. That'll get you caught up by ICE. So thank you, Leonomar, for explaining that out. Best example, obstruction can get you caught up by ICE if you're a citizen. Here you go.
So this doesn't make any sense. And what this administration is looking for is for there to be deadly encounters so that they can revoke the Insurrection Act and have martial law. And it is a dangerous.
It's pronounced invoke, not revoke.
No, here's the thing. No, I think she said invoke, but here's the thing,
Nope,
though.
she said revoke.
Oh, wow. But all right, though. So when it comes to the Insurrection Act, yes, if you guys keep trying to play around and impede law enforcement, impede the enforcement of federal law, he can bring up the Insurrection Act or invoke the Insurrection Act, and you guys are really going to be complaining then. The problem is that I don't think Omar understands, or maybe they do, but if you guys don't turn down the temperature, you're going to get exactly what you don't want. Like, there you go. There it is. Like, I don't know why y'all want to keep doing this. You want to keep on following them around, impeding their investigation, or when they're enforcing the federal law. Yes, that's what's getting these people caught up, or these citizens caught up and arrested. It's because of what you're telling them to do. And instead of trying to turn down the temperature, you're only making it worse. Then you're damn near, honestly, she's kind of telling the future what's going to happen if they keep this up. Yeah, the Insurrection Act will be invoked. The National Guard will be brought in. It's going to be really tough for you guys. We don't want that for you. But if y'all put that upon yourselves and the leadership of Minnesota and Minneapolis don't do something about it, I mean, then you guys did this to your people, not Trump. You guys. But you blame Trump, though, because it's easy.
Encounters so that they can revoke the Insurrection Act and have martial law. And it is a dangerous escalation that they're looking for. And Minneapolis residents are not going to give them that. We're not going to take the bait. People are going to be out there armed with the knowledge of what their constitutional rights are and what the limits are in them exercising it. And they are not going to give them the riots that they are looking for and the lawlessness, because we know that it is these federal agents that are being lawless at this moment.
Crazy. Crazy. But all right, though. I guess we can get over to, let's see here, Minnesota Ice Race Explain, Border Patrol Commander. All right, let's see what this guy got to say.
Commander Ravino, let me ask you first. As somebody who's been reporting.
All right, I could barely hear that video. That's terrible audio. All right, let's go ahead and get into Trump and Powell beef.
The U.S. Justice Department has opened a criminal investigation into the Federal Reserve and its chairman, Jerome Powell. It's over the Fed's $2.5 billion renovation of its Washington, D.C. HQ. A Justice Department spokesperson wouldn't comment specifically on the investigation, but they told CNN the Attorney General wants to, quote, prioritize investigating any abuse of taxpayer dollars. Powell testified before Congress in June, saying the renovation involved various agencies and that the costs had changed over time. He says this investigation is just the latest pressure tactic in an ongoing struggle with the White House.
On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats.
He's not a public servant, he's a private agent.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like honestly, the Federal Reserve has a
private
obscene amount
organization.
of privacy, obscene amount. Like it's more than just that. Like I don't trust these guys not one freaking bit because of how much privacy these guys have. But first, hold on, let me get into some of these super chats that I missed. And shout out to my man Annette. He said $2. He had too much space. Want to show some support. I appreciate the support, my man. And shout out my man Gore. He says national and federal law subsedes country and state law. Thank you. If Democrats had a clue, they would know this if they didn't have their head planted where the sun don't shine. Yeah, literally. You really can't tell them ish sometimes. You really can't tell them anything. They think they know everything most of the time. Not all of them, but this is the attitude of most of them.
I just want to say very clearly for the next time, the Federal Reserve is a private entity. It is not a public service. So shut the fuck up with your "I'm a public servant" speech.
Yeah, man, like the jurisdiction. But shout out to oh, sorry sis, I just seen it.
No, you're good. I got kicked in the elevator at my mom's work. I'm like, ah, crap.
But all right, now that we kind of hear how Powell's feeling about this, actually, let's see if we want to hear him further explain this case. Nah, that's about it. All right, let's go ahead and get into this with redacted because they explain this pretty well.
Between the Trump administration and the Federal Reserve. Fed Reserve Chair Jerome Powell issued a rare statement over the weekend saying that he had been subpoenaed by the Justice Department.
Oh, yeah, and shout out to my man Daniel Castro on Rumble. Yes, guys, I'm also on Rumble. He sent the $1 super chat. He says, at least she's not friends with school shooters, just a friend of a school shooter, Tim Walz. I'm weak. Oh, man, Tim Walz, bro. It knows so funny. I knew Tim Walz was going to bite. if you was watching that debate with Tim Walz versus JD Vance, one, JD Vance cooked his ass, and two, that man looked like he was about to crap himself on stage. I was like, oh yeah,
No, he looked like he did crap himself, and that's why he couldn't debate.
Yeah, bro, eyes was wide open, like, bro, you know, all he was, it's like as if he knew all he was standing on was lies.
Yeah, he's
Oh, go ahead. She has to mute herself.
Tied to his testimony before Congress about upgrades to Federal Reserve buildings that were not on time and on budget. Here's what he says.
This unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation.
Okay. So if the president is in fact threatening lawfare, that would be wrong. But Powell's saying that the Fed serves the interest of people. I can't even say it with a straight face. That's the real joke. They are also a financial cartel that has never acted in our interest. So what should we take of this? Are we going to take sides?
I mean, and every time they were supposed to act in our interest, they completely stabbed the American people in the back. So, yeah, I mean, F the Fed.
Because it seems like we lose either way. Economist Peter St. Onge joins us to discuss. He says that Fed chair here looks like he's part of a hostage situation, or how did you say it on X? Like, are we really what do we do here?
Yeah, it looked like a hostage video. I'm assuming it's not.
I'm alive.
Yeah, Powell just looked like, he looked pretty depressed there.
Yeah.
And, in terms of, so he's obviously going to claim that, right? He's going to say this is not about the specific crime I'm accused of. This is a bigger picture that, Donald Trump is crazy.
Pull a Comey.
But this is really about the Fed going rogue, right? Now, Powell claims that this is about the Fed setting monetary policy. Trump has made no secret that he's, been putting pressure on the Fed to lower interest rates. The thing is, we kind of zoom out for this, whether or not, this is about testifying in Congress over this renovation. That, by the way, the renovation was $2.5 billion. That's like 2.5 football stadiums worth of money.
Yeah.
Okay, for this little bitty Fed building. So
that's a whole quarter of a aircraft carrier.
I mean, like, damn, do y'all got like some hot tubs, an indoor gym? I mean, does it look any nicer? They got amenities.
$2.5 billion set.
I mean, bro, if they got a luxury elevator that leads to a nice little hot tub, I can't be mad at that. Okay, I'm just playing.
Bro, for $2.5 billion, you know what I could do for $2.5 billion?
In terms of a house or a crib or a building?
Or
bro.
a fucking building?
Yeah, in terms of a building, bro.
Bro.
You damn near buy your entire block.
God.
Mesh it into one house. Like, yeah, it's a lot of money. And the building's not even on. Did they at least install marble floors? Heated marble floors at that. Heated.
I mean, for $300 million, we got a state-of-the-art ballroom with book-matched marble and inlaid fucking gold. So I'd like to see what $2.5 billion gets you.
I mean, do we get fancy presidential art too, though?
You mean the auto pen?
Yeah. I just want to know if we're getting our dollars worth out of the Federal Reserve. Like, obviously, they're not serving us, so we're not getting them service-wise, but they're at least getting a nice building. It's like, it's kind of crazy. Yeah. It's like, y'all not really serving us, but y'all making sure y'all have yourselves a nice building to further sabotage us with. Okay.
Yeah, that's. And they want to bitch about the ballroom.
Literally.
That Trump's paying for.
Yeah.
Really, that, bro, that, what was it? Apple, Amazon, all the corporations they hate so much are actually paying for it.
Yeah.
It's got its little slush funds. It bribes thousands of macroeconomists in the country. That's why academic economists always say that the Fed is useful. But whether or not this is about the Fed playing games and snookering money or whether this is about the Fed doing their job. I would argue the Fed should be under indictment for its actual monetary policy. When you look at what they've done, every single crisis in this country, the Fed was complicit in it.
Yeah.
It either caused the crisis like the 2008 crisis, or it financed the crisis like the COVID lockdowns. If in the beginning of COVID, right, when everybody was talking about locking down, just imagine the government meeting in a world that we didn't have a Fed. You would have some junior bureaucrat and he would say, hey, I got a really cool idea. Let's shut down the entire economy. Let's make it illegal for 50 or 100 million people to work. And everybody would say, well, what are we going to do with the taxes? He'd say, that's okay. We can just lay off all the federal workers. We don't really need that much tax. All right, that guy is out of the room, man. He is exiled to Guam. He is off the bus. Instead, what happened is they had a Fed. And the Fed said, whatever you need, right? And it ended up being a $6.5 trillion blank check that they wrote in order to finance the COVID lockdowns, the totalitarianism, the whole 9 yards. And we ended up paying for it in the form of inflation, right? So Biden's long years of inflation, all of that was because of the Fed's blank check. So just with COVID, we can put on them, right? We had the totalitarian lockdown financed by the Fed, like every single crisis since 1913, including World War I. So we had the crisis itself. We had the economic collapse, all the businesses that went under. People commit suicide when they get laid off, when their business goes under. Okay, this has serious, human consequences, plus the inflation. All of that is on the Fed, and that's one episode. We can go back 2008, 1991, the 1970s. You can just keep going since the Fed was created. It's not constitutional. The way it acts is essentially a mafia. It redistributes assets from the poor to the rich, particularly Wall Street and rich people who get cheap loans. It's a mess.
All right, hold on now, guys. We'll get back to this as well. Shoot, I take a quick little break.
They were cooking.
I know he was cooking, but hold on now. I gotta take a quick little break real quick. Please enjoy this video on Iran Goes Dark, and you're watching the War Psyop Live. All right, let's hear their opinion on this war.
That has to take a phone call.
Yes, actually, I do.
Oh my God, I called it.
I know you heard it, didn't you? I was
no, I didn't hear a phone ring. The way you stepped off.
Yeah, but I got you.
Are just salivating right now about what's happening in Iran right now, hoping for a regime change. And the ongoing protests over the weekend gave plenty of fuel to their fire. So let's talk about what's actually happening in Iran right now, because your timeline is being flooded with rage bait and all sorts of fake news clips, old clips. If you've been online the past few days, you've seen the clips that Iran is exploding, cities on fire, the people have risen up. The regime is finished. That's what you're hearing. A lot of that content is either mislabeled, it's years old, it's from a different country entirely, or it's edited to look like it's new. It's actually not. A lot of fact checkers have already tracked down where a lot of people are using older protest video from Iran. Sometimes the videos like from totally other countries, but don't let facts get in the way. So it's crazy. This is the same thing, by the way, that happened in Venezuela 2 weeks ago. All these conservative influencers just keep sharing this stuff. A friend of the show, Glenn Greenwald, called them out. He's like, hey, yeah, just keep sharing all this fake news. Like, why do you keep putting this out there? This is fake. This is years old video, but it doesn't matter. So what is real? Well, according to our sources, Iran is going dark digitally on purpose. Other news organizations have reported a nationwide blackout. When the internet goes down or is being blocked, of course, the information war gets turned up to 11. Got to fill that void. A lot of fake news, rage bait. And even satellite workarounds right now are getting squeezed. Reports today that Iran is not only shutting down normal internet traffic, but also attempting to disrupt Starlink connections. We can tell you that Starlink service is being interfered with beyond just the normal basic GPS jamming. Our own sources are telling us that foreign partners are helping Iran with this blackout, China and Russia specifically, helping to jam communications. Satellite phones, satellite internet, and other links that are going out. You're hearing names like Starlink, Iridium, Inmarsat, Thuria. So if those names pop up, being blocked. What we can say, again, according to our own sources, is that Iran is in an unusually sophisticated communications clampdown right now, and on purpose, to basically close down prying eyes, looking into their country, and information going out of their country. It's a two-way street right now, being closed down. China is the key player in this. and this jamming equipment that's being used right now. We're also hearing reports of concerning health risks within the radius of this equipment, where it has been deployed. Just so you understand what we're talking about, like if you think like 6G is terrifying on the human body, this is like 10,000 times worse. China has flown several key Sky Freight. Let me say that again. China has flown several Sky Freight. Freight. I can't say because I'm jumping to the next word. Flights. So Sky Freight flights with this jamming equipment into the country. Starlink, Iridium, Globalsat, Inmarsat, Thuria. So that's the satellite communications piece as well as the internet traffic piece of all of this. We've also got an update on the number of people killed in Iran. Now, Iranian media is still publicly saying that only 500 people have been killed, with 300 injured. Our source says that's not true.
Yeah, right now the news sources say there's about 2,000 killed. Not really sure how much is injured though.
It's also not true what Mossad and CIA and MI6 are pushing out. They're pushing out numbers that are being shared across social media to the Mockingbird media. The Mockingbird media loves to run with whatever the CIA puts out there, saying that 150,000 or 300,000 people are dead and 200,000 injured. That is also a lie. The actual number we can report, according to our sources, is 2,150 dead, 480 injured, and 620 missing as of yesterday. Those numbers are as of yesterday across 11 cities in Iran. Now, a lot to unpack here. Again, a lot. So a lot of misinformation being shared online. But hey, it also helps to actually go to Iran and report on the ground. And that's exactly what our next guest has just done. Dr. Miram Susli, a reporter who was just in Iran, has been covering the destructions from the last round of Israeli bombings on civilian infrastructure, specifically on residential buildings. And some of the videos that she's been sharing are just horrifying, of children's strollers strewn across the street. Horrible stuff. She goes by the name of Syrian Girl online. Doctor, great to have you here on the show. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm really glad to be here.
So you just returned from Iran. Can you tell us, what is it like right now on the ground? What are you hearing from just the people? There's so much misinformation and disinformation and lies being spread online. What can you tell us?
Well, when I went there, everything was pretty normal. I was actually very impressed at how advanced everything was. I was able to take the metro, and here where I live, in the city I live in Australia, we actually don't have a metro system at all. So I was impressed with that. I was impressed with the infrastructure, and the fact that I went there in my capacity as a scientist. There was a science award being given out, and I actually had to force one of the girls that were working for this science award. It's called the Mustafa Prize. It's kind of like the Nobel Prize that Iran hands out, to come with me out of this conference and go shopping, because I wanted to see things and I just didn't want to go around alone. I was really happy to see it would, economically it seemed like business as usual. There was no blackouts. There was really nothing to protest about, because women actually, we discussed this in the conference, they were graduating university at percentages higher than men, and they were dominating in the science field. And they were talking about, we have to encourage more of our boys to pursue advanced learning, and they can walk around without scarf. I mean, I thought that going into it, I was bringing very modest clothing, and as soon as I got even into the plane, I realized that maybe I had been propagandized about how the laws are there. So. Like, women are able to walk around with their hair showing and nobody's getting beaten up.
I've been said that though. Like, I've been saying the common misperception of Iran is that, if you walk around with your headscarf off, they'll kill you. No, they're not there. Sure, there are Muslim countries that do that, but not Iran, surprisingly. And I mean, yes, women also go to school in Iran as well. I mean, Just want to let you know. I know. To your surprise, yes, that is allowed in Iran to be unveiled and for women to go to school.
None of that, as we're being told in the media. So what is this protest really about? Because they're telling us like, oh, they're pushing radical feminists in our face, saying like, we want to like, I don't know if you guys remember Pussy Riots in Russia.
Yes.
And how they were, masturbating with chickens in the supermarket. And I think that that's the level of freedom that they're seeking for women. Like they're seeking for OnlyFans to be pushed onto all Iranian women so that like this Israeli guy, or is it like an American Zionist Jewish man, he takes all the money from OnlyFans and he gives it to Israel. And that's what they want to do. They want to open the market of females in Iran and exploit them in the
and exploit them by trying to get them into Western culture and exploit themselves on OnlyFans. I mean, she kind of got a point, but I don't like how she's trying to, equate Western culture with, I don't know, whoring yourself or extorting yourself out on OnlyFans. I don't know how y'all feel about that one. Or what she's saying.
I don't buy it. None of it. I think she's a liar.
All right. Understandable.
Way that the rest of the world is being exploited.
Yeah, OnlyFans has been so great for American women, right? I mean, it's been, yeah. So you can imagine why a country doesn't want that kind of filth in their country, like Russia.
I mean, I respect it. I can respect not wanting OnlyFans, or women having access to OnlyFans in your country. You wouldn't want women as soon as they're 18 years old, don't give education or a family a chance, and they just go straight into, extorting themselves to beta males. I mean, does that really sound like the direction we want women to go in? Does that really sound like an option we want to give women? Well, hey man, we're in America, so
that's not even an issue that's being discussed. That she is completely off base with this.
What? Oh no, I don't think she's discussing it too much. I think I'm kind of really putting it out there.
No, that was her whole argument, is that the Iranian people are just they don't want OnlyFans over there. That's all that's happening. It's not, no one's being killed in the streets. I just went and got a science award.
She's not saying that now. She didn't say that. She didn't say, oh, nobody's being killed in the streets.
She acts like she just went to fucking the Olympics in LA or something.
I mean, she's just pretty much like, yo, you can go out there, you can be unveiled. I mean, women go to school. So,
and you can go to North Korea and see all the grocery stores too, Set.
I mean, yeah. Yes, that's true. That is true. But that's true. But let's be real though. She went there and let's be honest, there is some propaganda.
She saw the grocery stores.
I mean, I'm be honest with you. It's almost like you remember how we used to think how Africa was just a bunch of sticks and stones and a bunch of mud huts. Then as time went on, we started realizing that, oh damn, they got cities too. Oh, they got ice cap mountains and all that crazy stuff. It's kind of the same thing with Iran. We've been fed a certain image of it that just doesn't match up to reality. Sadly.
Sad.
Yeah.
Sad.
What's up?
Go to Iran.
Sure. I mean, bro,
go to Iran.
Bro, Ayatollah, man. If you're trying to send your boy a ticket, I'll be the first one to come out there, man. Why not? I'll go out there for like a week or so. Touchdown from the ground. Monty,
I'm not talking about the grocery stores, Seth. I'm talking about Iran.
You talk. Yeah, I know. You coming with me too. We gonna go there. We gonna visit the Ayatollah.
I'm not going with you. You're the one that says it's all safe and hunky dory.
I'll go by myself. I would go. I'll go to Iran. I'm a guy. Like, bro, we're talking about Islam, man. That religion loves dudes. Why wouldn't I go?
Bro, Set.
I'm just saying.
Set.
What? I'm gonna get executed.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
I'd go too.
Yeah, I go to Iran.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Just for a week. Just to see how things, just see how things go.
Where they let you see it.
Well, yeah, of course. And you'll be able to tell if they're herding you to different areas, or if they're actually letting you see what you want to see.
Here's the thing. There's already been videos about people in Iran, all that, about going there. YouTubers already went to Iran before and already exposed that, yeah, women go to school. They don't have to wear the veil. So all that stuff they would all the radical, Islamist stuff that they sell you on social media, not all of it's true. Some of it's true, but not all of it.
Yeah, I will say after I can't think of her name. The one young lady that was
So
killed by the
all the videos of people getting shot in the head, those are just fake?
no.
I mean, whoa, Monty, what? You got videos of people getting shot in the head? And you sure it comes from Iran?
Yes, Set. I have videos of people being shot. The backdrop is fucking Persian and has Iranian flags, and they're shot in the fucking head. Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that could just be like a protest somewhere
Yes,
else.
it's just a big green screen in LA. Like the moon landing's fake too, right?
Yeah, during the meet. I mean, I don't believe that. I believe when we came back, we lied about the moon landing or what we saw, but not the moon landing's fake. But that's a whole different conversation, man. That's a whole different conversation.
But you see how hard it is to have a conversation with you if you say, "Oh, everything's fake except for what this lady's saying."
Nah, I'm just actually taking somebody's. I'm actually hearing out what she's saying, bro. I hear out both sides. It's like you're just mad that I'm not taking a side. I'm not just completely believing one side.
I mean, I believe what I see. I
believe what I see too, and I've seen women go to school in Iran. I've also seen them unveiled. So, you're bro. You acting like I'm telling you they're just the best regime in the world or something.
That's how you're making it sound. Oh, they just don't want OnlyFans over there.
So it's like I can't tell you the truth without you getting offended by it because you heard.
No. You're presenting it as the truth, and you don't know it to be a truth. This is a
no. It is the
account.
truth. That is the truth. Like you can actually look this up. It's Iranian law. You can honestly look this stuff up and easily be disproven. There's videos and everything. I've been knew this for years. It's just that a lot of people don't notice because they were fed propaganda about it. That's all I'm pointing out. That's not like just because I'm pointing out propaganda don't mean I'm taking the Ayatollah side. I think a lot of people need to learn how to do it differentiate.
Differentiate.
Yeah, differentiate. Yeah, between that. Sorry.
No. I did want to say after that one young lady was killed by the morality police. From what I understand, they did end up loosening up on a lot of the rules for women because of the protest that happened after her death. I can't think of her name at the top of my head.
Yeah, I remember they
effed her up,
and I mean, and I remember I said that. I remember we was going through the history of Iran and their regime changes and their protesters, and I was like, yeah, that when that lady died, it actually did cause like reform when it came to women in Iran.
So as I find it now, flights to Tehran are $1,500 per person. If we can get $3,000 for Set and I to go to Iran, we will go to Iran. Fundraiser starts now.
Let's go.
Get your passport in order.
I definitely go. I already got it. Shoot, I'll go to there. Why not?
Does not want that filth in their country. It's shocking. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And
Sorry to
in
interrupt.
Iran, no, please. I'm like, it's good to have banter, but yeah, Iran doesn't want that either. And I just think that what is this really about? It's about opening the economy. It's about opening the mentality of people to this hegemon, this like liberal world order, forcing them to have McDonald's, forcing them to have global like oil markets. And as they're doing now with Syria, they're controlling the oil, they're controlling the production, and they actually shut down Syrian-owned nationalized oil refineries that are perfectly fine, so that some American company, who I forget which one it was, so I'm not going to say which one it was, can build a new one, so that they can control the outflow of oil and how much profit comes out of it. So Iran is really about Israel, because all of these wars are about Israel at the end of the day. And if you have Lindsey Graham, he will explain that to you. They want to protect the Zionist entity, unfortunately, because the Zionists in the United States are very powerful. The Zionist lobby dominates U.S. politics, and it drags the U.S. into multiple wars, including the Iraq War, including the war on Syria. And the greatest irony is, in Syria, they actually supported Al-Qaeda and all of these very oppressive to women groups. Meanwhile, women are getting kidnapped all over Syria and trafficked by the militias that are backed by Israel and the U.S. And they pretend to care about women in Iran. It's the same story. It's about selling it to the West. It's about selling the regime change to the West.
I'm trying to connect the dots between what we actually know, because we know 2 years ago, the Washington Post exposed that the CIA through Graphica and Stanford labs were doing psyops in Afghanistan and Iran to begin with. And a lot of the psyops were, hey, here's a recipe, but also let's overthrow the Shah because we feel oppressed. So we will never know, because the CIA was created in order to subvert these governments. We just like in Syria, the Ba'athist government wanted prosperity for Syrians, and we couldn't have that. In Iran, there was prosperity to the point that the Shah wanted to create deserts, farmland out of deserts. They thought they had so much money that they could do that. But we don't know the will of those people. We only know what our government.
So who should we believe? Should we believe the U.S. president that protesters are being killed? Should we believe the BBC, CNN, ABC, Fox News? Should we believe Al Jazeera? Should we believe the Ayatollah themselves saying 500 people were killed? Should we believe the UN that is fucking losing its mind over human rights? Who should we believe? Should it be this podcaster on the internet, or should it be, people that have been saying this is going on? They have a history of doing it. And
well, Monty, it's all about independent thinking. You take in all the information and you can make your predictions, and you got to wait for the outcome. The problem is people always try to feed you the outcome before the outcome is, well, revealed. So
I mean,
that's the thing. You got to kind of
not
think
to
for
mention
yourself on that.
No, I mean, I am thinking for myself. But I'm using you. You want evidence. You want proof, so that I can sway your opinion on this. I mean, not that your opinion is that swayable, but you're saying all these things and bringing this up. You're bringing up a contrarian, so you got to expect a little bit of pushback.
Of course, it's not like I'm not expecting pushback.
So all these people, including our intelligence agencies and satellite things that Trump's getting updated on.
Think about it like this. Our government has been trying to go to war with Iran for a minute here, and they've been trying to do it under, what was it? We tried to do it over what? Uranium, even though they had a law saying that they're forbidden to make nukes, but we still try to go to war with these guys. I mean, we've been trying
to go to war,
we've been trying to destabilize the Ayatollah for a minute. So,
buddy, if we wanted to go to war, we could have done so.
Pattern recognition.
If we wanted to go to war, we could have went to war in 89 when they bombed our fucking boat. If we wanted to go to war, we could have fucking went to war when we bombed them the last time. If we wanted to go to war, we could have went to.
But there was people deterring that. Like, there's always people in the way of these neocons. But there are people who want to go to war with Iran, who just wants the Ayatollah overthrown, even if that means intervention.
Yeah, it's the Iranian people.
No, that's us. That's what we want. That's what Israel wants. We don't know if the Iranian people want that collectively. That's just what they're feeding us. And we don't know if that's true until,
and we will never know.
We don't know if that's true until the end result, which there will be an end result.
And according to you, we can't ever know because they shut the internet down.
No. I never said. I said the end result will give us the answer. There you go. So we wait to the end result and we'll find out about everything then, just like we did with Venezuela. We were speculating and all that until we found out the end result. Then it was like, okay, well, then this must have happened here. This is the line of reasoning that's correct. That's what everybody does. All right.
Government tells them that they would want, tells us what they want. And then the fact that they are under crippling sanctions from us. So how can we know anything other than those few facts at the nucleus of what we're trying to find out?
So this is exactly how sanctions work and how they work in Syria. They starve people to the point where they become desperate and malleable to ideas and money from outside. So, the so-called rebel militias in Syria, like they were getting paid $150 a month by the CIA, by the Pentagon. And this is on record, like this, it's not a conspiracy theory. So please, if you look up Operation Timber Sycamore, like one of the groups they were paying ended up beheading a 12-year-old boy in Aleppo. So they, on camera. So the thing is that the sanctions are designed to cause the instability, and they blame the starvation on the government.
Well, that's also in our chat room. They're like, people don't have food. Someone in our chat room just said, yeah, people don't have food. They don't have water. They don't have. So again, you take away basic services through sanctions, and you make it look like it's part of the government. Is that true?
I think it's kind of accelerated since the couple of months ago that I was there, because I didn't see any issues with the water or electricity. But I've heard there's been an acute crisis of water in Iran recently. And I think I even saw some of these, CIA, Mossad-backed individuals purposely dumping water and wasting water as a argument against the regime. I mean, it's on Twitter if you want to see like protesters waste water. Yeah. So, luckily it's colder now. There's not going to be as much, people dying of thirst, I suppose. But this is all part of the war machine against Iran. And what we know is Netanyahu has been begging the U.S. to go to war with Iran for decades. And he's on film doing that. And Charlie Kirk fought against that. He resisted that. And, he would have been a voice against this going on now. Yes. And my sources tell me that war is coming very shortly. And this whole attempted regime change operation, I mean, it's not just protesters. People need to understand, like in Syria as well, it wasn't just protesters. There's gun runners sending in weapons through the border. For Syria, it was through Turkey. And for Iran, it's through Iraq and Turkey, I think, because they're using Kurdish militias as well.
So you're hearing from your sources in Iran that war is coming. They are preparing for war.
No, the sources in the Middle East, I would be more specific. And that there is like some preparations, defensive preparations for war by the end of the month. I think, for Iran, unfortunately, like they're kind of they've issued a fatwa against nuclearization, be saying that it's an indiscriminate weapon. And I feel that, the sites that you guys discussed where I went to inside Iran, it was locations, neighborhoods that like entire residential buildings and like surrounding residential buildings that were completely demolished because one scientist lives there. And I went there in my capacity as a scientist as well as a journalist for the Science Award. And so we visited the homes of these scientists that were murdered and their families. And they are doing peaceful nuclear power. And that is kind of helpful to the countries because it doesn't have to have any oil restrictions. It doesn't have to have any power cuts. And of course, making sure that Iran does have power cuts is something that would be beneficial to the Mossad and the Israelis and the CIA, because then they can push for their color revolution. But if they have nuclear power, that's going to make it very hard to do. So, but when I say unfortunately, I do think that they should nuclearize. I do think that they should have the bomb, because I think that unfortunately we live in a world where if you don't have the bomb, your country is going to be destroyed. And Israel has illegal nuclear weapons, and there has to be some sort of a balance to that, because Israel, as we saw, is committing a genocide. It's completely unhinged. It is basically the Jewish ISIS. And the Jewish,
here we go.
The Jewish state in the Lebanon.
There's the real message.
Max Blumenthal.
I mean, so what? We ignore everything she said just because of that?
Because she's slanting everything. Because she fucking, she's that.
I mean, please explain.
Yeah, you should ignore people that are trying to hype up rhetoric and say things like, "Yeah, we should give Iran." While she doesn't even live in the United States, we should give Iran, who's saying death to America and death to Israel, a nuclear weapon. We should do that. Fuck her. Fuck her.
She didn't say that. Whoa.
She had me up until she said the Mossad or the Jewish ISIS or Mossad ISIS.
The Jewish ISIS. Yeah. Fuck her.
Well,
she lost all credibility.
Okay.
She did say the Jewish ISIS. Run it back 10 seconds.
Yeah, I know that, but she didn't say, give a nuke to Iraq. I was like, whoa.
Yes, she did.
You did.
She said they should have the bomb. Were you not listening?
She said they should have the bomb.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
Run it back 45 seconds. Run it back 45 seconds.
Capability. But all right,
45 seconds. 45 seconds.
All right, Monty, calm down.
Power cuts is something that would be beneficial.
All right.
And their families. And they are doing peaceful nuclear power. And that is kind of helpful to the countries because it doesn't have to have any oil restrictions. It doesn't have to have any power cuts. And of course, making sure that Iran does have power cuts is something that would be beneficial to the
so peaceful nuclear power.
No, let it keep rolling. Let it fucking keep rolling.
In the CIA.
No, this is why I paused it. Like, this is literally why I paused it. We started mentioning the Mossad, Israeli, CIA, and then you guys kind of lost it. Like, I'll go back again.
Keep it rolling.
Keep it
you
going.
Don't want her to say it.
You don't need to run it back. Just keep it going.
Okay, the same part. Gotcha.
We visited the homes of these scientists that were murdered and their families. And they are doing peaceful nuclear power. And that is kind of helpful to the countries because it doesn't have to have any oil restrictions. It doesn't have to have any power cuts. And of course, making sure that Iran does have power cuts is something that would be beneficial to the Mossad and the Israelis and the CIA.
Yep. Let it go. Don't stop it.
But if they have nuclear power, that's going to make it very hard to do. So, but when I say unfortunately, I do think that they should nuclearize. I do think that they should have the bomb because I think that unfortunately we live in a world where if you don't have the bomb, your country is going to be destroyed. And Israel has illegal nuclear weapons, and there has to be some sort of a balance to that because
the
Israel,
same fucking argument that fucking the Iranian people make.
Is she wrong?
Yes, she's
wrong. You guys said Iraq. I didn't. Okay, you guys said Iraq, but she said Iran should have the bomb. She thinks that Iran should have the bomb to prevent any further interference in their government.
And literally, dude, what, like, did you? And you literally went back and forth. Oh no, she said power.
You guys said Iraq.
I said Iran. We're talking about Iran. What the fuck are you talking
Pacific. I'm over here listening to when you're over here talking. Oh, give it to Iraq. I'm like, wait, what? That's why I was. I was looking at y'all kind of weird. Like, bro, what do you mean?
I didn't say Iraq. I said Iran.
Oh, you said Iraq, bro. You said Iraq.
We were talking about Iraq. It's the same argument that Iraq made.
No, she said, oh, give the bomb. She let Iraq have a bomb. I was like, Iraq.
No, bro, we're talking about Iran. Why would we? What Iraq has nothing to do with Iran.
Well, I'm glad. Okay, well, I'm glad you clarified. All right, but she said that Iran should go ahead and have a nuke to deter any type of another cover revolution or interference in their government, since it seems like if you have a nuke, the U.S. or the superpower stay out of your business, and if you don't, then they're just going to keep on trying to overthrow you.
Yeah, that's fucking Iranian propaganda. She's a fucking Iranian spy, is what she is.
Well, honestly, she's kind of going off the example of what North Korea posed. We was all in their business until they got themselves a nuke, then we stayed the F out. I mean, we'd be all in Russia's business if they didn't have nukes, but we don't. I mean, we all be all in China.
Are you serious?
But we don't.
The same regime.
No, bro, that's just the common sense of the world, to be quite honest. That's just how the world works.
You don't give loaded weapons to terrorists.
No, Monty, like I said, you're being a bit emotional about it. You're not actually seeing you're not hearing what she's saying.
She should have a bomb. They should have a bomb.
She's explaining to you how it works on the national stage. If you have a bomb, you get to keep your government, your regime. If you do not, you get bullied by the other states. She's saying if they want to keep their regime, which I don't agree with, then they should go ahead and have a bomb.
So we should allow. So the goalposts move again. It's first it's not. They're not doing anything illegal. Israel, in fact, has illegal bombs.
Bro, she didn't say they were making a bomb. She said they should make one, but they're not.
They are, but
no, Monty, you don't have no.
It's just like the fucking Renee shooting. The goalposts move every time a new piece of information comes out. Oh, Monty, actually,
you have no proof. You're just saying that.
She's the one saying it. I'm calling her out for saying it. This is your source that you brought up. She gets to get criticized.
They said they should, not they are. And you're not even hearing. Then you didn't even actually hear her point on why.
I heard her point.
Actually,
Her
no,
point
you got triggered by buzzwords. As soon as you
that
heard
she that,
Israeli, you
if
kind of lost it. You didn't even want to listen to her overall point. I'm
I
telling you, it's coming
literally,
down
I
to that
literally
list.
listened past that point because I thought you heard it yourself. And then when she started saying anti-Semitic bullshit, then I fucking lost my shit. She already said that.
No,
Let
you
it play
agree
some
with
more.
that Israel's committing a genocide and all this good stuff. You agree, so you're anti-Semitic too?
No, what she's saying is an anti-Semitic fucking point of view.
What is? What is?
That Iran should have a bomb so that they can threaten Israel with it?
So I read, bro, no, she didn't say that. She did not say that. She says Iran should have a bomb so they can protect their regime, because if you have a bomb, it seems like nobody F's with you. They don't try to overthrow you, no color revolutions or anything.
They should be overthrown, Set. That's what you're fucking missing.
Okay, I agree with you on that, but her point is that, well, if Iran wants to protect their government, then it does make sense that they would go towards a bomb. There is no proof that they're going towards a bomb, though. This is just her opinion or her perspective on the matter.
So I'm not going to listen to someone whose opinion is that Iran should have a bomb. That's not what I'm going to do. And I'm not going to sit back and not push back on it.
Well, bro, you got to listen to it out. You can't be over emotional.
I did listen to it. I heard everything she's been saying about how people aren't being murdered. There's no protests.
She didn't say people weren't being murdered. She didn't even say there was no protests.
I went there and I didn't even have to wear my hijab because I was at the grocery stores. I'm a scientist.
Okay. All right, Monty, I got you. I understand.
Women are actually smarter than men over there.
I mean, hey, I guess they're doing well in science over there.
It's completely unhinged. It is basically the Jewish ISIS. And
now there's her calling Jewish ISIS.
The Jewish state in the Levant. I think Max Blumenthal kind of coined that one. But it fits. It really fits. And so there needs to be some sort of a balance. And Iran once it's taken out, that balance is gone.
Well, I mean, think about the logic here. It would be hysterical if it wasn't about human lives, because Israel's saying, and the United States are saying, we really care about Iranian lives and we don't want to see this protest, and it's about us. And you're like, how is it about you at all? But okay, you're going to sell me this idea. We really care about Iranians, so we're going to bomb them with a nuke. I cannot.
What? Who's even
understand.
saying that?
We really care about spiders, so we're
what
going to
a dumb take.
kill all those. Can you follow this? What logical person could?
Like
no, you can't follow it clearly.
He's like,
I will kill your friends and family to remind you of my love. Yes.
Right, I'm going to send a fully armed battalion to remind you of my love. Like, that's what it sounds like. Lindsey Graham will come save you.
Are you serious, Seth?
I mean, let's be real.
Serious?
It's like, think about it. We're saying we're going to strike Iran, even though
we're going to take out the fucking government.
Most likely putting the civilians at risk, but we're doing it for the civilians. That's what the point.
Are you fucking like? You're really buying this, Set?
I'm hearing them out. Yeah, I'm hearing them out.
You're hearing. They completely twisted the fucking narrative, and that's
not really. They're just giving.
We're going to take out the military, so that means we're going to kill the civilians. Are you like what?
Bruh,
that's the most unhinged fucking argument I've ever heard.
Iran. So where do you think they're going to strike in Iran, Monty? Where do you think they're going to strike in Iran?
Maybe the government facilities, the fucking Iranian police force that's fucking shooting the people, fucking any number of fucking things. That
you're gonna get, bro. We struck military bases. We ended up killing 100 Venezuelans. We're gonna get civilians caught up in these military strikes, like it or not, because we did
100. What base did we kill? Where we killed 100
Venezuelans? We're gonna go out there
Venezuelans?
for the civilians, bro. Wait, what? You don't understand, bro? Look this up. 100 Venezuelans were killed in the bombing of their military bases, because their military bases are actually in the city, and there were civilians, innocent civilians, that were killed. I
really?
On
so
CBS where there was
why did they have to? Why did they have to reach for one lady that got fucking a blast injury and died from a lung contusion? If there's hundreds of people,
bro,
there's hundreds of Cubans that died that were protecting Maduro.
No, 32 Cubans. There were actually 100 Venezuelans that died in the strike, bro. Like, that's just the fact of the matter.
That's completely.
This is kind of leads into a point of them saying, like, so you're telling me we're going there for the Iranian people, we're about to go there and bomb Iran, which most likely gonna hurt Iranian, or most likely gonna get Iranian civilians involved, but we're doing it for the citizens of Iran. I mean,
yeah, the 90 million people that are living under a fucking regime that won't let you fucking dance in public. Yeah, that.
I mean, that's what you're taught to believe. But all right.
I mean, do you have anything that proves it
hilarious
wrong?
and very accurate.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I encourage you to
what
do a little bit
idiot
more
follows
investigating
that?
into
Like,
that.
oh yes, we love them. Let's bomb their country for their safety.
If you were to look at X, you would think that millions of idiots follow that. And I wonder if the amount of my video has been getting almost 1 million views, and I've gotten interviews because of it. But
That's
I wonder,
tragic.
like, I see some very fake videos getting 60,000 views. And it turns out like it's a bunch of men like throwing Molotov cocktails in the street, like tens of Molotov cocktails, and you think, whoa, like this is chaos. It turns out it's from Greece from a month ago. And I'm like, okay, why didn't I hear about these riots in Greece a month ago? Why isn't that all over the news? Like, this seemed like it was huge. It seemed like it was a regime.
Maybe because she's wrong in her analysis.
World-ending thing that we never even heard about, but we're hearing about it now because it's like being applied to Iran.
Well,
So
Mossad and the CIA are working overtime in these.
Actually, though, there has been a couple. Come on now, there's been a couple mix-ups. Like, what was it? We mistake the Venezuelans in Miami for the Venezuelans celebrating in
No,
Venezuela.
we didn't. We were watching. They were literally said at the beginning of the video, this was a fucking gas station in Miami.
No, I'm talking about what they were pushing all over X. Like, that's the information they were pushing. They were pushing like what celebrations from Venezuelans in different countries was Venezuela was Venezuelans in actually.
Well, when fucking 8 million people, when 8 million people have fled the fucking country, it's a little valid to say, oh, look at all these Venezuelans that, if not for this repressive government, would be fucking in Venezuela. So yeah, they matter too.
Of course, we're not saying that. We're saying that it was proven that some of these photos didn't come out of Venezuela, that they were proven to be out of Venezuela, just like there were videos that say they were coming out of Iran that weren't actually out of Iran. That's all we're saying.
It's real hard to get videos out of Iran when the government shuts the fucking internet down, Set.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
Propaganda campaigns. I mean, we spoke to a CIA whistleblower who said, the CIA has an entire division devoted to this, to pushing these videos out. Mossad, I mean, we know now under Netanyahu, they are actively working with the CIA and pushing out fake news and fake social media accounts and fake videos. So they'll have accounts that are like a year old, and they'll use those accounts and they'll push out these fake videos. And so the bot army is very, very strong right now, pushing for this war.
So anything you disagree with is fake, but everything we have to hear from you is real.
Because of this war, because I think that
Monty, I mean,
anything that goes against the narrative, anything that goes against your narrative is fake, but everything they're saying is real.
Oh man, I mean, Monty, you gotta say the same thing, to be quite honest.
No, I mean, I was willing to hear her out until she started saying all this shit like, oh, the IDF is just fucking Jewish ISIS. No, the ISIS has in their thing, in their fucking doctrine, or sorry, Hamas has in their doctrine that fucking all the trees should tell us where all the Jews are so we can kill them. That is in the fucking Hamas charter. So I'm gonna go on the side of maybe
honestly, if you give me enough time, I can actually disprove that.
Hold on, pause. I'll go prove it for you.
I mean, sure. I mean, bro, we'd have to get into a nice little stream because I got a nice little 8-hour stream for you about the entire breakdown of October 7th and about the miscommunications about the Hamas charter. But we're kind of going off onto the subject on that one. Oh, and all right, Castro, I got you. But the Venezuelan interior minister says 100 people died in the U.S. attack. So this is pretty much coming from like CNN. We got people out here, Venezuelan news. We got Arabic news. So this is coming across the board. So it's like, this is pretty much proving that, yes, the Venezuelan interior minister said 100 people died in the U.S. attack. So that's actually true. Like, trust me, I know. It was clean on us. Let's see here. 32 members, and of course 32 members of the military of what was it? 32 members of its military. Cuba. Hey, at least they're finally honest. All right.
Israel cannot fight this war with Iran by itself. Last time we saw the US intervene, and this time Iran has said that if the US intervenes, they will retaliate at US positions. They, of course, they have their fleet in the Persian Gulf, and they have been affected previously. Like, look at Iraq when the US assassinated Soleimani. General Soleimani, the Iranians completely decimated a U.S. military.
Shout out to my man Monty for grabbing this real quick, because it did say, let's see here, this was published today at 10:20 a.m. Trump cancels all meetings with Iran, calls on protesters to take over the country. Yep, I mean, hey, at least he's somewhat backing off, I guess. At least he's not promising to strike them. Like I said, let the protesters cook. If they go ahead and take over the country, let them take over the country. I'm cheering for it. But since we're talking about that, though, I guess it'll be a perfect time to play this. Get both sides on this. Well, at least hear what these guys got to say. Because 8 hours ago, we had this guy, the Iranian foreign minister, also come out and have some words for us again. Like I said, they're making their rounds, guys. And then we also, it's crazy. We also have the Reza Pravla. This guy, he also has been making his rounds as well. He did like a 27-minute interview on CNN. I mean, all these guys are out here making a little media run. It's actually pretty crazy, but it makes sense.
I hope they have a better translator.
Man, me too.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello from Tehran, the capital of Iran, where
they gave him a girl. That's all right. That's grimy. They gave him a girl. Bro, if you're ever translating me to another country, you give me a girl voice, bro, we're fighting. Like, we're fighting.
Tests and also American threats and Iranian warning. This interview from Tehran, we are hosting the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Excellencies, welcome to Al Jazeera. Thank you. Doctor, now there are protests in Iran. It started out of the blue and suddenly, and it evolved into conflicts and confrontations. What is your comment, and what are the reasons, especially that this is not the first time we see protests in Iran? The recurrence of protests and demonstrations in Iran is not something unusual. In any system based on democracy, the right to peaceful protest is guaranteed. The Iranian constitution explicitly refers to this right. Therefore, the expression by the people of their views, grievances, and objections through demonstrations and gathering is acceptable in principle. However, what we are facing this time is entirely different. In my view, these protests and the acts of rioting that followed them can be divided into two phases. The first phase was from December 28, 2025 to January 7, 2026. During which the demonstrations were entirely peaceful and aimed at expressing grievances and protests. At times, some violence occurred during these demonstrations, which is a natural matter. The government dealt rationally with these protests. President Masoud Pezeshkian entered into dialogue with members of the Chamber of Commerce and business leaders and economic activists. He listened to their views and ideas and sought to resolve their problems. Some economic proposals and plans emerged from these discussions.
That I'd like to correct you on something real quick.
Representatives of traders, economists, and professionals were also invited to a meeting of the Iranian government, and dialogue took place with them. There was a positive trajectory despite the presence of some.
Yeah, what's up?
So, according to the New York Times, 100 Venezuelans did not die, and you conflated that to civilian deaths. So, per the New York Times, 70 to 80 Venezuelan military members died, with 2 to 3 civilian deaths. So the whole framing it, 100 Venezuelans died. No, they didn't.
So what actually they did? You said Venezuelans. Those are Venezuelans, even if they're military.
The military does not count as civilians, Set. That's
They're
the difference.
Venezuelans. The Venezuelan military says
Oh
100
my
people
God.
died in the U.S. attack. I said people too, but you're right. I did say citizens. But when I read out, the Venezuelan interior minister said 100 people died in the U.S. attack.
Yes, but you
You're not wrong.
conflated that to, we were talking about civilian deaths because of military actions, and you said 100 people died and it was unavoidable, as if we accidentally killed 100 Venezuelan citizens. That's how you framed it, and I'm correcting you. That is not right. 100 enemy combatants shooting at Americans while we were conducting a mission got shot back at.
Did they accidentally blow up a smaller daycare in Venezuela?
All right. Done. Action. I got you.
Also, I got you Hamas's charter from the UN.
1988, not the 2017 one. You got the wrong one, my friend.
What are you talking about?
They have a political document. That's what I'm saying. You fell for the propaganda of using the 1988 charter when they actually have an updated one.
That
which
is the
new political document.
That is the 2017 one. I got it from
this
the
is
UN.
1988 one. It says it right here at the bottom, actually. The Yale right here. It's like even linked to it. But all right, Monty. All right, though. But let me get back on with the show. But I do appreciate you for correcting me on the 100 Venezuelans, though.
Acts of violence. Iranian police and security forces were unarmed and were present at the demonstrations to ensure that the level of violence did not exceed what is customary. During this period, there were no fatalities, only some injuries. From January 8 to January 10, a very important development occurred, which was terrorist elements who entered the scene. What I'm saying here is based on documents and evidence. Some of this evidence has been referred to, and some will be announced later. The terrorist cells were organized and trained and entered the crowds of demonstrators with weapons. We suddenly faced individuals among the demonstrations who possessed weapons and were firing at police and security forces. More importantly and more strangely, they were also firing at the demonstrators themselves and sought to increase the number of deaths. This was a strange phenomenon. These elements entered the demonstrations with the aim of increasing the number of victims. Why was this their objective? I believe that this was due to the statements of the US president when he said that if Iran fired on demonstrators, the United States would intervene. We did not fire on the demonstrators, but those with malicious plans, and I believe they were directed from outside, had organized these plans abroad and implemented them through their agents inside the countries. They sought to increase the number of deaths in order to force the US president to intervene in these confrontations. Therefore, the objective was clear. They began firing at police and security forces and even at demonstrators. Terrorist elements fired from behind, causing a large number of fatalities during these events. Another number of victims were killed by stones and sticks, unfortunately. After that, another important development occurred, the creation of terror. This was strange and something we have not seen except in the behavior of ISIL and similar groups. Some people were buried alive. Terrorist elements also burned some police officers alive and beheaded them. This has no connection whatsoever with the Iranian culture. They also burned mosques. It is impossible for an Iranian to burn a mosque because our culture does not permit such acts. The terrorists also finished off the wounded by shooting them. They likewise burned public places and burned also private property. Doctor, there are those who are criticizing the security behavior of Iran. If Iran does recognize the right of the protesters and the right to protest, why did you cut internet and communication? How would you justify this? The internet network was cut after the terrorist operations began. The internet was not cut off before that. We officially acknowledged the protest, and the government was in a state of dialogue with the protesters. Representatives of the protesters were invited to the government, and the Iranian president himself met with them. The internet was cut only after we confronted terrorist operations and realized that orders were coming from outside. Some communications were recorded. We have recorded voices of individuals giving orders from abroad to terrorist agents, instructing them to fire police forces and demonstrators if police forces were not there. Their intention was to spread killing. This went beyond the state of normal protest. From our perspective, January 8 was the 13th day of the American-Israeli war against us. The recent war lasted 12 days, and January 8 was the 13th day of that war. What the enemy failed to achieve in that war, it sought to achieve here in another way by steering tension within Iranian society. Therefore, our security forces had to intervene and make the decision to cut internet. For this reason, the communications of those terrorist groups had to be cut, and coordination among them had to be prevented, which was achieved with God's help. After 3 days, the situation came under control. A major portion of those terrorist agents were arrested, and we have their confessions, including the amounts of money they received. For example, they received a specific amount for attacking a police headquarters, another amount for setting vehicles on fire, and other amounts for other acts.
And I mean, dang, I guess I can stop it right there. This is where he gets to the accusations of paid protesters, pretty much saying that he has the confessions. I mean, the forced confessions, of course, saying that, all right, they were paid to do all these, riot acts, pretty much just destroying property, for like burning down cars, mosques, buildings, all this wild stuff. And he's, like I said, he said this before, that he has the proof that he'll be able to bring out, showing that this was basically not an organic protest.
And yet he hasn't.
I mean, hey, it's only been 2 days, Monty. Let's wait.
If you have the proof, why not show it?
Probably want to slow cook everybody who's going to try to deny it. Never know.
Since when? Come on, man.
Monty, that's just how people do things sometimes. I just don't say, look, he says he's going to release it. They got the confessions, how much they were paid. Let's see. Now, am I saying that, all the the protests were all legitimate? He's saying it is like, no, I'm just allowing the Iranians to have their point of view and be like, look, from our point of view, this were all paid for. These guys got paid to do this. This was not an organic protest. So, and this is what they're saying. And I guess, like this, according to what he said, they have it basically under control.
Also, the 2017 document still refers to Israel as entirely illegal and that they don't want a two-state solution.
Yeah, but it does not call for the death of Jews, though. And it does. Yes, hold on, it has a problem.
They just
with
changed the name from
project.
Jews. They just changed the name from all Jews to Zionists. So all the Jews are Zionists.
Jews are actually, bro, a non-Jew could be a Zionist. So yeah, it's more of like it's a political ideology.
So they expanded the definition. So kill everybody that's not Palestinian, essentially.
No, because a Palestinian could be a Zionist, actually, if it believes.
And you don't want a two-state solution. You recognize Israel as illegal. That you would work with them temporarily, if only to achieve a greater Palestine. Every aspect of that.
Oh,
it doesn't.
Speaking of.
Not only does it not change anything, it doubles down on it and uses prettier language.
But it doesn't call for the death. It does not call for the death of Jews. You're kind of like stretching it. You're reaching.
What does elimination mean to you?
What? Of what?
Of the Zionist state. What does that mean to you?
Elimination of the Zionist state means the
disestablishment. And if all Jews are Zionists, then what does that mean?
Of all Jews. It means they're against the Zionist expansion ideology. It's
not
a political ideology thinking that Israel is their holy land. They're saying they're against that. Like
not to mention
death of all Jews.
Oh my God. Not to mention they haven't fucking rebuked their 1988 charter.
But they have a new one. So
it says the same thing prettier for people like you to see. Oh, look, they don't actually want to kill all the Jews.
It does not call for the death of Jews. It explicitly says it's a conflict with the Zionist project, not with the Jews because of their religion.
Israel is the Zionist project.
No, it
Set.
is, bro. Yes, right. Israel is the Zionist project, but not all Zionists are Jews.
Israel is the Zionist project. So they want
That
to
is a political
eliminate.
ideology, my friend.
Oh
It's
my
not
God.
Jew. It's not means you're Jewish. It's not mean kill all Jews. Like you're reaching, bro. You're reaching.
No, I'm not. You're not letting me talk, and you're just fucking talking over me because you think you have this figured out. It's the same thing, just fucking worded prettier.
Monty, I just don't think you want to be wrong. And that's fine. That's fine. I'll just move on. It's all good.
Why wouldn't they? Why would they fucking reject their? Why wouldn't they reject their
Monty,
charter?
We're moving on. We're moving on, Monty. All right. Just pay attention to the video and you can give your commentary on that. As far as this is concerned, we'll agree to disagree. We'll just move on. But but at least I gave you the Venezuela, the citizen thing. My bad. I made a mistake on that one. It was people. And there you go.
All of these confessions are clear and documented. Accordingly, January 8 should be considered an extension of the 12-day war. From January 10 until now, we have witnessed control over the situation, thank God. The country is now experiencing calm. At the same time, the government remains determined to fully respond to the demands of the people and the protesters. Nevertheless, we will not abandon the rights of our people that were violated by agents linked to foreign actors, and we will not tolerate this, neither with regard to the blood of the victims. Doctor, there is a change or a shift in the behavior or the stance of Iran. First, it was legitimate protests, and then it was vandalization. And yesterday, we have heard from President Pezeshkian, and today, when Your Excellency spoke with embassies, you were using the term of terrorists and ISIL. Does this mean that Iran is trying to shift its security policy when it comes to dealing with protesters from containing to arresting? No. Our policy has always been consistent. We pursue a soft policy in dealing with protests. We tolerate protesters and listen to them. But when it comes to terrorism, our policy is decisive. We will never allow terrorist agents and terrorist groups, especially those managed from abroad, and particularly Israel, to continue their actions. If you follow Israeli media, they repeatedly stated that the situation in Iran was under Israel's control and that its agents were moving among the protesters and speaking Persian. More importantly, there was a tweet written by Pompeo, the former U.S. Secretary of State and former head of the CIA during the Trump administration. He tweeted that he congratulates all Iranians and the Mossad agents marching alongside them. Is there any clearer admission than that? This indicates that Mossad was seeking to bring its terrorist agents into Iran. Where did the weapons that were brought in come from? Weapons were distributed among the protesters and terror and fear were spread. This phenomenon is completely different from ordinary protests. We saw how a woman was killed by police in the United States several days ago. She was sitting in her car. She was an American mother of 3 children and was killed by U.S. police at a very short distance.
Shut your ass up about that. You have no right to speak on that.
Yeah.
Okay, now I see.
And that's what he's doing. He's literally conflating it. So if he can conflate that, anybody, oh yeah, they're allowed to protest. We're not going to change anything about it, and we're not going to do anything if they get mad.
Oh.
But if they start getting violent because they want to revolutionize, he's up here.
Oh.
Anyway, if they can protest all they want, where it's going to fall on deaf ears, and when they get more agitated that they're not being heard and someone actually supports them, we're going to label them all as terrorists so that we can kill them all. That's what he's saying.
Oh, that was, okay.
Let's hear him out, though.
The U.S. president said that the police were acting in her car. She was an American mother of 3 children and was killed by U.S. police at a very short distance. The U.S. president said that the police were acting in self-defense. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security issued a statement saying that anyone who attacks the police will face severe consequences. Attacking the police is unacceptable anywhere in the world.
Okay. I mean, do y'all disagree? Silence? Because I mean,
hold on.
That's actually, I mean, that's the point we were making.
Hold on. This is not anywhere in the world. This is Iran, and this is not a protest. This is a revolution.
Whoa, Monty. I mean, but he pretty much said, you know, if you do that, attack law enforcement anywhere in the world, he's pretty much said, you know, the same thing happens to you in America. So
he's also lying to you about them attacking the protesters, or sorry, attacking the police.
Okay. All right. I hear you on that one.
Especially when police forces are fired upon in this case. It's not about protests or demonstrations, but a terrorist act. We have video footage documenting the shooting. There is a clear difference between
Why haven't you released it then?
Protest. The Iranian people are dear to us and have preserved their unity.
All right, and shout out to my man Jay says, just Maduro and Iran and be done with it because it never ends. Not yet.
As they demonstrated during the 12-day war and again now, we have seen the marches that took place across the country in which everyone once again gathered around the Iranian flag. We will continue along this path, but we will not tolerate terrorism. Doctor, do you believe that these demonstrators are reflecting a popular pressure because of the economic situation? Do you think this will exert a pressure on Iran and the foreign ministry of Iran in order to shift more quickly into negotiations with the U.S. that is now pending? Doctor, there was an embargo, a scoop.
Okay. Set out Jay said just Maduro and Iran and be done with it because it never ends. Yeah, I mean, only if we could promise ourselves we stop out of just Iran.
Saying that there was a
Greenland
common meeting with Witkoff, between Witkoff and yourself.
And anywhere we fucking
want. This meeting will take place, and do you think that this internal and domestic pressure will push Iran to the table of negotiations? The communications between Mr. Witkoff and me are ongoing and existed prior to these protests and have continued for some time. During the days before the protests and after them, our contacts have remained continuous. Some ideas have also been put forward and are being studied by us. We have never fled negotiations. However, negotiations must be fair and just based on mutual interest, not on the expectations that one side obtains all the benefits. Negotiations must be based on mutual respect and without threats. Is there a possibility of a meeting? Do you expect any meeting anytime soon with Witkoff? As I said, there are ideas being proposed right now, but alongside these proposals, some threats are being issued, and negotiations and threats cannot be combined. If we reach a point of negotiation without threats or dictates, and on the basis of mutual respect and reciprocal interest in the nuclear file, we will be present at the nuclear negotiation table. However, so far, we are not convinced that the United States is seeking this path, unfortunately. We have a bad history of negotiations with the United States. You remember the nuclear agreement and how they withdrew from it. Last year, we were negotiating when our country was targeted, and the activation of the snapback mechanism occurred while we were in the midst of the negotiations. From our perspective, the United States is not ready for fair and balanced negotiations.
Let me be real with you. That negotiation was cooked. It was cooked. Like they came in there and it was supposed to be about uranium, and they was all right. They was hearing it, and then they came in there again, and then it was like, yeah, but now we want you to give up your weapons defense systems or your missiles, and they was like, Yeah, no. And then they got bombed. So, yeah. I mean, hey,
Yeah,
man, they made their choice. They made their
do
choice.
what you want. Do what you want. There will be consequences. They're not threats. They're guarantees.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're gonna do what you want, I mean, you gotta be prepared for the consequences.
But sit up on television and be like, "Oh, poor me. We were negotiating in bad faith." Do you? Why does anybody take him seriously?
I don't know. I feel like both sides were negotiating in bad faith.
It's Iran. The only good faith negotiation we could give Iran is, oh yeah, you can build a bomb and here's all your money, almost like Obama did.
Now they said, well, you can proliferate. You go ahead and what was it? To mess around with that uranium. Just don't make a bomb, and we'll give you some of your money back. There you go.
That's what good negotiating looks like to Iran. It's all beneficial to Iran. And when they get a president there that's like, yeah, no, fuck you. You can either stop because we don't want you to do this, or we can bomb you. Oh, that you don't want to stop? All right, here's the bomb.
Yeah,
very,
but
very
like
simple.
I said, the main criticism on that was we kind of did it with no proof that they was progressing towards a bomb. We kind of just made things hostile within.
So did we just blow up some hole in the desert?
I mean, yeah, we did actually.
Yeah. What do you think was underneath that?
I mean, no, we all know it was Mount Fordo. Like, come on now.
Exactly. So, but they don't even acknowledge Fordo exists.
Yeah, they are. Come on now.
They didn't until after we bombed it. We all knew. We all talked about it. We all said everything. But the Iranian prime minister was like, we don't have any underground bases, no bunkers, nothing, blah, 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 blah. We bomb it. We needed those bunkers because you were going to do this.
I did not
They're
hear
a bunch
that
of
one.
liars. They can't even. We
I
have the
never heard
satellite
that
pictures. We have the satellite pictures.
Like, no, I remember us exposing that we've been knew about Mount Fordo, but I didn't know they were denying it. To be quite honest,
they were denying it the whole time.
I didn't know they were denying it. To be honest,
they did not.
I'm gonna have to check that one because I remember him like hopping on it and being like open about it. Like, yeah, we're enriching uranium. I remember them and saying that. Like, yeah, we're enriching it, but we're not going towards a bomb. No, they said that before and after. Before and after. They just
you're right. You're right.
Story. Yeah,
they were enriching uranium. However, when we brought up the issue of underground bunkers, I believe under the Obama negotiations, when we got that shitty fucking deal with them, they're like, yeah, we don't have any underground bunkers and we'll never make any. And fucking we've been watching them build it for the past 15 years, making a bomb that could fucking destroy it.
If matters move towards such a point, we will study the issue. In my view, fair negotiations are based on a process of just exchange. We have previously demonstrated that we are ready to build confidence regarding our nuclear program. We have never sought to acquire a nuclear weapon, nor do we seek to do so. If we had wanted to obtain a nuclear weapon, we would have sufficient justifications to do so. But our policy is a principle one. We believe these weapons are inhumane and forbidden based on the fatwa of the Supreme Leader. We will not relinquish our rights to the peaceful use of nuclear energy, including
Pause. We will not relinquish. So they're still denying that they don't have any illegitimate use for the fucking 60% enriched uranium that they do have that cannot be used for nuclear energy purposes.
Yep, and we're supposed to take them at their word when they say, well, it's forbidden for us to make nukes. According to the Supreme Leader, it's forbidden for us to make nukes.
But we're gonna make every step. We're gonna take every step and put all the pieces together in separate spots and act like we don't intend or we don't have the capability to put them all together. Come on, man.
Let's hear how he answers that.
Based on the fatwa of the Supreme Leader, we will not relinquish our rights to the peaceful use of nuclear energy, including enrichment, as a committed member of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. We will not give up this right. However, if anyone has questions or concerns, we are ready to address them in order to build confidence. In return, we expect our rights to be respected or recognized and for sanctions to be lifted. In my view, a fair agreement can be reached if unreasonable demands are not put forward, if excessive demands are raised or files are introduced that we cannot negotiate over, the matter will become complicated and negotiations will not be possible. Our positions are clear. If we feel that the interests of our people can be achieved through negotiations, we will not hesitate. However, we have not reached that conviction as of yet. Do you expect?
So in summary, let me fucking summarize all the double speak and the double talk he just fucking did. We're not gonna release our nuclear things for research purposes. Anything above 5% is not research purposes. So they don't have the right to have it because that violates the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So he's already lied about that. Just in that sentence, just by virtue of having uranium at 60%, he lied. That we will negotiate in good faith. They lied about that. The only negotiation that they will accept is one that allows them to continue doing what they're doing, which is assembling a bomb. And if you don't like that, then it's going to get complicated. In other words, we have other options for that.
Well,
So
he didn't say we're assembling a bomb because he says it's forbidden for them to make bombs, but he is saying that you deserve the right to,
And the crazy lady in Minnesota said, "I'm not mad at you," right before she ran him over with his car.
I mean, hey, and that's still, hey. I mean, that's, and we
People
still don't
don't
know
lie
if that
at
was
all
their
ever,
true
Zed.
intention, huh?
People don't ever lie at all. What they say is 100% true, even after they prove you wrong and run you over.
I'm weak. I mean, Monty, come on now. I thought we agreed that we don't know for sure what her true intentions were with that.
I'm not mad at you. It's gas. I didn't agree with you. I said I think it's terrorism.
I mean, I don't know how you.
I kind of agree with.
I don't know how you get there, but all right.
I kind of have to agree with Seth on this one. Yeah, they're saying it, but I personally don't see the strong argument for the terrorism on her part. I see the argument, not the strong argument, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense, and that's all I've said. I said it's terrorism. There's an argument for terrorism. Anyway, moving back to where we were at, I was using that as an example to illustrate people lie. People say one thing and do another. And that's what he's done. That's what he's done every single time that this issue has come up. Oh, we're doing it for peaceful purposes. Don't mind the weapons grade uranium we have in the back.
Yeah, that's true. They are saying that. They are pretty much saying, yo, we got like 60% uranium enrichment, but don't worry, guys. Don't worry. We're not using it for anything crazy. We're not trying to make a bomb or anything.
I only have.
If they were to make a bomb, I mean, wouldn't we find out by now, or no?
I mean, we absolutely have the capability to find out about that. That's why we bombed them. Set. There are things that are classified above fucking common knowledge that the Defense Department, the president, and every other country that's doing intelligence on them know that we don't know, that we will never know.
I mean, shoot, but we knew about, like, what was it? The Fort Doe facility. We knew about that since like 2009.
Yeah, we knew we knew about the facility. We didn't know what they were doing in the facility for sure.
Yeah.
As the public, the government, I probably would venture to bet had some intel.
Oh no, you're right. No, it was they did know what they were doing. It was in 2009. The IEA, they informed the IEA about the Fort Doe facility, but it was on September 21st, 2009. After Western intelligence has already uncovered it, and just days before the U.S., UK, and France publicly revealed it.
Exactly. So they were lying about it then while they were negotiating. So is that negotiating in bad faith or not?
No, it doesn't really say they lied about it. They said that
they didn't acknowledge it. Set.
They didn't acknowledge it. You're right. They didn't acknowledge it.
That's lying by omission. Set. Yes, it is.
Why not? And then, well, I don't know. Lying to me is saying you're doing it. And they say no, we're not. And then we found out you're doing it. They're like, you got me.
You're enriching uranium past the proliferation
really even asked
treaty.
The question. And we just found out that they were doing it. We're like, hey, yo, what is this? And they're like, okay, we are making the underground facilities.
Set, come on. How many times are you going to move the goalposts on them?
That's not moving the goalposts. That's actually pretty much saying what happened without adding duplicity to it, or always thinking that they're doing it.
So why is it every time Iran says something, you take them at face value unless someone can prove you utterly, absolutely wrong?
Well, not really. That's not
When
what
they've been shown to be duplicitous in the past and continue to be and continue to say the same things over and over again.
Because I understand that everybody runs propaganda, and not everything out of a political leader's mouth is lying. That I don't like hearing. Like, trust me, I've been taught that in the past. So I'm just going off of past experience. Just because I don't like hearing it, don't mean it ain't true.
I mean, it's not. I don't like hearing it. I'm comparing it to other things he said that he's lied about. That
I mean,
has been
you're
proven.
saying that he lied, but I mean, what did he lie about?
When you say you're
about?
not doing something for weapons research, and you sit up there and say that we're not constructing underground facilities, and we find
They
that
didn't say
underground
they were
facility.
not. No, they didn't say that they're not. They said, bro, we came to them and said, are you constructing an underground facility? We found this out, and they said, okay, yeah, we are. We didn't tell you. So there's no lie there. We came
Meanwhile,
Mission is still a lie.
the
not
lying
really,
by
because
omission is
lying
still
would
a
be
lie.
them.
Seth.
A lie would be no. A lie would be. I mean, no. That's no. A lie would be them. Us going to them, going like, "Yo, you're making this," and we got proof. And going like, "No, we're not. Where'd you get that from? No, we're not." And then we find it out. That's a lie.
That's
just because
doubling
we
down
go
on a
to
lie.
we
Seth.
no.
Wait, what
Hear
do
what
we
I'm
think
saying?
they're-
We went to them, Monty. How is it a lie if we went to them, said this is what you're doing, and they said, "Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's what we're doing." That's honesty, if anything.
No, that's honesty after you've gotten caught. The honesty after the fact is not honesty.
Bro, it's not, bro. Let's be real. They didn't even know we were, bro. They didn't even know we cared until we came right to them and say, look, we see you have an underground facility. What's up? Yeah, you're right. We do have an underground facility. We reported it to the what was it? Yeah, to the IAEA. So they did everything by the book.
No, they didn't. What part of you cannot use nuclear material in a militaristic fashion is fucking.
They didn't. We don't have proof that they did. Just because it's a risk of 60%, like, bro, that doesn't mean it's being used in a militaristic fashion. Like, you just can't throw 60% uranium at a country and be like, oh, there you go, nuclear bomb. It don't work like that.
And it doesn't work for anything they're claiming it works for either.
Yes, but here's the thing, though. They didn't make a weapon with it. There's no proof that they have made weapons with it.
So they just have you ever heard of the concept of constructive possession?
Yes, Monty, I do understand what you're saying, but if we don't have proof that they're making this, and we've been saying this for 20 years, I mean, and then let's be real, we still don't got anything of them having a nuke.
So
don't you think you're kind of being bullshitted?
It doesn't sound like you know what constructive possession is, so I'm going to explain it. Constructive possession is when you have all of the ingredients, but you have not baked the cake.
Monty, first off, Monty, I know what constructive possession is. I just explained it. Literally, I just kind of explained it to you, and you're gonna try to double back and explain it to me, dog. Respect me a little bit more than that. All right.
But I think you're trying to look past it and act like they're not doing anything.
Bro, I'm not. Actually, we have no proof that they're doing anything. That's all I'm telling you. You're over here trying to reach, and then over here trying to insult my intelligence just because
I'm not reaching. I'm not reaching. It's a very fucking simple conclusion to come to.
No, it's bro. If you have no proof, you're just making that speculation because you don't like them. And okay, cool. You don't trust them. I get it, but you don't know. So quit acting like you do.
I do have a quick question for you. This is my own personal thing, but I have a real hard time with the supreme leader. Someone that calls himself the supreme leader actually kind of taking them seriously.
Wait, so, I'm sorry, I did not hear that. But all right.
I said,
yo.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I was trying to make a little levity to get you guys to kind of crack up. What I said was, I kind of have a hard time taking someone who calls himself the supreme leader seriously, because it just reminds me of when we were kids playing these games.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all they are, is a kid playing games thinking that we're stupid.
Yo, I've been trying. I'm gonna just say what's up, everybody. I don't know what's wrong with my phone mic, but yeah, what's up? I had a few things to say. Not much. I had a few things to say to I can't even see your face because of QR code.
Oh, what's going on?
Your face is covered up by the QR code. Now it's coming up as a live.
All right. What's going on?
So, all of this is what they're saying. I'm just gonna go ahead and say something right now, Set. I told you about this when we first started talking about it, and I said from the last live, like, what is it, November, October? I was like, look, they're gonna start rioting or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if they started having like riots and starting to stand up to their government. This isn't just a now thing, and this isn't just the so minority Iranian people who actually support the government. These are the Iranians who have been there since 1979 that want their freaking country back and are sick of the Ayatollah. You have actual on the ground videos of Iranians asking Donald Trump, literally by name, to come and like remove the Ayatollah, to destroy the government. There are multiple videos of Iranians actually cheering when the U.S. bombed Iran's nuclear capabilities. This isn't something that just happened right, spur of the moment. This stuff has been building up since 1979. There have been like, there was like, do you remember who Malala Yousafzai is?
Well, let's be real. Like, there's been multiple protests and all that and revolution, so like, we get that part.
Yeah, it's only been one revolution. There haven't been multiple. I mean, we can even go and fact check that.
Oh shoot, man! According to Monty, this is a revolution right now. So hey, we got two.
It's been a revolution.
Agree with this one.
Now, this is an attempt at them trying to seize power back. And the reason why this bonehead right here using a cheap piece of crap AI, call yourself the Ayatollah, you can't even get good AI to translate videos. Crazy. The reason why they cut off the internet in Iran is to prevent those videos from getting out there, because they borrowed software from China. Now, we did know about this since way before then. They borrowed software from China to actually act as a filter, so they have somewhat of a quote-unquote great firewall of their own, though it's crappy. And so if you think they're not seeing these videos, you're wrong. And
they're responding to those videos.
Right.
Saying that they're fake.
Or saying that they're fake, or that they're playing the Mossad angle. And realistically, there might be a handful of Mossad, but if you actually look at some of the stuff that Bibi Netanyahu has said on his own, they really don't have to do much to destabilize Iran. They're already a gasoline
tinderbox
pile of sticks, right? They're just waiting for a reason.
All right, man. Like I said, man, the end result will tell all. Like I said, it's coming up. We'll see what happens. And when that happens, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think it's gonna happen the way everybody think it is. For some reason, I just have that funny feeling. But I'm
gonna go on record and say, in a couple of months, when it does happen, you owe me a beer set.
What happens when the Ayatollah gets overthrown?
Yep,
I'll give you a beer for that. Why not?
No. I want a 6-pack mailed to my house, because I've been telling you about this since before this was hot in the streets.
Well, you're acting like I was saying. Hold on, you're acting like I was saying. No, they're not gonna protest. It's like
you did.
No, I didn't.
You actually
did. Yes,
bro. No, I didn't.
Yes,
bro. Whoa. You say. You're saying that I never said they were gonna protest.
I said, when this happened, I said, oh, this might inspire the Iranian people to rise up. And you're like, I don't think it shows what you think it shows, Monty. That's a favorite line you use on me.
What situation are you talking about?
Right after there were protests during the 12-day war, right before we bombed Iran, and then after we bombed Iran and how there was more protests, you're like, oh yeah, there's protests all the time over there, and that doesn't really mean anything. I don't think they're gonna stand up to their government. I was like, no, and the U.S. emboldening them might actually do something in that regard.
Now, what happened before that? Now let's be real.
Before that, they were bombing Israel.
No. I'm talking about when I said that these guys most like, because I never disagreed about the protest, because right as soon as the 42% inflation came out and the water shortage that I've been knew about, I was like, and the reckless spending to other regimes, I was like, yeah, that's a cherry on top. I could see why they're protesting. Now, will this protest cause a regime change, or is this a revolution that will have results? Is yet to be seen.
I think it will. And I think,
according to this bastard here, he's saying, oh, everything's all under control while running a media blockout. So trust me,
why are you listening to state media?
Because I have to listen to both sides, dog. That's how you do it. You have to listen to what both sides are saying. If you listen to one side, that you're being propagandized.
S.E.T, why are you? I don't care if you listen to state media. Like, look. Don't trust a man with a crappy AI translator, bro.
No, I'm gonna trust, bro. He's a foreign.
He's a lackey. He's a lackey.
Foreign minister.
I
know all foreign ministers are lackey. Okay, we know that. But they're
you can listen. Hold on,
they're spokesmen for their regime and their government. So it is best to hear out what they gotta say.
You can hear it out. You don't have to put a whole lot of weight to it.
Did I put any weight to it?
No, he didn't. Now, what I'm saying is from like a certain standpoint, why are we listening to a guy that doesn't even want to spend the money to get like better translation equipment? It's like hearing your opinion on Rumble Premium. It's just disgusting.
Oh shit. Leave him alone. He's already dead.
I'm weak as hell. Here's my opinion on Rumble Premium. I mean, all right. But anyway,
you should have put my email address in when you got Rumble Premium.
Yo, that's broke mentality, Monty.
I'm just fucking with you, S.E.T.
No, it's all good. It's all good. But anyway, though, what was you getting to again, though? Because you kind of threw me off with the Rumble joke that I did not get.
He's just saying that he can't be taken seriously if he can't even sell the lie. It's almost like he's just keeping up appearances and trying to propagandize people.
All right. So how sure are you guys that this is going to end the regime change? How sure?
I am about 42 to 47% sure it's going to happen.
Damn, the same rate as their inflation. But
I am about.
I'm glad you caught that.
I am about. So can I also add a caveat to this?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So the caveat is provided that the U.S. actually steps in and Trump actually follows through.
If the U.S. steps in, we know it's a given. But
we know it's a given because the people want this, and there are Iranians here that actually want this to happen. You know what they did to Saddam Hussein? You remember how they beat his ass? They beat his ass to his own execution and then killed this nigga. They want that. So I say if the U.S., it's going to depend heavily on what the U.S. does. That's why they're pushing for it so much. If we get involved, then it's going to be like a 50 to 60% chance they straight up just have a revolution. And that's just no special agents, no nothing on the ground. Just drop a few key bombs, break their military power a little bit. They'll come in and clean up the rest. If we don't, I'm at that same like 42 to 47 right percent because they don't have the means to do it themselves.
That's crazy. You know what? Actually, I mean, I was actually giving him like at least a 60. That's crazy. I'll give him 60%. I mean,
it depends on how. It depends on if we throw them under the bus or not.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I mean, looks like, and that's only if I believe Donald Trump strikes, that might provoke it a little bit more. The protests will actually feel like they got U.S. support. That might keep the engine going.
I don't know, man. I seen that video of this. I actually watched a POV from one of the protesters. He had his phone out. They were all chanting, "Down with the Ayatollah." Down with the Ayatollah. And then there is this one IRGC dude pulled up with a shotgun and he was like dumping that shit like he was in the hood, bro. Like you
Yeah,
can tell
man.
he been to the
Apparently
US.
they got. Wait, you're talking about is that a protester or?
No,
Yeah, he got shot.
that was the IRGC.
The Iranian
Okay,
police.
got you.
Nah, but
Got
like the way bro was standing, said you would have almost been proud. Like the Haitians would have almost been proud. He was standing with his leg kind of cocked back. He didn't have his shoulder, bro. Homie just had that thing out there just pumping and shooting. Yeah, real hood tactics. You can tell they didn't give a damn.
Protesters getting guns too, but like I said though, we'll see because what this guy's saying is a bit concerning. A media blackout, along with and then they just come out of nowhere and says, "Oh yeah, problem solved, guys." And I'm like, bro, did they just pull a Tiananmen Square on us? Like,
no, they want us to think that so we don't intervene.
I mean,
yeah.
bro,
that's why I say it's
I mean, that
really
would be
hard.
grimy if they just start killing tens of thousands of people. I mean, I think that would make us intervene probably a little bit more.
Yeah, like,
no, you're not going to intervene
really,
if you don't have the people's support. Because if they kill all the people, you don't have the people's support,
or they kill enough people.
So you know why they actually blocked Elon Musk's Starlink?
They're trying to. They're not successful.
They're trying to because they can actually get one. It's not just to get not satellite imagery, but like internet
GPS.
over there to get the word out. What they're also doing is as these people post these videos, they're scrubbing through the data to make sure it's actually legit, like this is actually happening. And what they're starting to find out more and more is that this shit is in fact actually happening.
Hey, of course. No, trust me.
I'm saying, hey,
I believe the protests are going on, but man, though,
we can go fly to
I hope
Iran.
that it's enough to actually overthrow them. I actually do. I do hope it's enough to overthrow them, but
do you think it's not going to happen?
Man, I want it to happen, but hey, man,
I think it is going to happen, and I have a 42% surety.
Man, look, I want to get my hopes up, man. That's all I will say. I'm not getting my hopes up, but I do want it for these people. I do, and I do want it in a way where they ain't too late. Actually, already getting massacred out there. No,
yeah, there's 2,000 people.
You called that one a day late and a dollar short, set.
Man, wait, what? The 2K?
Nah, getting massacred out there. He's like, I don't want them to get massacred. Well, you're kind of late on that, bud.
Too late, man. Well, I don't know. They could turn it up. They could always turn it up.
No,
the dead people aren't going to come back to life.
I know. I mean, bro, what you mean? They could start doing aerial strikes in certain areas that have protesters or so-called Mossad.
They're not protesters.
Under that guidelines,
let's stop calling it what it's not. Let's stop calling it what it's not. It's not a protest. It is a armed revolution against the government. It is rebellion.
Rebellion.
That's what it is. That's what it is. It's rebellion, whether it's supported, whether it's supported by Hamas, or sorry, not Hamas, whether it's supported by Mossad or not, is completely fucking irrelevant. That's what it is.
Oh,
yeah, that's true. Don't matter.
Can you entertain this one thing? I rarely send you some video suggestions or whatnot. Can you entertain this one thing, please?
Oh, I got a video for you, Set, that I dug through the troves of the internet.
I sent it in StreamYard. She's live right now.
Ooh. Oh. See here.
Mm-hmm. She's actually covering the on the ground about all the stuff that the mainstream media hasn't picked up in terms of this Iran situation, because she has other people who were there sending her in all the videos.
Oh yeah, she based in she's in the United States. All right. I remember this. Yeah, Monty. Remember her? That was the lady that released that one video. That was about the protest going on in Iran. I follow her on X.
I'm weak. She also
I got a video for you, Set. Hold on. Here you go.
So I know you're talking about, bro. Let me be real with you. Nah, never mind. That's me being biased. I want to add my bias to it, but she be liking Mark Levin and all that good stuff. I'm just like, really, Mark Levin of all guys? Like, come on now, sis. Come on now. Mark Levin.
Play the video I just sent you.
People all dead and you liking this man's tweets? All right, bro.
Play the video I just sent you. Right in the bottom of the StreamYard.
All right, no problem. Grab this up. There we go. Hey.
Hey, move us over. Move us over.
I'm back in the freaking
Let's see the
day.
setup, bro.
Man, bro, look, man, you
Bro's got his whole email up on the screen.
On me. No concept
OBS.
of PII, nothing.
Bro, you know what was wild about this shit? Absolutely wild, bro. Sometimes on OBS, it would turn on and go live on its own. On its own, bro.
Bro, this fucking video, I watched like 10 minutes of it, and I had to do it to you.
That shit was hilarious. We was just like, wait, we don't. Bro, testing that shit out, trying to see if we can get the call in going. That shit was acting all types of fugazi. Could not get it done. We had to figure out how to. Bro, this is literally the beginning days. Like, man, 1 year ago, probably at like maybe less than 1,000 subscribers, probably like 300 or so.
Said you was out here naked, bro, like exposing yourself.
Hey, man.
You had some foul stuff on the internet, bro. You was out there.
Weak. What did they blur it out?
Nah, bro. Like if you did, bro, you was finna be cooked. Guidelines was finna eat you up.
That's all good. I ain't never got in trouble for anything besides what was it? Medical misinformation. That's all.
Oh, because you said COVID vaccines suck,
bro. I was given an alternative to the COVID vaccine, and then I was also what was it? I think the last one I got was for exposing. Damn it! A certain country has a vaccine for a certain illness, and I wasn't allowed to say that.
Seth, why you doing that? Didn't we tell you about trying to break out the matrix? How many times we gotta tell you?
I'll tell you guys.
Stay in your box, damn it.
All right, so let's see how I can phrase this. So
without getting another strike.
Yeah. All right. So the people who are fighting Ukraine right now, the guy who's fighting Ukraine right now has discovered a vaccine to go against the what was it? The rapid production of your cells that cause tumors.
Russia's cured
how
cancer.
Long until they knock him off?
Yeah, they created a vaccine for it.
How long?
That's not vaccinatable.
Bro,
cancer is
don't
not.
Say too much. Don't say too much, bro. Because, bro, I said it and I got took down for medical misinformation, bro. And I didn't even say it, bro. It was a news segment that said it. I didn't say it. It was the news that said it, and they took down the video.
Yeah. That's how you know they got it.
That's why I was like, that's why I got scared. I was like, ain't no fucking way they got that. Like, why?
Bro, if we even say the word COVID and it fucking Set will hit with a whole hit him with your disclaimer.
Oh yeah, here at S.E.T Key Media, we like to abide by the YouTube standard guidelines. So we like to abide by everything the CDC says. Everything they said is true about the vaccine and all other medications because we like to abide by the standard here set by YouTube. Thank you, guys.
Bro, that's some bullshit.
I remember the first time I started talking about the vaccine and you fucking cut me off. He's like, hey, here at S.E.T Media.
Literally, I gotta get this bill every time. Because bro, I had to talk to YouTube about that. Like, how could I avoid medical misinformation if somebody accidentally says it? You say, "Oh no, just say that you abide by everything that the CDC says and by YouTube guidelines," and they say you'll be good. I was like, "Okay."
Wait, does that work for every situation?
Yes,
bro. As long as you're telling them that you're abiding by like the misinformation guidelines, you're good. And like that means I have to pretty much like not really disavow what you're saying, but saying that I'm pretty much disavowing what you're saying.
Set for the next 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes and then say your whole spiel again.
All
right. So basically, the U.S. federal government actually had information, advanced intel, in 2018 and 17 that the COVID vaccine was actually gonna
shut the fuck up. No.
No. In 2017 and 18 about COVID-19. My mother used to work for Bayer, which is one of the primary investors for
He's gonna do it.
Which is the primary investor for Pfizer and the other company. Well, check this out. They were
Moderna.
experimenting on humanized mice and humanized monkeys with COVID RNA strands. They had already known that COVID-19 was a thing. Its actual lab name is called SARS-CoV-2, which is basically a coronavirus type bacteria, according to Iowa State University School of Food Medicine and Health Science. After 2020, that school updated their policy denigrating COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2 from a basic common cold in the same class as regular viruses, the coronavirus family, to a standalone virus, which was stupid. They heavily modified the virus and experimented on humanized mice with said virus. Then they sent it to Wuhan, China.
Yep.
And all of this was done under the noses of the American people. So by the time it came out and it originated in China, they had already had some of the groundwork. I can verify this, and I know this.
And all of this is not true.
All right, Seth, say your thing.
All right, man. Here at S.E.T Media, we like to abide by the CDC according to the YouTube guidelines. So I would like to go ahead and say that everything he said is only opinion. Nothing is proven. We do like to go with the CDC guidelines say, but that all vaccines work. And if they are approved by the CDC, they are safe for you. All right.
My wife said fuck the CDC.
I know. Who the F are they? Like, trust me, when I read that in the misinformation policy, I was like, so you tell me I can't go against what the CDC say, even if they may be somewhat incorrect?
Hail Hydra.
But the CDC is never wrong, though. You know, according to the guidelines of, YouTube policies, like they're never wrong.
Hydra.
Hail Hydra.
I ain't hailing shit.
I know. I don't care what those lab results say. Is what the CDC say that matters on YouTube, okay? It don't matter what facts you bring or how true it is.
Even when the CDC contradicts itself.
I know. But you got
one month they tell you not to wear masks, and the next month they tell you to wear them. Oh shit!
Well, yeah, you could have gotten in trouble for that one. You definitely could have gotten in trouble for that. If you told somebody not to wear a mask, it was getting.
Yeah.
So you mean like how they have like 8 or 9 different contradictions on 8 or 9 of their vaccines, and they've never ran clinical trials on at least 23 of them, but they constantly peddle them as if they're safe. You mean like how after COVID-19,
the CDC says they're safe. That's all that, bro. Who cares about the testing? It's the CDC, bro.
You mean like what happened after COVID-19, where the CDC realized that children were actually becoming more retarded because of the amount of heavy metals and unstable materials in the COVID-19
bro, as long as the CDC proves
they had to move the stages of development to the
bro, you're gonna get set banned. Stop.
Bro, did you hear what I said? The CDC says that everything you're saying is BS. All vaccines are safe. Go and inject your kids, and if it gives them myocarditis, it wasn't the vaccine, it was you. Okay.
I'm sorry for my outburst.
No, you're yeah.
I'm not. I'll continue it.
But yes,
all right, say you got to restate your thing again.
And it's Israel's fault too.
Yes, and it's always the Jews as well.
Always the
Jews started COVID. The Jews started COVID. Fuck the lab in China.
Like, bro. I remember when people were trying to make that connection in Twitter, I was like, all right, bro, now we got to stop. All right, we got to stop, bro. The blaming you game is going too far. I'm like, you could blame China way more for COVID than the Jews. Come on now, guys.
But it was confirmed by the CDC that it was a Chinese lab leak. Like, that's their suspicion now.
Man.
So everything you said was completely true. Because that's what the CDC says now.
Hey, my wife ended up getting myocarditis from the freaking COVID vaccine.
Not myocarditis. I had the genetic markers for POTS, and it activated those genetic markers.
Also, you had a large immunoresponse.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stage 2 cytokine storm.
Nah, man, look, guys, I almost lost my channel over medical misinformation. I think my last strike was I had to, and here's the when you get a strike, an actual strike, that's a whole week off YouTube. Your second strike, 2 weeks off YouTube. The third one is, of course, you're done. You're banned. But bro, I'm talking about when I was talking about LeBron James' son and how he kind of fell out, myocarditis, vaccine. Yeah, that was that second strike. Boy.
Wow.
They took your ass down with a quickness. They said, black man.
No, man. I'm telling you, man, I got that notification. They said strike number 2, boy, your heart drop. It's like,
Hey, you might as well go in quarantine for 2 weeks.
Like literally.
Okay, just make another channel.
You can't.
No, you
won't
can't.
get AdSense.
No, but
you can't.
You can't do that with YouTube. They memorize your face and all that good stuff. But you can do that with TikTok, though. I heard you can do that with TikTok.
You could wear a mask.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
No.
That,
so you telling me
that is how people have gotten around it.
You have 3 accounts, but you can't have 2?
They never show their face.
Yes, they do.
Set face out there, boy. He recognizable, especially with that AI.
Look at that big ass head.
I know, bro. You can see my forehead from a mile away, bro. They gonna notice.
Fucking KSI build.
Hold on, I am way more shredded than KSI. F that. That boy is a little. He a little too chubby.
What's going on with him recently, though? Like he looks like he's sick.
Yeah, that's because he stopped boxing, so he's getting lazy.
Yeah, bro. Like he that forehead taking up all that nutrients, growing, taking on a life of its own.
Bro,
that bandana don't work for him neither.
So what is that? What is that genetic marker where you just don't fucking get fat? You just constantly gain muscle.
I wish I had that.
Blessing. God's blessing.
God's favorite children.
Those are his extra favorite children.
What? No, not hyperthyroidism. It's a genetic marker where you basically don't build up lactic acid and you can just work out forever.
Oh.
That sounds like punishment.
Man,
no, you don't build up lactic acid, which means that it doesn't hurt when you work out.
You don't get tired. It doesn't hurt.
Oh, but that would be amazing. What?
You know how much sex I could have?
Like, bro, you know how much
Oh my
push-ups you're able to
God.
do?
You gotta find someone to do it with first.
Well, that shouldn't be too hard for a game.
You hear his wife in the background. What about me?
Shut up, pick me.
No.
Oh my God.
No.
So now that we've hijacked Set stream, can you get back to the geopolitics of us destroying Iran?
Well, literally,
right.
y'all was cooking me for this one. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, well, all right, man. I guess I'll be that guy. I was like, well, damn. But all right, guys.
It's just
now,
a black screen now.
To somebody who actually might talk some sense.
There's someone like that?
Well,
yes, me.
The only Iranian we trust in media. This guy.
That boy looks like a painting of.
CBS News.
Like what the fuck?
I'm Nora O'Donnell. Today, the big question is the Iranian regime about to collapse? For 16 days, thousands of people have taken to the streets in the capital city of Tehran and rural areas in a country of 90 million people. Teenagers and retirees, the rich and poor.
That's who
people
reminds
from
me
all
of.
walks of life are protesting Iran's weak economy.
Is that a fake video too, Set?
The most significant challenge.
Nah,
to
it's just that,
Iran's
like, bro, he
government.
reminds me of this certain animal that I was seeing on this little nature documentary I was watching. This guy. Like, come on now.
He looks like an orangutan?
Nah, just to know. His nose looked like that nose on. That's an orangutan? I don't think it's an orangutan.
No. What is that?
Bro, it's a type of like tropical. I think it's like a tropical monkey I was watching on this little nature documentary.
That motherfucker looked like a Minecraft villager with fur.
That's what Set looks like.
Nah, that's your what you mean? That's your Iranian prince right there. What do you talk about? It's the guy that you want to lead Iran.
I don't want him to lead Iran. I want to lead Iran.
The other day.
You want to lead Iran?
No, well, no, he want Rubio to lead Iran.
Yeah,
Ew.
exactly.
Ew.
Oh shit! That you're right.
See,
Whoa,
I'm tripping.
Oh my God. Bro, the
He
side by
actually-
side is uncanny.
He actually,
It's the nose.
bro, I'm telling you, bro.
Bro,
He
is
sound
he
like he
Jew?
got-
Is he Jewish? He's got a
He's
nose like a
Iranian.
Jew.
Well, you know, actually, you could be Jewish in Iranian. They got those.
Bro,
Yeah, not for long though.
he looks like a Jew. They got big noses and they like sticking them into places.
All right, but let's hear this guy.
He looked like he'll sniff a penny.
This is a CBS News live event. I'm Nora O'Donnell. Today, the big
O'Donnell.
question, is the Iranian regime about to collapse? For 16 days, thousands
Till I
of people
collapse,
have
I'm not-
taken to the streets in the capital city of Tehran and rural areas in a country of
You
90
way too
million
friendly
people.
with my keys, dog.
Teenagers and retirees, the rich and poor, people from all walks
better
of
not
life
crash my
are
damn
protesting
vehicle.
Iran's weak economy in what is considered the
Oh,
most
shit, I'm not muted.
significant challenge.
Now look, man, I ain't gonna lie. I knew this protest was real when they said the merchants are even protesting. I was like, oh shit, you telling me the rich people are protesting? Like, oh, I see, you know it's bad.
You done pissed off the oil execs.
Literally, bro. You done pissed off the merchants. It's like, yeah, y'all cooked now. Like and I think that's probably one of the special things to this is the fact that now the rich is aligning with the poor in this revolution. Because back in the day, they kind of chose a side early.
Challenge to Iran's government in years. And these protests have persisted despite blackouts. That's right. Internet access has been cut. Phone service shut down with people communicating by passing notes by hand. And the very real threat of death exists. The human rights activist news agency said today that 500 protesters have been killed, but some estimates of the casualties are in the thousands. Eyewitnesses describe overflowing morgues and the situation at hospitals as extremely dire. There have been other movements in Iran over the past 2 decades, but some observers say this one feels different. Will the regime fall? And if it does, what happens next? And who will lead Iran? On the name of the lips of many of the protesters is that of my guest today. Reza Pahlavi is Iran's crown prince and the son of Iran's last Shah. At 17 years old, Pahlavi left Iran for fighter pilot training in the U.S. And less than a year later, in 1979, his father's regime fell and the current Islamic Republic was established, barring his return. Reza has lived in exile ever since, nearly 50 years. Reza Pahlavi, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Nora, for having me on your program.
I want to talk about this violent crackdown all weekend long in Iran. What are you hearing?
Well, it's a war between a regime against its own citizenry. The country is in full revolt, and unlike preceding uprising that Iran has witnessed in recent years, this time people are on the streets to put a final end to this regime. They demand a change of regime. They want to take this regime down. They are bravely confronting, unarmed, a regime that has used brutality in complete darkness that was imposed by cutting off communication, as you stated, internet. They are using military equipment from armored tanks to AK-47 to shoot demonstrators to death. It's a massacre that the regime is, as a last gasp effort, trying to use to intimidate people because of being very thin in their troops as a last gasp effort. But Iranians are resilient despite what the regime is trying to do. However, the most obvious question is, are we alone in this fight, or will this time the world respond to this brutality and come to their help and assist them to make sure that this time they will win, and this regime, which is on the verge of collapse, will finally concede and end this atrocity?
Well, the Iranian people appear to be listening to your calls
Hey, Seth.
for these.
I just want to say, all right, whoever's Ford that is, they need to go ahead and chill out with that. But I just want to say that this might be an issue of our military needs to train for whatever mission is going to occur. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, because you're right, actually, because it would be a pretty complicated task since there are protests going on and we're trying to avoid civilian deaths. So
And
I'm pretty
if they-
sure we're going to make it as precise as possible.
Yeah, if they don't have the fucking the war plan ready to go, they have to create one and they have to train it at least a couple hundred times so that they can do it correctly. Like the operation to bomb Iran took 15 years of planning. The fucking Maduro thing took months, if not years, to plan.
True.
So, like, saying, hey, there's going to be consequences. Yeah, we can fucking fire off a couple fucking tomahawks and level some shit. But if we really want to be surgical and precise, you got to train the mission.
Shoot, agreed. But all right, now let's get over to President Trump. He actually did a little short engagement with the press, about 3 minutes. Let's go here and see what our president got to say.
We're going to Detroit. We'll be talking about how well the economy is doing. As you know, the inflation numbers just came out, and we have very low inflation, so that would give Too-Late Powell the chance to give us a nice, beautiful, big rate cut, which would be great for the country. But rates are falling also, and growth is going up. We have tremendous growth numbers, so growth is going up. So I'll be talking about that today in Detroit. It's a big speech, and I can only say that the country is doing well. You saw my statement on Iran. You saw my statement on Minnesota. On Minnesota, we have taken out killers, rapists, drug dealers, people from mental institutions that came in illegally. All of them, most of them came in illegally. They're from other countries. They came in under the Biden ridiculous open border policy, and we've gotten a lot of them out. We just had numbers from Chicago, where Chicago crime has gone down pretty good. It could go down 100% virtually, but we're fighting with that governor who's so incompetent. But as you know, we took out a lot of killers, murderers, drug dealers.
Now, to talk about the post he's talking about and what he said, he says, Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions, save the names of the killers and of the abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stop.
So
Help is on its way. MEGA, make Iran great again. President Donald Trump.
So just for context, anytime we shut off negotiation channels, like that's one from going to all out war with a country. Just so you know.
Too late. It's actually too late. U.S. State Department to Americans in Iran, leave Iran now.
Yep, we're going to war.
That announcement.
We're going to war.
And that was released by CNN like 14 hours ago.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't, but when I heard that, I was like, oh shit. Like, we're not talking to you anymore means we're fucking getting our military ready.
Yeah, well, bro, he said help's on the way. I was like, well, son of a bitch, help is on the way, guys.
Help is on the way, dear.
Well, let's see what help looks like. Or
it looks like pixels missing out of the sky.
Bruh, or it might be, man. Hopefully, we can just snatch the Ayatollah like we did Maduro and have these guys.
We do a great yoinkening.
The great yoinkening.
Drug addicts, mental institution people, and people from jails. We took them out of Chicago, so Chicago's got much better numbers now than it had a few months ago. We will get no credit for it, but these are minor details. Crime in Washington, D.C. is almost non-existent. It's a safe place, so people can come bring their families. They can send their son and daughter to look at Lincoln, Washington, Jefferson, or whatever they want to look at. But it's almost non-existent. We're very proud of that. Memphis is making tremendous strides, and so is New Orleans. We have a whole group of people, and crime in New Orleans is down about 65%. We've only been there for 3 weeks. So it's really amazing what's happening throughout the country. The crime numbers are among the best numbers we've ever had. Well, he's billions of dollars over budget, so he either is incompetent or he's crooked. I don't know what he is, but he doesn't do a very good job.
Are you committed to mass deportations among all this bad PR that we've seen, the attacks that we've seen on ICE?
We're getting rid of a lot of people that are criminals that shouldn't be in our country. They came in through Biden's open borders, and we're getting them out of our country. That's why our crime numbers are so good. We have record low crime numbers. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and get up to the next one here. Ready?
Leave now. That is a warning from the State Department to any American citizens inside Iran right now as the regime faces its most serious anti-government protests in years.
Yeah, we telling people to leave. Yeah, strikes are coming.
So I said this before. I was like, as soon as we stop negotiating with people, yeah. So technically, all right. So here's the line of events. Iran declared war on the U.S., which technically means that the United States is in a real imminent threat.
When did Iran declare war on us?
They declared war on us like a couple weeks ago.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. You mean when they threatened to hit our whatchamacallit? Well, threatened to hit our military assets in the region?
No, they formally declared war on the U.S.
Yeah. I think it was in December, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like around Christmas time or something like that, but they definitely declared war. Like, it was formal. It wasn't no... Go for it, Toph.
Yeah, it was, and that's right around the time, it was right before the riots and the protests started getting real serious, or we started hearing.
Hold on now. I got a clarification on this. Yeah, in late December 2025, the Iranian president said that Iran is engaged in a full-fledged war with the United States, Israel, and Europe. However, this was not a formal declaration of a new kinetic hostilities. Okay.
But the United States has taken it as one. So because of that,
Article 2, baby.
The president, I was getting ready to say, the president of the United States has to take that in particular as an imminent threat to the American people. So as this unfolds, watch what happens. The president is going to start sending that strike group that was over there. Yeah, they're going back up there. There's a strong likelihood, and I hate saying it, there's a strong likelihood I'm going back to the sandbox.
Damn.
Build me a sandcastle.
The job that I used to do is specifically designed to counter some of the BS that they did.
Yep.
That they do.
All right.
So
I'm saying he's putting a
25%
5% tariff on any country that does business there, quote, effective immediately. The violence inside Iran is growing worse amid a brutal crackdown, with one human rights group confirming the deaths of more than 500 protesters. It is an incredible black box, and to think that such a black box could exist in a world of social media like this. But Jumana Karacha is out front, and I want to warn our viewers that some of what you're about to see in her report may be disturbing.
From behind the walls of the Iranian regime's censorship, a chilling video has emerged. Every movement of what may be a hidden camera reveals a terrifying picture of what's been unfolding on the ground. They butchered him, this mourner wails. Families gathered at this medical center outside Tehran, searching for loved ones. Lines of lifeless bodies are stored in a warehouse turned morgue. Inside the center, distraught family members stand anxiously in front of a screen that flashes photos of the dead. From that same location, state media had its own pictures and narrative, reporting the majority of the bodies are those of, quote, ordinary citizens. They blame their deaths, like the protests, on foreign-backed terrorists carrying out what they say are indiscriminate killings. These pictures the regime decided to air, perhaps a warning to those who dare take to the streets. It's almost impossible for us to get real-time updates from Iran. The regime's shut down communications across the country on Thursday. just as nationwide protests against the clerical establishment drew larger crowds to the streets of every province. It's a tactic out of its playbook on crushing dissent, cover it's used in the past to unleash bloody force. The little testimony and images that have been trickling out. Only a small window into what a ruthless regime doesn't want the world to see. Video like this that purportedly captures the feared state security forces out on the streets is slowly surfacing, sent out by those who are risking their lives to get it out. As the U.S. weighs its next move, following the president's threats to strike hard if the regime kills protesters, President Trump now saying Iran has reached out to negotiate.
But we may have to act because of what's happening before the meeting.
In this one location, an estimated 250 bodies, with hundreds more confirmed killed elsewhere, according to activists. The world now braces for what may come when Iran finally emerges from the dark. Jumana Karachi, CNN, London.
I will tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something right now.
Go ahead.
The negotiation wasn't actually about trying to find peace with the United States. It's a way to set up an agreement to guarantee that the United States won't get involved. And Trump rejected that because what's happening now is considered by all definitions a human rights violation and a Geneva Convention violation. You're not supposed to be doing over half of the stuff that they're doing. Which, again, I find funny that Europe and NATO want to fucking talk big to big USA like we ain't the big dog in the pond. Meanwhile, they weak as hell to defend another nation that's going through some shit like this.
Man, I mean, look, bro. All I know is that if we do get involved, I need to hear thank yous. That's all I know. And if we don't get involved, well, here's the problem. Here's the problem that if we don't get involved, because I'm gonna be real with you, it's kind of looking like they did do a Tiananmen Square, low key. I mean, I see us going in there, or they finally lifting the veil, and they're like, yeah, well, guess what? We took out about 10,000, maybe 40,000 of our own people, and this is a sign to anybody who tries to go up against us. Like like me and Monty kind of agreed on, if they kill enough people, that could squash the rebellion. Or
but I don't see that happening. There's a human factor that I like to pay attention to, and the human factor in Iran shows that these people have been constantly been under the boot of the Ayatollah for so long. They don't care how many of them die, and I think killing them is actually radicalizing them.
I actually agree. All right, let's keep it going.
And out front now is Skylar Thompson in the wake of Jumana's reporting. She is the deputy director at Human Rights Activists in Iran. It is an organization that is closely tracking the turmoil unfolding. And Skylar, I mean, it's just incredible. As I was talking about it with a black box, you have a view inside that box. The reports that we hear, violence inside Iran has skyrocketed in the last few days. And I know that you're getting more information about that, but also from inside hospitals. What are you learning tonight?
Yeah, a black box is a really, unfortunately, accurate way to put it. We've now seen an unprecedented shutdown of communication surpassing 100 hours. So it's really difficult information. It's reduced to a minimum, but what we are able to glean from our network is absolute brutality. Jumana's package correctly mentioned bodies upwards of 250 in one place. And we've, documented over 500 deaths, as you mentioned as well. But we have over 500 cases still under investigation. So it really sort of paints the picture of what kind of brutality we're looking at. Inside hospitals, we have collected documents from doctors that show people impacted with tear gas, people shot at close range, and oftentimes they can't even seek appropriate medical care because doctors are stretched thin, or they're being taken directly to a detention facility rather than getting the care that they need.
I know that You've also been reporting, Skylar, on state television in Iran, and that there's been an unprecedented number of forced confessions that they have actually broadcast on state TV. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it's absolutely something that we haven't seen before. This number really concerns us. People are being arbitrarily arrested, as we've documented, thousands, tens of thousands of people. And what happens is they're arrested, they're taken to a detention facility, unknown at times. Sometimes we don't even know, where a person is being held. And then suddenly they appear on state television confessing to, being parts of rioters, terrorists, being associated or influenced by foreign elements. And what's so concerning is these confessions happen under torture, psychological or physical sometimes, and then they carry the death penalty, the charges that they're admitting to under coercion.
What do you see is different? I mean, there are some out there saying, okay, this could be it. And then there are others who say, no, the protests have been massive before. Look at 2009 and the Green Movement. And of course, the death of the young woman in police custody that had sparked mass protests in 2022 and 2023. Is this different?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing I would say is that we owe it to Iranians to believe in them, right? They are risking their lives coming to the streets. They risk their lives to send us information. So it's really important that we believe in them and everything that they're saying. We have seen protests in every province across the country, in hundreds of cities, and I think that really shows the united nature of this moment. And we're also seeing it, I might add, across class, ethnicity. So that's really unique. And I think, on top of that.
So remember, I said that the Iranian people really hate their government. And I've been hammering on that for weeks. There's no way anybody is going to back the Ayatollah. There isn't that many people, if any at all. You don't get this type of revolt from all social classes, economic classes, and people groups all across the nation at once, unless it's true oppression. And that's what I was saying before when we had that Muslim conversation. Iranians hate their country. Like real Iranians, not the fake ones that are over there serving in government and speaking, trying to quote unquote speak for them. I'm talking about the legit ones who were born prior to 1979, still keep their values. They still like hanging out in the U.S. They still
are you
love
saying that?
America.
Hold on. Are you saying that there is no Iranians over there, or no old guy Iranians that like the Ayatollah? You're saying it's only new.
If they are, it is very few and very far between. I even had Iranian teachers when I was in school saying the same thing. Like, there's not a lot of people over there in Iran who actually are okay with their government. Majority of them hate it.
And are willing to fight in the streets over it. Also, I put a video request in.
All right, I got you, Monty. Go ahead and get it. Go ahead and get that for you. Let's see here.
It's me dropping my nuts on his face.
All right. Here we go.
Here's what I have to say about that.
I'm weak as hell. Second. I can see now.
Bro, that's crazy. Don't say that.
I'm weak. I'm sorry, Gaming. That might just be your ringtone, bro.
Bro, no.
Why not? I mean, you support it, right? I'm just playing.
I do. I'll go.
All right. Well, Monty will go bomb Iran. But all right, guys. All right. We're gonna go ahead and close it down on this note.
Al Big Daddy.
All right.
We're gonna close it down on Al Big Daddy. Shout out to Bomb Iran. Shout out S.E.T Media. Shout out Mr. Paramedic. Very fine people.
Follow Set at Set Media Reacts on YouTube and Twitter. And make sure to follow Mr. Paramedic on his YouTube. And make sure to follow Mr. The Original Backyard Gamer. Wow, very fine people. What a bunch of fine people. We'll get back to it tomorrow. In the meantime, I'll let this very fine young man, Set Media React. Is that what they call you? That's what they call him. End it on this one.
Hey, shout out gaming.
Can we clip
end
that?
it on a Donald Trump diss track. Bro, might as well.
Go ahead, clip that.
Drop 3 bombs at the end of discussion. Fuck, I ran, I ain't running from nothing. If you see me running, I'm running for president. Missiles on missiles, you know how we coming. Tell all your men we gon' blow up the country. I see you tweeting online, you a sucker. One more threat and I'm pressing that button. They trying to impeach me, they know that I'm thugging. I'm getting locations, I'm dropping 100. They sending that shit, they get stopped in the sky. Said one more thing, everybody gon' die. Since 6 of the men and they making it hot. I don't need no permission to blow up your spot. I don't need no permission to make you a target. You must not heard what happened to Hey Barack. They must not heard what happened to Bin Laden. 6 men deep and everybody body. If we get it started, nigga, we ain't stop. I take them to World War like I'm Johnson. They done let a real slime in the arm. Stop talking about nukes, you ain't even got it. I won't say your name, but I can't pronounce it. Fuck is it, Masu, Masal, ooh, Rest of the money we clocking, they rip. Had a home on the head, we tactical with it. Take over your country, infested with it. Tell Ali that he better repent. Setting up base right outside of the fence. Tell Qasim that nigga a bitch. Dig his ass up and I kill him again. You still ain't get back with that boy, he got bent. In the way that I did him, how could you forget? And I'm smoking your leader, this shit getting bored. They not trying to get